Okay, everyone, welcome. We are back. And today is going to be the end of the question arcs. Looking forward to it. That last stream was sort of a mind bender. It was very hard to wrap the dome around what the fuck was happening in that whole. I feel like for a good portion of that chapter I was following, and then the end of that chapter was just like fucking crazy shit being slammed on top of me over and over and over. Open my notes real quick here. Okay. And we are going to. We're going to open up the game here. If I can find it. So the thing is, I don't have like a shortcut for it. I have to like navigate to the files because I'm silly the way I have it set up. But there we go. Perfect. Okay. I did save last time, I think. Alliance of the Golden Witch. The Sweet World of Witches. There was only one thing that I was thinking about the last time that I played at the end of the stream. And honestly, I kind of respect it when you think about it this way. The reality is that Kinzo, if he's not behind everything, he's obviously still responsible for a fair portion of what's happened. All my boy did was just fumble a bad bitch, and he's been trying to get his get back for, fuck, however many, like, a few decades. I'm gonna be honest with you. I fucking get that. I respect it, Kinzo. I understand. It all makes sense to me. I don't really think there's a whole lot that's super worthy to talk about in terms of notes. Like, I'll pull them up here, but the biggest thing that we learned. Oh, there was one other thing that I remembered. When I was reading I looked more into the Bluebird, the Maeterlinck's Bluebird play after. And the one thing that I saw is that when they're in the graveyard world, or when they go to the graveyard, which okay, I don't know how to describe it. They go to the dead realm, basically, at some point in this. They get to see the souls of the dead, rather. And the one thing with the souls of the dead is they talk about how they derive happiness from people still remembering them long after they've passed. And it's funny, because that was, again, I'm not going to say that this is going to be... I do think that this play is going to be, if not like the moral of this game, it's definitely kind of central to what's going on. And you can apply a lens to looking at the game through this. But I thought it was interesting, the whole thing with Shannon in episode 3 with George, where George had this weird, I don't say weird, but, you know, he wanted to see her so badly. And when they were giving the passage that was talking about, I think it was Beatrice was looking for Shannon's soul, the fucking tongue twister, Shannon's soul in the dead realm, it was talking about how, like, there's the happiness that these other souls were happy that people remember them, etc., etc. I just thought it was a very interesting link. And there seems to be a lot of, I think this play is really important. And I think that, I mean, this whole section here kind of goes over it. I think this play is going to be essential to maybe understanding the core of the game. I can already see a little bit looking back how some of this applies. I think the only other big thing that we learned is that we have a thing this chapter where we learned how do I word this? We learned of the... Sorry. This is what happens when you read something and you're trying to speak at the same time. We learned that at the first Twilight in this chapter, we have people that died the exact same way that they did in the first chapter. Or episode, rather. That's pretty important, because it means we're going to get to glean some insight behind this. It seems to suggest that Kinzo was behind what was going on. I think I'm going to save a lot of the theorizing because we're so close to the end, or the end of the question arcs. The theorizing stream will probably be tomorrow. It'll probably be around this time tomorrow. I'll start, again, it depends how long this goes. I'll hide the notes real quick. I don't think we're like ultra... So we're on chapter 12. I'm pretty sure every chapter so far has been in like the... I don't want to say it's like the 18 to the 19 range, but it's been in that range, right? So I'm assuming that's kind of what we're looking at. we went through about 7 chapters yesterday, so we would assume that in about the same time we would go through about that much. It might be a little bit longer, so I'm expecting today's stream will probably be around the same length, but maybe not. Again, it depends. Sometimes I find in this game that the chapters tend to be relatively consistent, but this episode in particular has had chapters that feel longer. I don't know if they are longer or if they just feel longer. But I think without further ado, I don't really think there's a whole lot. Like I said, I don't really want to waste too much time theorizing. We'll theorize on stuff as we go, but the big thing in the theory stream when we go over it, I may even write these at the end of this stream, but probably not. I might come back tomorrow. I'm just trying to I'm in real time, I'm trying to think out how I want to do the theory stream. I think that we're going to, the big thing is we're going to try and put together the crimes of each chapter, obviously. But the bigger thing is I want to have big questions that are overarching for the first 4 arcs. And I want to write them down. And then I want to write down my questions that I have that are related to individual events of the first 4 chapters that aren't really described in the other ones. And I think that if we can try and find satisfying explanations to those, it will help us in the long term. Okay. With all of that being said, let's get right into it. Interesting thing to note too here is at the start of this chapter that we have Rosa going, because Rosa was one of the people that I believe had her head smushed at the last chapter. Now, the other thing too that's of note is just because Kinzo was the one that did it in this chapter doesn't necessarily mean that he was the one that did it in chapter 1. Again, because of the 2 world theory that I'm rocking with right now, I think we're going to, in the theory stream, probably have 2 overarching theories, one of which will be a more physical explanation, and then one of which will be physical plus magical explanation. I will be honest, I am leaning more towards a pure physical explanation again, but I think this game might be a little bit more open to some magic interpretation, but I digress. Let's continue. Silent. Black. Cold. Painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit, and the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, her body was so cold and hurt so much, and it became worse the more her consciousness returned. It felt like she had been sleeping in the darkness for a long time now, face down on ice-cold marble. My early prediction before we get a reveal here, I'm actually going to go grab my glasses too, because I want to put contacts in today. I think that wherever Rosa is right now is going to be in the same area that the gold is. The gold looked like it was in a mine shaft. I wouldn't be surprised if there's hidden caves or tunnel systems or something that is underneath the mansion. But one moment, I'm gonna grab my glasses. It'll literally be 30 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Let me throw my headphones on. And let me try and position my glasses in such a way that I'm not going to get a fucking headache from wearing them here. It seems that's always the problem with my glasses, is I get a headache. Okay. Okay, we already read that line. This is why I always tell myself, even if it's just a nap, at least get on the sofa. I always know that if I naively try and close my eyes for just a second, and end up sleeping on the floor of my desk, it'll hurt my body and I'll suffer for it. Because she slept on such a cold and hard floor, she was chilled to the bone. Because she slept on such a hard and cold floor, the side of her face that had been pressing down against it was very painful. I think that's because that side of your face might not be attached to your body anymore, but if she were to look in a mirror right now, she was sure she would see an embarrassing mark. She didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear, but she stroked the hurting side of her face for the time being, trying to smooth it over. Huh. Where is this? She thought it was pitch black, but that appeared not to be the case. After all, she could faintly see her own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light, but even when she looked up at the ceiling, or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness, and she couldn't see any such thing. Her body alone was slightly lit. Oh, it's lit. Whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a lonely place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, patter patter, she heard footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. They didn't feel creepy to her, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps. So wondering who in the world would be in a darkness like this, she stared in the direction she could hear the footsteps coming from. As she did, a faint, approaching silhouette came into view. It looked like a child much younger than Maria, Sakutaro, the goat. Why the fuck is Sakutaro in such a spot where Rosa could communicate? I wonder if this has to do with Ange in the real world? But who is that? I didn't know him. But the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter myself, I felt as though my chest was being torn apart. Where are you? Ah! The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, I felt a sharp pain in the half of my face that was aching from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. I reflexively pressed my hand against the side of my face. Are you okay? Does it still hurt? Thank you, little guy. Where is this? It's really cold. Come this way. You can't be here. Huh. Rosa was one of the people that got shot by the sisters, right? I thought so. Oops. So let me close my chapstick thing. Because I thought that she, I thought that she was one of the people that got smashed because she tried to hit Kinzo with a chair. And it was a defensive kill. Yeah, she definitely was one of the people. So then the better question is, why exactly? Interesting. Sorry, I'm just trying to think in my head. Why would she be... Because it looks like the Witch Realm, right? This is where Lambda Delta and everybody talk to each other. Regardless. I don't have a clue what's going on. However, a single honest expression from a child can often tell the truth better than 100 empty words from an adult. She didn't understand the situation, but even so, Rosa dashed along with him wherever she was pulled. However, this was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. She couldn't even really feel whether she was actually moving forwards as she ran. Even though I'm running, I can't even feel any wind. Oh, I guess it would make sense that Rosa would be able to see Sakutaro as well, because she was the one that fucking created him. But, you know, we still don't really have the whole explanation for that, but... Even though I'm running, I can't feel any wind. It's as though I'm still inside a nightmare, that kind of unreal feeling. So even though I was running, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance, and my legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold hard floor was reality itself. Are you okay? I don't know if that's an I or an L, so either Lana Londo or Ayana Ayando. Or maybe it's a mix of both. Regardless, thank you for following. I'm sorry, my head hurts. When he said that infantile word, Uryu, pain like being stuck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it had only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that his word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly. I'm sorry. Could you stop saying that, Uryu? Uryu. Can you please stop saying that word? Says it instantly. Excuse me, I asked you to stop. Sorry. Seems like it's whenever he talks. This time I got the feeling that his words of apology made me feel a sharp pain in my forehead. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around him, my head hurts. Are you okay? Let's hurry up and go. You mustn't be here. Why shouldn't I be here? Come on, where is this? Who are you? Where is your mama? But the one who made me is you, Mama. Huh? He stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me? Who is he? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all. Did you forget about me? You made me, you know. Wait a second, stop kidding around. Maria is my only child. That's right, where is Maria? Where's Maria? Maria? I suddenly grew uneasy about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where's Maria? Maria being there for me is the only thing that keeps me together. Maria is here, but she's not Maria right now. It's better if you don't see her at the minute. Interesting. gonna put that quote down, even though I don't. I'm assuming he just means that it's like the twisted witch form of Maria, not exactly like the Maria that she would be familiar with. Maria is here, ... But she's not Maria right now. It's better if you don't see her at this minute. I'll pop the notes up here for a second just so. But that will be better for you and Maria as well. For Maria's sake as well. Run away. Huh? What are you talking about? Where's Maria? Maria? Answer me! Maria will find you. Come this way, quickly, Mama. He pulled my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria, so I stopped in my tracks. Let go! Just who are you? Who said you could call me Mama? You're the one who made me, Mama. Did you forget? So that I could be Maria's birthday present. You made me with your own hands. Did you forget? You couldn't be. Maria's... Sakutaro? Yeah. The lion stuffed animal you made. Ooh, God. A fierce, sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm of the hand he was grasping. I instinctively knocked away his hand, or knocked his hand away, and when I looked at my palm, a hole the size of a thumb had opened there, and thick, deep red blood was gushing out. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side. Interesting. Are you okay? Are you okay? What happened? Sakutaro also noticed my wound and panicked. Judging by his reaction, sorry for the hiccups, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury. But to my eyes, it felt like I had sustained that injury because he had grabbed my hand. Whether there was malice in him or not, I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly became strange and frightening. Go away. I don't know you. Sakutaro was just a disgusting, crappy stuffed animal, right? I don't know you. I'm not your mama. Go away. Disappear. You... Okay. Slowly, the base of Sakutaro's neck tore in a horizontal line. It gaped open and the pitch blackness inside him peeked out. There was no gushing of blood, only an endlessly empty blackness. Okay. And then, from the inside of that gash, cotton snow poured out, and he slumped over, scattering bits of cotton about. All that remained there was crumpled yellow cloth, and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. A lion-stuffed animal, without a doubt. They were the remains of the Sakutaro stuffed animal I had torn apart on that day, overcome by my emotions. The instant I admitted that, a long sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. Maria, probably. We're going grayscale. Interesting. And we're getting flashbanged. Wonderful. Are we getting the other half of this story? I guess we didn't really see the rest of this. We just saw Maria cry and we didn't really see the rest of it play out. Sorry, what is the name of this chapter? The Sweet World of Witches, okay. Ah! Sakutaro, Sakutaro, ah! Ah! Like a flood from a broken dam, or like a broken TV, Maria wailed in a high-pitched voice. Maria's voice, which made my ears throb, brought up two emotions. The first was regret. I let my emotions get the better of me and committed a terrible mistake. A mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. And in fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized in tears for what I had done, but Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had tore her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. Since I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, the other emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly, and then burst. I mean, she won't come around even when I apologize, and there's nothing I can do now anyway, and it's all Maria's fault in the first place. I mean, she can't make any friends because she's forever taken up with this make-believe stuffed animal thing, and that's why she's treated like a weirdo, and, you know, this is a good opportunity for instructive guidance. It's not like I was pampered all the time myself. Things eventually break, are stolen, are broken. Even I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, made fun of, and thrown away by my brothers and sisters and father and mother. brother and sister. She only had one sister. But though I might have cried about that, though I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents, throw a tantrum, get in a terrible mood, pound and kick the floor, and make a horrible racket. I always wanted to, but I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it in. It's because I held it in that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now in the SpongeBob text. So it seems like Rosa, unfortunately, she is the perfect example of the emotional trauma, bottle it up for 30 years and take it out on your future partner and wife. So I kind of respect the game, honestly. Real. Oh, did I skip that for no reason? I did. Suddenly I felt something strangely missing. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly and it finally breaks, so that you're left holding only the base. But I hadn't been using a tool. I had only been using my own two hands to hit Maria's head repeatedly. So I looked at my hands. Oh my god. What is happening? From my wrists onwards, my hands had snapped off, cracked off, and were gone. As though only those parts of my arms had become ceramic. No, everything beyond my wrists literally had become ceramic at some point and had broken and fallen. I'm wondering if this is like a vision that she has been put through right now in whatever like this witch world she's in. Because like we already know, Rosa should be dead right now. So I don't know if she's being like mind tortured or something in the process of everything that's been going on, but cracks had formed in them because I'd hit Maria too much and they'd fallen off. Look, see? Aren't those my hands there, lying smashed by my feet? There was no pain, but the shocking sight of both my hands breaking off at my wrists made me scream. What? What? My hands. Hands. Hey look, it's Maria, and she's definitely not in a good mood, but that was kind of already told to us by Sakutaro, so... This way you won't be able to hit me anymore. Ignore my confusion, Maria said that with a very cold voice, as she slowly moved her hands away from her head where they had been defending against my barrage. What is this? My hands! My hands! What did you do, Maria? What is this? What is this? What is this? A black silhouette was suddenly standing behind Maria. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who? Since an arm can pat a daughter's head, flip through a picture book, and make warm meals, I thought it might be alright to leave them. Mama hits my head more than she pats it. She doesn't turn the pages of a picture book. She doesn't even make food. I go buy it myself. But I'm not allowed to go to the same store over and over, not allowed to have my face remembered, not allowed to talk to policemen. Why? Why is that? Did I do something wrong? Am I not allowed to have you pat my head, have picture books read to me? Eat dinner together with you? Why? Why? It's not my fault. Not my fault. Yours. Your fault. You don't play with me, but Sakutaro did. He read books with me, watched TV with me, ate meals with me. He was a much, much more important friend than you. I'm not proud of it. But it can't be helped, can it? Mama's busy with work. Work! You know that Mama's busy with work, right? What am I supposed to do? There's nothing I can do. That is true. There is nothing to be done. Nothing to be done about injuring your daughter, tearing her heart apart, and making her tears run with blood. There's nothing to be done about the same thing happening again, right here, right now. Come, Maria. That is enough for the excuses of the woman who calls herself a mother. Can you forgive her or not? Is she innocent or else guilty? Can't forgive her. Sorry, I'm repositioning my mic. I gotta sit up here. Ugh. Can't forgive her. Mama is guilty. I'll make the same thing happen to Mama that she did to Sakutaro. Take Mama and rip her from the seam at the neck. From the seam at the neck, rip her apart and throw the cotton inside her everywhere. Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. In that instant, invisible massive arms stuck their fingernails out and grasped Rosa's entire body tightly. The bones all throughout her body made sounds like twigs being stepped on as they readily cracked and broke. Rosa vaguely understood. The massive arms are probably my own arms from the time I tore Sakutaro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, my arms must certainly have been this massive. So I could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nails stuck strongly into the base of my neck, and I heard the skin tearing with my own ears. Then, watched over by the two witches, Rose's flesh was split in two, top and bottom. When Sakutaro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes, but in Rose's case, something like thick black tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even a trace of the red of blood. It was something black, filthy and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human kept inside their body instead. This is incredible. Hideous. What filthy insides. That was splendid, Maria. Well then, is this enough for your revenge? Can you forgive your mother or not? Innocent or guilty? Can't forgive. Still can't forgive. Guilty. Beatrice brandished her pipe wand, and a surge of gold butterflies regenerated Rose's broken body in an instant. Feel your great sin, which cannot be paid for by a single human life, and remember your own grievous sin. Come, try to remember. Remember how great a sin you committed. Hello? Is that you, Mama? What time will you be back? I'm sorry. I'm busy with work again today, so I'm staying over. Staying over at work again? Your job's being hard on you again today, huh? Yeah, I'm sorry. I really am busy. I've been holed up at the company this whole time. I can't even get a breath of outside air. Mama's job isn't one I can just finish up quick. Unless I give them the best design I can, I won't be given another job. That's how tough this job is. So it always needs a lot of time. Yeah, understand. I'll be a good girl and watch over the house, so work really hard, finish it quickly, and come back home, okay? Thank you for understanding about Mama's work. I promise that I'll buy a delicious cake and bring it home with me tomorrow. Don't eat cake. Instead of taking time to go to the cake store, I'd be happier if you just came home that little bit sooner. Don't worry. I'll come back quickly, I promise. So let's eat delicious cake together. Let's drink delicious tea together. Let's read a new picture book together. Let's play with that wolves and sheep puzzle I bought recently. Both of us together. It's a promise. Yeah, promise. I'll be waiting. Do your best at work, Mama. Ho ho ho. It's a lonely story, but this is good mother-daughter love with each showing consideration for the other, is it not? Do you see any problem with it? Maria? Rosa? That promise. I believe I kept it. The next evening, didn't I do as I promised and return earlier than usual with the cake I bought? That's not it. I knew. That evening, a pay-on-delivery package came for you, but there wasn't enough money in my wallet, so I called your company to ask you what to do. I'd been told only to call at the special times, but thought it'd be bad if the package was something important for your work, so I called. And when I did, they told me you had the day off. They told me that it had been decided long ago that you would have the day off, and that you had gone far away to play. I knew. The whole time, I knew that you were lying. But you know what? Sakutaro scolded me, saying that that wasn't true. That Mama was very busy with her job every day. That there was no way she would abandon me and play. The person who told me Mama had the day off must have made some kind of mistake. That's what Sakutaro said, so I believed him. I believed him. I love Mama. I love Mama. And of course Mama loves me too. Loves me too. Yes, me too. I love you, Maria. Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Then she set the receiver back on the bedside phone. The dark room made the window-side view of the starry sky on the ground stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of that terrace was a very cold wine cooler, and the one she was enjoying a glass with was gazing at the scene below. You didn't tell your daughter that you were going on vacation? I told her once, but she made such a fuss about it that I decided not to tell her anymore. It's less of a pain that way. If you're worried about your daughter, surely you didn't have to force this into your schedule. But that way we'd never get our schedules to match. Didn't I say not to worry about that? The slender middle-aged man clad in a white robe gave us— The Pope? Rosa reacted sensitively to that slight action. Come on, let's not talk about my daughter. It'd be a waste of this excellent wine. I find you fascinating as both a woman and a human being, but for that very reason, I feel bad about taking so much of your time that it strains your relationship with your daughter. Aren't I always asking you not to worry about my relationship with my daughter? I make sure not to talk about her when I'm alone with you, don't I? I wouldn't even have phoned from up here if it weren't for the noisy drunks laughing stupidly in the lobby downstairs. Rosa, couldn't you reconsider sudden vacations like this in the future? For your daughter's sake. Isn't it alright if we only do it when our schedules match? But then our schedules won't match at all. Don't you understand? I want to be with you all the time. That's how a child behaves when they're in love. Love between adults should be a little more stoic. Rosa, I feel sad too that I can never stay with you for very long, but I think we're enjoying a very full adult romance with the limited time and opportunities we have. So you're telling me to be with my daughter more? Don't be a woman, be a mother? That's what you wish for too, isn't it? You must want to spend some relaxed time with your daughter. I'm not going anywhere. I'm trying to say that I think it's sad for you to sacrifice your daughter so you can prioritize your time with me. Okay. Shout out to emotionally mature person. I was expecting, well, I guess if he's middle-aged, I'd hope so. I would flip and hope so. Okay. Did you pass? Oh, okay, never mind. I take it back instantly. Actually, wait, they might not be together. It could just be that... It could be that he has, like, an ex-wife. Did you patch things up with your wife? You've started thinking you don't want to split... never mind, I take it back. I don't want to talk about my wife, just like you don't want to talk about your daughter. You've started thinking that women with children are a pain. I've never said anything of the sort. Whenever someone finds out I have a child, they desert me. Even when I tell them they don't need to worry about the cost of raising her, they all desert me. I thought you understood about my daughter, but it looks like you really don't like women with children. That's not what I'm saying. Of course I like you, Rosa. I'm just trying to say to take better care of your daughter. You must want that yourself, so I don't want to hurt yourself by lying to your daughter. I don't want you to hurt yourself. That's all I'm saying. Liar. You just can't be bothered to deal with me anymore, can you? I never said that. No, I know. I can tell. After being abandoned so many times because of that child, I know. I can tell by your mood, yes, you're the same. You're just like the other men. You don't want a woman with a child, and you don't want a divorce. You don't want to deal with it. You don't want to become the parent of a child made with another man, right? No, of course you don't. I know exactly how that feels. I went out with a man with children. I absolutely understood that feeling. That's why I believed that I could be together with you, a person who understood about my daughter. That's right. You were always in the way. Not for you. I would have been able to grasp my happiness as a woman long ago. Your existence constantly gets in the way of my happiness. Ma. Even I didn't want to give birth to you. No, that's wrong. I did think it'd be nice to build a happy family together with you. But he disappeared right before you were born. He said he'd build a warm family with me. He tricked me and disappeared from my sight for all eternity. Only you were left. No love or memories or anything remained. Where is that man now? He probably just turned my days with him into a warm memory and found a new love. Maybe that time he managed to build up a happy family. And me? I have you. I can't even look for love. Men can go between women as they like and brag about it. But the woman, me, I have you. I have you as a stone weight, and because of you I can't search for romance. I can't have love. I have no choice but to live alone. No, I'm not even allowed that. I'm not even allowed a night to myself to drown my sorrows. Who are you? Who? You ruined my life and won't even let me have a new one. Just what are you to my life? Die. Disappear. I've hated you since the time you were born. I've hated you since the time you were in my womb. But I tried to stay positive and accept you. I've been doing my best to play the part of a good mother. Yeah, I did my best. As other women of my generation enjoyed being single, sometimes playing with passion, or even being joined with someone in love, I watched from the sidelines, stuck wearing the two hats of a mother and a woman. Who ever showed appreciation for my efforts? No one admired me, no one praised me. I got what I deserved. You don't want a woman with a kid? Sour grapes? You're looking for a girl who's sweet and pure? Well, who the hell wants you, you goddamn inexperienced punk? I was so desperate. I probably looked like I'd fall for you easy. Yes, damn right I was desperate. I'm still at the age where I want to know love, and I was being swamped with work and caring for my child, and when I realized that I would probably grow old and live out my life like this, you can't even imagine how desperate I was. Of course, I hate your real father too, but he and I both share the blame for bringing about that breakup. I myself might have been enough of a pain in the ass to make him run away, but the breakups after that, all of them were your fault. When did I ever scold you for that? Never, did I? The day after one man left me, when I wanted to drink myself dead drunk, was Parents' Day at your school. I was there, my tear-stained eyes disguised with heavy makeup, and the way I felt when you said something off the mark and the whole class laughed at you is something I expect you and everyone else on this planet couldn't possibly understand. I hate you, loathe you, and up to this very moment, I've never really loved you even once. And then she yelled. Okay, Rosa's having a little bit of a fit. I understand it. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but she's kind of losing it. Maria's face was frozen. If words really were blades, Maria's whole body would probably have been stained red with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Sakutaro, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth. I know, man, I want to like Rosa, but she just keeps, every time I'm like, okay, Rosa, I get it, I understand, and then it's like, okay, you're just cruel. She's just cruel at every turn. Ugly. Oh, how ugly is a woman drowning in lust. This is woman's true nature. Okay, Beatrice, calm down here. We don't need the Andrew Tate walks in. Play the theme song. Even I, as a 1,000-year-old witch who has explored the depths of evil, find this most difficult to watch. Ah, Maria, now is the time for you and her to part ways. Smash the ugly lump of meat that calls herself your mother. There's no meaning in your pure soul being bound any longer by the chains of parent and child. With your own hand, release your own soul now. You have now gained the teeth and claws to protect yourself. Oh, Jesus. Now I'll make you learn all the days of pain I went through. I'll get revenge for my days of suffering. Aren't you the one who's been making me suffer? I'm the one who wants revenge. I should have done that before you were born. I should have never given birth to you. Get out of my life. As Rosa howled, her upper body was crushed in a way that can only be described by the word splat, and in an instant was turned into something similar to a wrung, blood-stained towel. Get crushed. Can't forgive. Can't forgive. Beatrice laughs. You filth. That form suits you. Even though everything from Rosa's waist downwards was upright as normal, the upper half of her body alone was crushed. The extreme difference was altogether bizarre. Then she fell over, but her body was regenerated the instant it fell. She actually is somewhat of a professional hater. I kind of respect it, to be honest with you, as terrible as she is. You die. Come, Maria. Is this all there is to your anger and sadness? Now is the time for revenge. Time for the settlement of anger and sadness. Take it out on her. Spit it out at her. Push out all the wedges that have been driven into your chest and fling them back. Wow, wow! As she yells. Maria's howl was colored by the ugly sound of flesh and bone being simultaneously crushed. As Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lay spread-eagled, a neat, perfectly circular area of her chest was squashed into a pulp as though it had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. That might have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today. So, Maria, are you now satisfied? Can you forgive your mother's sin, or not? Innocent, or guilty? Can't forgive. Still can't forgive. Can't forgive at all. Mama is guilty, 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 can't forgive. Naturally, how could your days of anguish be equaled by this level of punishment? You will learn, Rosa. Come, try to remember what form did you have. Revive in order to be killed. Be killed in order to purify your sins over and over. Sorry, I was taking a drink. Beato waved her wand, her body was regenerated again, and Rosa sat up, coughing violently in pain. And once again she spat out, oh my god, dude, she has so much hate. And once again she spat out curses rejecting Maria. You aren't Mama. You're a witch tormenting me and Mama. I won't forgive you just because you look like Mama. Won't forgive you. You're the witch. Always reading creepy books and playing witches. You're the one who should disappear. Because of you, even I get treated like a weirdo. Because of you. Because of you! I should never have given birth to you. I wish you had never been born. I hated you since before you were born. Ooh-ah! Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? Or else was she taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet this was the reality that had to be accepted. Even Maria knew. She had known that she was thought of as a nuisance. And even though she knew it, she did not believe it. She believed that she was loved by her mother, and all the various events that should have made her doubt this, she did her utmost to interpret in a positive light, trusting and clinging to her mother's love. But she had no one except her mama. Despite all of this, she really did love her mama, and wanted to return to the days when she could still believe that her mama loved her too. So she howled. She brought everything to nothing. She would not accept it. She denied it. She denied the Black Witch making her mother say such things, and the part of herself that couldn't forgive that mother. But she couldn't deny it. This was reality, fact, truth, the answer. Unmistakable, absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over. In this dark world that reflected her heart over and over, it echoed, that ugly sound which would make one want to cover their ears of flesh and bone being torn apart. Each time Beatrice revived Rosa, she dragged her back into the world of endless torture from which even death was no escape. This was the true deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will, because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, Beatrice asked the same question of Maria. Are you satisfied, Maria? Can your anger forgive your mother? No way, won't forgive. I'll teach you all of my pain, teach you much, much more. Still not enough, not close to enough, since before I was born. I can't erase the anger and sadness of being despised for all that time. I hate you. As she screams again and again she revived her, again and again she returned her to a lump of meat. In all kinds of ways she crushed her, smashed her, beat her and tore her to bits. Flying blood spatter and flesh had by now turned the once pitch-black world into a mix of red and black. Maria's anger was still not settling down. It was as though she was disgorging all of the rage she had suppressed from the time of her birth until today. If all that was poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Could these pointless atrocities save her soul even just a little bit? This endless torture might have started serving as a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she had finally been able to regain her smile. Learn it. You, the source of my unhappiness. Learn it. Learn that my pain is greater than this. What's wrong? Aren't you going to laugh anymore? Try and laugh. Half of her skull collapsed, eyeballs flew out, and black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered. Come on, revive. Try and laugh. Come on. Is this a challenge, bro? Rosa is a fucking crazy hater. Her whole chest along with her ribs turned inside out, spewing her filthy innards everywhere around her. All of them writhed, looking like some sort of foul creature. Come on, revive. Can you still laugh? No laugh this time, apparently. Rosa couldn't let out a laugh anymore, but her face was laughing. It was covered with a twisted laugh, which was filled with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice. Next I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it, I'll crush it, I'll tear it to bits. Jesus Christ. Laugh. Try and laugh, Mama. What's wrong, Mama? Wake up. Read me a picture book. Let's go take a walk. Tell me you love me. Make a promise for next Sunday. Let's go shopping. Let's go to the movies. And then, of course, break that promise anyway. Isn't it fun, Mama? Isn't it fun? I'm playing with you now. That's right. You are now playing with your mother, having fun with her. Tell me your emotions now. I believe they should not be of anger or sadness or pain. Yeah, you're right. I can feel it, Beatrice. I'm having so much fun now. I'm playing with Mama, so it's tons of fun. And even though I'm killing Mama over and over again, I can bring her back to life with just a single bit of magic. I took care of my toys because I couldn't fix them if they broke. But if the toys could be fixed, I'd want to break them over and over again. As she laughs. But Sakutaro won't be fixed. He can't be fixed. Because Mama who made him, Mama who gave birth to him won't accept him. Hey Maria, you can probably... Oh, sorry, I cracked my neck. You can probably take that as a little bit of a token of yourself at the same time. Your mother is not going to accept you. So, you can't be fixed from whatever way you might be broken, but... I'm not accepted by Mama either, am I? So the broken Maria can't be fixed anymore either. As she laughs. Ah, it's fun. It's so much fun, Mama. I'm having so much fun that somehow I'm starting to feel like I could forgive you. Hey, Beato, this is a really strange emotion. Why? Why have I started to feel like I could forgive Mama? That is the enlightened state that is only reached by witches who have gained the power to control life and death at will. You can kill her at any time. You can bring her back to life if needed. If she becomes a pain, then you can simply kill her once more. Once you've learned that you can do this at any time simply by snapping your fingers, the nonsense of the human realm, all of it becomes unworthy of lending an ear to, of less importance than the chirping of insects. You begin to feel like forgiving your mother not because your eyes were open to your mother's love. You began to feel like forgiving your mother not because your eyes were open to your mother's love, it's because now, as of that moment, you stand at the entrance to the world of true witches. Welcome, Maria, to the profound and sweet world of witches. I've done it. I'm not Maria anymore. Still an apprentice maybe, but I've surpassed the human world. Now I'm the apprentice witch of origins, Maria. There's nothing to make me feel bitter, nothing to make me sad. Mama, I'll forgive you. I'm sure I can forgive you. I think I'll be able to forgive you after doing just a little bit more. After all, I am a witch. Yeah, I do feel bad for Maria. I don't know, there's like a half and half going on where the problem is like you kind of only have the option to feel bad for Maria because the stuff with Rosa, as terrible as it is, it's like, oh god, there's like such a, I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say. It's not that Rosa should have to live with the consequence of what happened, because it's not really a good way to put it, but the sad reality of the world is that, and it probably still should be this way as terrible as it is that we're going to care a lot more about the suffering of an innocent kid than of an adult. And it's not to say that Rosa deserves what happened to her, or that she's been put in a shit situation where all of Rosa's things that she was saying was actually probably almost entirely correct. It's just that it seems her hatred is misplaced. Like, I don't necessarily think you should hate your kid for it. You might have feelings of resentment about everything that happened, but it's probably not healthy to shuck it off onto your kid, but Maria probably would forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times, generously. Another flashbang. Second, let me take a drink here. Oh, Jesus, I went down the wrong hole. It's okay, we're good. We're fine. I'm okay. I'm trolling. First death live on stream from inhaling drink down wrong hole? Oh no. Yeah, I think I'm good. It actually wasn't that bad. Whoa, that last Thunderbolt was huge. Must be pretty close, don't you think? Sounds like it. No matter how old you get, thunder still makes you jump. I used to hate thunder when I was a kid, and I love it so fucking much. Battler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Every once in a while, a pale white lightning bolt would light up the sky, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Oh? Please, Battler, you're making so much noise that Maria's woken up now. Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Battler's so noisy. What the heck? It's my fault. Sorry, Maria. You can go back to sleep. Night-night. Maria was looking a bit hazy with drowsy eyes. She was probably still half asleep and couldn't think straight. Ugh. Had enough. Won't sleep. It's okay, sleep. You're still half asleep right now. Not half asleep. Ugh. Oh, come on. You're blatantly half asleep. Lie back down, lie back down. Not half asleep. Not half asleep. Quit it, Battler, you dumbass. Oh, God. What are you thinking getting a kid who's just woken up into a bad mood? Not half asleep. Not half asleep. As she wails and cries. Jesus. I understand, Maria. You aren't half asleep, so calm down. Not half asleep. Not half asleep. Maybe it was because of her dubious mental state after waking up, but Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. In Battler's mind, he had only been teasing her a little bit, so he was taken aback by this extreme overreaction. George hugged her and held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't quelled so easily. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying it's your fault. It's your fault too. Hey, be quiet, you two. Jessica, there was still some hot water in the pot, right? Could you make some tea for her? Bro, I thought these people were Japanese, not British. This is like insane levels of tea consumption. Did you calm down, Maria? Ugh. It looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit, but she was still glaring at Battler, who had made fun of her with sharp eyes. Battler was just messing around. He doesn't really think you're half asleep, so calm down. Alright. George noticed. Maria was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And, despite having just displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while savoring, or else counting each he. As though each time she said he, she was making something brutal happen over and over. Maria's doing the mental health strategy of whenever you get into an argument with someone, blowing them up in your mind over and over. George felt something creepy for a split second, but he wasn't able to notice the madness that, for a brief moment, peeked out of the depths of that girl's eyes. After remaining spaced out for a short period of time, Maria stopped her bizarre quiet laugh and pushed George's arm aside as though telling him to let go. Ugh, forgive him. Really? You're such a good girl, Maria. Battler, Maria forgave you. Make up with her. Sorry for teasing you. Forgive me. Here you go, Maria. We made you cafe au lait to show we've made up with you. So, coffee with milk. It's got lots of sugar in it, so it's sweet. Don't want it, but forgive you. Because I'm a witch. Hee hee hee. One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice, but it was only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that, probably, it had only looked that way for an instant when a flash of lightning had lit up her cheek with a pale white light. Then they heard the sound of loud and hasty footsteps rushing towards them from the hall. It was about 10:30 at night, a time that could safely be called late at night. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was not very peaceful. Then, along with a clearly disquieting and wild series of knocks, they heard Goda and Kumasawa's voices. That clearly told them this was an abnormal situation. Oh yeah, dude, Maria had been dreaming about that. Children, are you there? Are you there? It's Goda. It's Kumasawa. Is everyone alright? What shall I do? What shall I do? When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella. What's gotten into you two? What's happened? It was the Master Kraus, everyone, he... I was about to say chapter end, and it did, but very weirdly in a way I didn't think it was going to. So it's 10:30 about, it looks like? Yeah, 10:37. Dungeon. Oh, we're gonna find out that there's actually a fucking dungeon. It actually is Higurashi. It was a pitch black room. There were no windows, and by the light from the weak bulb, one could only just barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten, dusty, underground storehouse with some kind of furniture haphazardly thrown into it. However, even with just a little light, one could at least tell that it probably wasn't a storehouse, because the room was sealed off with iron bars. Where is this? Not a clue. Is this place underneath the mansion? I'm trying to remember, were these the ones that were killed? Rudolph was killed. Rosa was killed. Ava and Hideyoshi were killed. Natsui was killed. No, these are the ones that are alive. Who was the last one? Genji. Genji was the other one that was killed. Was there this kind of room directly underneath the dining hall? They had been dropped into what appeared to be a pit and fallen into this room. Okay, so this is interesting. We're going to put Kraus plus Kiri plus presumably everyone else that got swallowed by Gap, or in a dungeon of sorts. They had all fallen into this room, making an insinuation that there is trapdoors of some kind in the dining hall. Sorry, I gotta just show my notes while I type. And the ones who were not captured were those who ran. Goda plus Kumasawa. if this makes sense. So the only ones who were not captured, I should say only ones, not the only one. The only ones who were not captured were those who ran Goda Kumasawa. If we view this as a physical description, makes sense why Gap wasn't able to capture them. In reality, they couldn't be thrown into this dungeon room since they ran out of the area where you could fall into the dungeon. So it's sort of like a duh, no shit. Therefore, it would be appropriate to think that this room was directly below the dining hall. However, not even Krauss could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in the beloved dining hall where he had enjoyed his meals for years, and that directly below it was this dungeon-like room. But the ceiling, when they looked up, was made of rugged stone, and they could not understand from where in that ceiling they could have fallen. No, all 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing. Although they had felt the sensation of being dropped into a pit, there was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly underneath it. I'm kind of surprised by Kinzo showing up, but I didn't think that... It's gonna sound sort of weird. I had it in my notes a little bit that... How do I word this? I never thought of the angle that they proposed at the end of the 3rd episode, or maybe it was at the start of this, sorry, it was the first part of this episode, that there might not actually be people that... Because the way that they posited it, initially was that maybe Kinzo had died years before, or some indeterminate amount of time before the game started, and that was the reason why nobody had ever seen him in any of the games, or in pretty much any of the games, and that there actually was only 18 people on the island, but they had snuck somebody in either under an alias or etc. The only thing that... I didn't think that Kinzo was going to be dead, but I'm not 100% sold that that idea is entirely wrong yet. I feel like that could still very well be true. I would say that I was like semi-surprised by it because he did finally like come down, but I think if we were to buy into that theory that Kinzo was dead all along, there's a few things. Like, first of all, we know that the game is an unreliable narrator, right? This is something that I'll probably be talking about a lot tomorrow, that a lot of the stuff that the game shows I don't think is to be taken literally in the sense that the events they show are actually happening. It could be a much more dumbed down or maybe an entirely different scene than what's being shown, especially if we're being shown magic version of events. But there was multiple times that Kinzo, and again, it could be chalked up to unreliable narrator stuff, but I think there's like, it's sort of weird because you have to find like this proper balance. You're kind of like walking a tightrope a little bit and balancing like at what points you want to consider the narrator to be reliable versus times you want the narrator to be unreliable, because if we take the narrator to be unreliable at all times, we literally can reason nothing from this entire fucking game. From my current understanding, any time that magic is present in a scene, I am assuming it is an unreliable representation of events, and any other time, I'm assuming that it's probably close to reliable. Maybe there's like certain details that are omitted, but I think with the magic thing, it's almost like you're putting like whiteout over what happened and rewriting it entirely, whereas in this particular example, it'd be like, if there's no magic present, it's like you're covering words with like your thumb or something, so you can maybe see some of the picture, but maybe there's some parts of the picture that aren't exactly revealed to you. But to circle back, I guess, to the Kinzo point, I wasn't too much bought into the fact that Kinzo was actually like dead the entire time. Only point being, especially in the first episode, Natsui is one of the only people that's the non-servants, because this is the other thing too, we could view the servants as unreliable narrators, because we know the servants would lie, especially Shannon Cannon and Genji would lie in favor of Kinzo, but the other two don't necessarily, especially Goda. I don't know so much Kumasawa. Kumasawa is, I guess, a little bit of a wild card in this respect, but we know that Goda is probably more reliable to Krauss and Natsui than he is to Kinzo, even though technically he does serve Kinzo most. And so you could say at a certain point that like, oh, the servants are unreliable because they would have a reason to lie for Kinzo, they would have a reason to cover for him. But like, we had other characters who wouldn't necessarily have a reason to lie about Kinzo, like Nanjo, for example, right? Nanjo sees Kinzo multiple times in some of the other episodes. Natsui sees Kinzo in that first episode. So I never really bought into the fact that Kinzo is dead. Now, the thing that I could buy into, which I don't think is true for Kinzo, but could be true for somebody else, is that we have somebody who has subsumed another person in the family's identity. The only thing that becomes confusing for me with that narrative is that to me there's only 2 people that it would really make sense for, because you would imagine that the siblings kind of know what each other look like, they see each other every year, etc. There's not really many people that are absent from the conference. The only people that are absent from the conference would be Kinzo and Battler. So unless Battler is not who he says he is, which again, I'm not putting out the idea of a possibility that I don't know how it would work. I'll say this as an asterisk. I've said this before. I won't get too bogged down in this, but I'm pretty convinced that it's not the same single person that is committing the murders in every single episode thus far. There might be a person that is like a puppet master that is pulling the strings or puppeteering, but I don't necessarily think it is like the same person that is doing it every single time, because if you look at the spread of deaths that have happened so far over the course of all the game, it's never the same people, and the order of which doesn't really make sense. Now, there's some people that are more suspicious or not because of the fact that they tend to either die earlier or die later every time. Like, for instance, Maria has only died, as far as I can say, once, I think. She died in the last episode on the second Twilight. But every other time that Maria dies is at the end of the episode. So it's not exactly the most, like, she definitely has a little bit of sus going on with, like, what's going on with Maria. Normally, I think in like most mystery games, you would probably sit there and you would think that, you know, it's a child, so you probably don't suspect a child. But again, without getting into details of Higurashi too much, I'm not going to single out the fact that children are a lot more potentially evil or complicit or guilty than anyone else. But yeah, I basically my current theory that I think there's somebody in some way that is puppeteering. I kind of hope, I'm going to be honest with you, in my heart of hearts, I hope it is not like a 19th person. The one thing with mystery novels and stuff, that because I love mystery as a genre, I consume a lot of mystery stuff, and the one thing that I dislike the most, there's two things. One is when, this game will kind of fall into this category a little bit, Higurashi did, and it's not so much a fault of the game, it's just that it's so complex, which is that sometimes in, yeah, Higurashi is, there's not like a ton of tie-ins, but it follows the same, I guess to give you like a very basic, it's written by the same people that wrote this game, or at least the same author. Actually, it might have been just the author, because I think Umineko, the guy, added on people into the studio, so I don't know if there's like other writer credits, but I'm pretty sure it was mostly just him for Higurashi, although maybe it was other people. Predominantly him for the most part, regardless. It takes place, I think, 3 years prior to Umineko, in like a village in the mountains in Japan, where a kid is basically moving back to the town that he grew up in. I think it was the town that he grew up in. And over the course of the episodes in the game, very similar to Umineko, at the end of each episode, it's like a reset. So it's kind of like a new timeline. And the way that Higurashi works is that there's basically like murders that are happening in the town that are based around the village festival that happens every year on the same day. And every year during that festival, one person dies and one person goes missing, and all these people that die or go missing are people that are dissenters of the village, and this has been happening for like 4 or 5 years in a row prior to your character showing up. And the way that Higurashi works is piecing together the mystery of what's happening from the info that you get in each episode, because if you view it kind of like a bottleneck, if you've ever seen Steins Gate, I feel like I use Steins Gate way too much to describe this, but you can think about the start of every episode of Higurashi, or actually they're called chapters in Higurashi, which is why I always call these chapters instead of episodes, is that basically the start of the game in each chapter of Higurashi is like the branching point where everything sprays out and the events become different, but they all share like a common timeline. They're all exactly the same prior to the start of the game. So the way that you solve the mystery in Higurashi is about getting info within each episode that relates to stuff before the episode started, before the game started, and then the info from before the game started, excuse me, because most of the like serial killing that happened in Higurashi happened before the game started, and then you can piece together what happened, the whole mystery, throughout the game after that point, even though the events of each episode are different. But the theme of Umineko, where like, you know, you go through the whole episode, it ends, it loops, it's like a very, very similar in that same vibe. And the thing that I wonder in this game is I don't think it's going to be the same person every single time, but there might be somebody in some way that, let's say, I'm not super bought into the magic being like a real thing in this game, but if I were to buy into some of it, I would imagine that there is somebody on the island who has the ability to, let's say, make somebody go insane, we'll say, or make somebody have like a blood rage, or whatever it might be. You know, they can put it onto somebody and that person becomes a killer, and then that person for that episode carries out the killings. Now, you might look at like a specific episode, because we can look at episode 3. To me, it seems pretty obvious with Ava that, you know, Ava was the killer in episode 3. It doesn't seem, difficult to understand at all. I think the game almost spells it out for you. In fact, I think the game almost gives it to you as a gimme to help you understand the rest of the game. Now, the only thing is that same thing that what Ava did happening in every other chapter? But we know it can't be Ava because she dies in the first Twilight in the second chapter. She dies in the second Twilight she dies in the second Twilight in the first chapter. She dies in the first Twilight in this chapter, right? So it doesn't really make sense so much if you look specifically at just Ava, unless you want to assume that there's like some fake death shit going on, which is very possible. I'm not going to say that it's necessarily impossible that people are faking deaths, but I think it could be much more likely that you have somebody that has some ability to cause like turmoil, to cause some amount of thing to start. Or it could just be that something happens in every single episode that, let's say, the thing that's weird too that we know, again, I don't want to get too much into this because I'll probably end up retreading all this ground tomorrow whenever I do the theory stream, but there's some level of, we know that in the first 2 chapters nobody found the gold. I don't think the end card at the game would lie to us about somebody finding the gold. We saw the difference in episode 3 when Ava won, that it said, Ava is the, yeah, basically, so that you could have someone who's like a puppet master that for somehow is inciting the murders. Again, I don't know by what method they're inciting it, but let's say we have some mastermind or some puppet master that is inciting the murders. Higurashi, kind of, not really. Higurashi is weird, sort of. It's not the same, but there's parts of it that are kind of similar, but I wouldn't say it's the same overall. I just don't want to like spoil Higurashi, I guess, for you if you're interested in it, but no, in Higurashi, it's just that there's like different events that play out in every chapter, but you end up finding the common thread later on between all of them, but it like makes no sense when you're playing it. And I'm assuming this game is very similar, that like when you're done, when you watch Higurashi and you know how the story plays out, it's really obvious. Yeah, exactly. So I won't, I don't even want to like give you any idea about it, but yeah, I think that there's some chance that there's a puppet master in this game. And again, I don't know. It could actually be magic. But my thing with this game is like, I don't know how to word this. Well, I'll save it for the theory stream. I have a working theory in my mind about how everything is fitting together, kind of, and sort of an explanation for magic. But I want to see what happens in this chapter, because this chapter, depending on what happens, could potentially throw a wrench in the cogs. I'm assuming that the same thing that was true of Higurashi, I'm assuming it's the same in this game, that when you're done up to episode 4, technically if you were like a wunderkind, or realistically if you've played the game before, you would be able to tell who the killer is, and you're like, oh my god, it's so obvious. But without a lot of the info, it's kind of impossible to know. And it's not that it's necessarily impossible, maybe you could like kind of guess, because I think, again, I won't say any names of any characters or anything, but I think that in Higurashi, when I did my theories in Higurashi, I said Higurashi like 4 times in a sentence there. I'm pretty sure that I had who the final killer was, or who the person was. I had that person in my list of suspects, but I don't think they were like at the top of my list. But I had them down. So I think this could be very similar. I don't know if you've ever played any of the Danganronpa games, but I can kind of view it the same way, that like there's so much random shit in like Danganronpa trials that happens, where shit happens and it's like you don't even have all the info until you're partway through the trial, because sometimes in those games evidence gets introduced like halfway through. So it's actually impossible sometimes in some of the cases to, not in all of them, but like in Danganronpa, for instance, you can play through it and you can get to certain cases. I would say with the exception, the first game I think is actually the most consistent, that you can probably put together a lot of the crimes if you really think through it. And there's definitely some cases in the other 2 that you can definitely figure it out, but there's a lot of them that there's just like so much info thrown at you, and there's some info that doesn't get entered until you're like partway through, that it's sort of impossible to know. But you can kind of get a good idea. And you can have a short list of like 4 people and be like, I think it's one of you fuckers, and you'd probably know. You'd probably be like, halfway through, you're like, oh, sure, boom. Yeah, I would say that V3 was also, I think with V3, I've said this before, I don't want to get into my tirade on Danganronpa, but I think that Danganronpa 1 is actually my favorite, even though it has the worst cases, because I think the story of Danganronpa fits the best, and I think it's pretty consistent through most of it. I think 2 has the best cases, but I think 2 has the worst story overall. And I think 3 kind of ran into the problem where 3 has good cases, but I think they had to try and start like going more off the wall, because it's one of those things where like you don't really want to retread old ground of stuff that you've already done in the other games. So naturally, the more the series goes on, you have to get more creative and more out there to make some of the cases. And I think in V3 it made it so that even some of the far-fetched shit in 2, it was like way too far-fetched in 3. But so one thing I'm going to do in this notes here is that I'm sort of a V2 hater in Danganronpa. Or not V2, sorry. Danganronpa 2 hater. I like V3. I think if I had to put them on a list, I would go 1, 3, 2 in terms of overall enjoyment. But I think in terms of cases, it would be 2, 3, 1. In terms purely of characters, the problem with 2 is I think actually those, as a whole cast, I think I might like 2 the most. But all the characters I like died really early in 2. So, okay, sorry, let's get back to this. I'll reread the line because it's been so long. Although they had felt the sensation of being dropped into a pit, there was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly underneath it. But in point of fact, they had fallen into this place and were locked in, and so they were confused. It is lucky that no one was hurt after falling from such a height. Shannon, Cannon, did either of you two know about this room? No. We also have no knowledge of any room like this. Really? Really? We really don't know any room like this. It seemed that Kiri thought there was a good chance that despite their age, they might know of the mansion's secret tricks as servants permitted the one-way eagle. There was a long silence as if evaluating their answer. No, it's probably true that they don't know. What chapter is this? Is 13? Yeah, okay. It's probably true that they don't know. Shannon is a very tidy person after all. If she had known about this room, it would probably have been scrubbed until it was sparkling. The filth of this room is proof that you two don't know about it. Okay, so this is interesting. It's a room that is dirty. I should say the dungeon room is dirty. God, why do I have a float in my eye? Dungeon room is dirty. Servants may not know of it, or at the very least, are not instructed to clean it. More importantly than that, I think we should worry about what to do now, don't you? Exactly. We need to call the police, or rather, call for medical. Dude, Nanjo's so happy, man. He actually got lines in this fucking thing. He actually did pop off pretty hard at the end of the last thing. It was like his biggest pop-off moment in the whole series so far. Probably had most of his lines in that part, too. Or rather, call for medical assistance as soon as possible. Nanjo's words rang hollow. Obviously. 6 people have been killed in the dining hall. Okay, the one thing in this game that I will say, and I don't really know, I can't really shit on it too much, because it's just something that happens in a lot of, like, stories, and I understand why you can't do it this way. Everybody seems to get over these deaths, like, super quick. Like, somebody dies, and they're just like, okay, well, you know, back to, like, Kiri, bro, you didn't even shed a tear for Rudolph, bro. You're, like, back immediately into problem-solving mode. Like, no time to mourn, no, like, oh my god, my husband is dead, like, none of that shit. You're just, like, right onto it. I understand everybody reacts in different ways, and I also understand that they can't have the story just, like, seize up entirely because every character is, like, a broken mess, so for the sake of having the story move forward, sure, but it's like, damn, bro, you guys got no, like, inner turmoil about everything that happened, like your loved ones, your whole family just getting like knocked off, and you're just going about your day like, it's okay, well, we're in a dungeon now, let's figure out how we got here. Like, okay, damn, bro, I'd be a little bit pissed, I'd be a little bit upset at least. Fucking Kraus watched his wife get like absolutely annihilated in front of him. Poor Natsui, man, too. This poor fucking girl actually just annihilated in every episode. The one thing that is true that I'm gonna point out, which may or may not be important later on. I guess we will see. Are my glasses dirty? No. This is, I think, going to be of importance for the theory stream, because it's been mulling around in my head, is that in every single chapter, right, I believe, actually no, not true, not in episode 3, Natsui either died, so with the exception of episode 3, so we'll put an asterisk on that, but with the exception of that, Natsui has died in the first Twilight of every single, or had her life attempted on the first Twilight, because Natsui, if you remember in episode 1, she was attacked on the first Twilight, but she was asleep in her room, and she had the scorpion charm on her door that Jessica gave her that stopped it from happening. And that charm was given to Jessica by Maria. And so then it becomes a question of, like, why is it that Natsui seems to be inordinately targeted? We'll probably do this tomorrow when I go through everything, but tallying up, like, in what Twilights were people killed and see if there's any trend to that. I'm also going to see if I can solve the epitaph. I don't think I'll be able to, but... because I think the epitaph might be like a Japanese language meme, so I have a funny feeling that I will not be able to solve that myself. But 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. They'd all witnessed the exact moments when the 6 had been killed, and what's more, it had been done by half destroying their heads. The other thing too, sorry, I hate to keep pausing like this, because I do want to try and finish this in a somewhat timely fashion. It's interesting that, it's very interesting that in this chapter in particular, Beatrice says, like, oh, I made sure that I smashed the half of everyone's faces, not only because it's, like, fucked up, but because that way you can't deny that it's them. First of all, if you were able to create a body that was so convincing, but, like, you couldn't copy the face, that doesn't mean anything to me. I think more so what it makes you think is, like, why in particular was it only half the face? Because I don't buy the explanation of, like, oh, I did it so you could identify the corpse. Like, yeah, bull fucking shit you did. I don't know. I think there's probably more to about why it's only half of it. Because, again, then the question would become in the first episode, why was it in particular that I think it was Kiri and Rudolph only? Well, she said that in, like, the Witch World, that they made it so that it was more identifiable, so that they could identify the corpses. You could say with 100% certainty that it was them. There would be no way that you could fake it, or blah, blah, blah. I don't, first of all, I'm pretty sure if she really wanted to, if the killer really wanted to fake it, if they were this talented, etc., you know. I don't really buy that explanation. But I feel like there has to be some reasoning, because it comes back to the first episode. What was the reasoning why only the 2 that had half their face smashed in the first episode have it smashed? Because if she had this idea behind it, talking about, again, the other thing too is to think about, like, how much of this, the other thing too, sorry, I have so much thoughts rattling around in my brain, which is why I might just push it all down and wait till tomorrow. Yeah, it was Kraus and Shannon were the 2 that only had half their faces smashed. But the interesting is, why those 2? But more so, the better question is not so why those 2, because if we look at this chapter now, everybody had their face only smashed half. But now the better question would be, why was it that those people that had their full face smashed in the first episode, why did they have their full face smashed? Because clearly they had the ability to only smash half the face. If everybody's face was fully smashed in the first episode, and then she was like, oh, you know, you guys could fake deaths, I get it, blah, 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 that's why I only smashed half, you'd be like, okay, sure. But then why is it like a mix and match? You would expect it would be all or none, right? The other thing too is to think, like, in what way would somebody be killed that such their face would be smashed? To be fair, this is the other thing you have to remember too. In the first chapter, they made it pretty clear that when the faces were smashed, it was done after death. These people were already dead and their faces were mutilated after the fact. So again, there's another thing to that where it's hard to... I also want to check right now. I know they said that people were dead, but are they showing as dead yet? See, they don't show as dead yet in the character thing. I don't know. I don't want to get too much onto this, because I do want to try and progress, but I don't I don't buy it. There's something stinks here, and I don't know what it is, but... And what's more, had been done by half destroying their heads. Anyone could tell with just a single glance that they had been dealt a fatal injury. Everyone understood that calling for an ambulance now would be completely meaningless. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. We already understand that our partners are no longer alive. Thanks for trying to console us by mentioning medical assistance. Natsui. Once again, an oppressive silence took control of them. Is Kiri like a fucking war veteran, dude? I swear, she is like... I don't know. Kiri is way too smart for this fucking game. That's probably why she ends up getting whacked so much. But Crouch shook his head harshly. This is the other thing, too. Fuck, okay, look. This is the last time I'm pausing, and then I'm forcing myself to continue. If there was somewhat of like I always thought about this in Danganronpa. You have like a double-edged sword that the people that we would think is smarter. So I would say, generally speaking, Kiri seems like she's the smartest character in the game. If you're the killer, it would probably be to your advantage to try and get Kiri out of there as fast as possible. Now, you also have a little bit of the flip side that it's probably also going to be a bit harder to get Kiri into a position where you can just kill her easily. But it makes me wonder why Kiri isn't targeted more. Because if it was me, if I'm the killer on this island, if I want to flip over the chessboard, as they always say, bro, I'd be getting Kiri's ass out of there instantly. I'd be thinking like, man, there is no fucking way. And again, this is the other thing too that I mentioned earlier. There is other people on this island that 100% have the ability to retain info from loop to loop. We know, I would say with utmost certainty, I will find the line because I know I put it in my notes somewhere. Kinzo mentions at the start of one of the episodes, I believe it was the start of episode 3, he's like, oh, so that's how the game is going to go this time after one of the Twilights. Actually, it might be episode 2 where he lives through the first Twilight. I don't remember the exact details, but I'm like near positive that Kinzo has memory retention between the loops. I think there's other people that have that too. So if we assume that the killer is also somebody that has memory retention between loops, why the fuck would they not be getting rid of Kiri? Because Kiri is the one person who poses the biggest threat to you. So that opens up another thing where like I start to suspect Kiri more because of that. The other thing too that you could also do is imagine that, I don't want to entertain magic, but if the killer has some like magic belief, if we go from like the Ange thing that we learned in the last episode where Ange has this thing that she says, magic believes in the person's world who believes it, we're going to assume that whoever the killer is believes in magic. If the killer believes that like, let's assume that fuck, how do I word this? That they're like a vessel for Beatrice, that Beatrice is an entity that is separate to them, and that Beatrice exists outside of them. The killer could allow themselves to be killed in the chapters, and it wouldn't matter, because they would be able to set off the events in such a way, such that like, Beatrice's soul or whoever would still be able to carry out whatever is going on, or maybe the very fact of them dying would set into like motion a domino effect of things happening. So again, like if there is memory retention between loops, it's not really paramount that the killer necessarily needs to live through every single loop. They're going to remember, they're going to see what happens the same way that Battler and everything else see as well. Like the way that I view it, right, is we have Battler in game, but we also have the Battler that's out of the game in the Witch world, where he gets to retain all the info from all the games. Whoever the killer is, Beatrice, that is that for the killer. We don't know who the killer is, but that's who Beatrice is like that representation. Battler's is the exact same because we have him in the game, we have his Witch World version. We have whoever the killer is, and Beatrice is the Witch World version of them. That person's retaining all the info from game to game. That doesn't matter if the person dies in the game. Beatrice is still getting info, you know? Again, the other thing too, why in episode 2 does Beatrice reveal herself as a separate person? Notice in episode 2 as well, episode 2 is interesting as well too, because episode 2 so far, as far as I remember, episode 2 is the only one so far where Beatrice includes herself as a part of the game. But the interesting part about that is that there's only a select amount of people that ever actually witness her. Kiri is one of the people. I have huge sus on Kiri a little bit, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Kiri seems too smart. I don't know. I don't trust her, okay? Let's leave it at that. I don't know. I don't trust Kiri. Something's going on. I like Kiri, but I don't necessarily trust her. But the fact that she said that she saw Beatrice in the second episode, the only people, as far as I can remember, that saw Beatrice in the second episode were the servants and Kiri, as far as I recall. I know I wrote down all the people that saw her, but it's just interesting. Whew, okay. But Kraus shook his head harshly over and over and decided just for now to forget the pain of losing his wife. Oh, he just brushed it off. I mean, it didn't seem like he didn't even love her anyway, so, and dedicate himself to figuring out where they were. Everyone listen to me. Dad is beyond hope now. The time for words and seeking comprehension or an explanation is long past. Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant, and Kinzo had so boldly proclaimed for them to become sacrifices in a 13-person murder ritual. Since they had been locked up in this place, they too would probably become the ritual's next sacrifices before long. Around this time, their eyes were becoming used to the darkness, and bit by bit they were starting to be able to make out the dungeon's interior. What they thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out not to be furniture at all. They were small cages that could be used to imprison a single person, restraining tables, or were these torture racks? Oh, Higurashi torture room. At any rate, it was obviously more ghastly than a mere jail cell. Since these objects were rusted and covered in thick layers of dust, there was no doubt they'd been long forgotten. Okay, this is of importance again. Torture implements in the dungeon. Covered in rust and dust. Unused for a long time. Okay. Maybe you could even have called those things Kinzo's sealed and forgotten madness. However, it was this room in which they had now been locked away. These objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm. Anyway, let's get out of here. We've lost loved ones and friends and would like to spend some time shedding tears, but more than that, I'm worried about the children. I wonder if the children are safe. All we can do is pray. Come to think of it, Kumasawa and Goda aren't here. Perhaps they were able to get away safely. You never know. It'd be a relief if they were able to meet up with the children. Goda can be relied upon in times of crisis, and Kumasawa is knowledgeable and calm. I'm sure they would be helpful to the children. Ha ha ha, I hope so. Shannon and Krauss smiled bitterly a little, but they quickly realized how improper that was and stopped clearing their throats. We can't be too optimistic, Nae-san. There's a chance they have already been attacked after we were. I agree. What Father carried out in the dining hall was the 6 murders of the first Twilight from the Witch's Epitaph, right? Now this is interesting too. These characters have memory of the 6th Twilight. They witnessed the 6th Twilight, or the first Twilight. They witnessed the first 6 victims. I want to see how they describe what happened. Then the second Twilight is to tear apart the 2 who are close. We can't deny the possibility that Goda and Kumasawa may have already been killed, having run away to hide together in close company. We can't cling to the optimistic idea that they definitely got to the guest house and are protecting the children. Kiri coldly analyzed the worst-case scenario. Even to her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband, but right now the most important thing was protecting that husband's son, along with the other children, from becoming sacrifices to the insane family head. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect the children. It seemed that both Kiri and Krauss were strong enough to forget their grief, if only for the time being. They could let their tears flow later. For now, in order to protect the children, they had to act. Anyway, let's get out of here. Seems to be a rather old cell. Couldn't we break the bars somehow? Let's try searching the entire room for some way to escape. There's all kinds of junk around here. I wonder if there are any tools lying around that we could use. There might be something that we could use as a weapon, or something that we could use to break the bars. Kiri pulled a lighter from her pocket. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching through this dim dungeon. Shannon helped Kiri search the room. Cannon, you help me check out the bars. This is a very old cell. The bars could be loose. What should I help with? Nanjo, you know what, bro? Just... I don't know, big dog, okay? We love Nanjo. We're a bunch of Nanjo respecters here. But, Lil bro kind of just does his thing. What should I help with? Please just keep up your strength. Father will probably come here before long. You're the only one whose words will reach him. In a way, you might be holding our... Oh my god, this is the Nanjo episode. Holding our lives in your hands. My words will no longer reach him, I think. I'm sorry, but I don't believe I will be of any use. Excuse me. Then lend us your expertise as a doctor. I wonder if there is a drug that makes people instantly faint. Don't say chloroform, okay? I'm a chemistry major. We're gonna have a problem if you're gonna bring up fucking chloroform. I'm sure there is probably many things that could make you instantly faint. What are you talking about? Because I think what Kiri is trying to say here is that something was done to them in the dining hall such that made them instantly faint, and that could give you the feeling of falling, and then they were just dropped in somewhere, or rather, they were knocked out, brought somewhere, and then when they were flung into wherever they were dropped in from, they woke up from the feeling of falling or whatnot. A drug that makes people instantly faint? What are you talking about? We believe we fell through a pit and landed in this dungeon. In that panic-stricken place, that's what we believed happened. but looking at how large this room is, I came to a realization. This dungeon cannot be underneath the dining hall. Well, see, that's the thing that I'm wondering. This group there was magic present, but that's what I'm interested in to see how they describe it, and I'm kind of surprised that they just brushed over the killings. To be fair, they did say that almost all of it happened instantly, but I don't really buy that because we know that Ava was crying and like nudging Hideyoshi's body, and Kiri went to like attack or defend herself or something. So the interesting thing that we also need to then know is how these people describe the magic. Do they see magic? We know that the servants probably will describe magic, but the other thing is if you have people that apparently don't believe in magic, they might not see it. Like, they kind of just skimmed over the fact about like how the people died. They're just saying, oh, they're dead. Like, okay, but like, how? It's kind of odd that you just like totally skip over it. How can you tell that it can't? You're an idiot, Nason. This dungeon is too narrow compared to the dining hall. Exactly. The first person to fall was Kraus. The second was myself. When you fell into the room, did you move from that spot, Kraus? It's embarrassing to say, but I lay there groaning in pain from the landing. Immediately after that, you came crashing down next to me. The distance between us as we stood in the dining hall compared to where we landed... I see what she's saying. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in. Kiri reasons that this room can't be under the dining hall. Dungeon is too narrow. And the position in which she landed is too close to Kraus to make sense if she fell from her position in the dining hall. They should have fell. Oh, I mistyped that. They should have. I know you can't see this. I should pop up my notes. I always forget to. They should have fallen apart from each other, not close to one another. Okay. Certainly, when you put it that way. I was the next to fall, so I remember fairly well where you two were standing. The distance between you two and the dining hall might have been greater than this entire room. We fell into a pit and directly dropped down here. It's not like we fell into multiple intersecting pipes and were all collected together before falling down here. The fall was instant, wasn't it? I don't remember rolling around in some sort of elaborate water pipe system. Indeed, we can't explain that with a pitfall. How strange. What does that have to do with the drug that makes people instantly faint that Kiri was talking about? Kiri's probably thinking that there were no pitfalls in the dining hall, I would guess. But we did actually fall. To put it accurately, we had the feeling that we fell into a pit. It's only natural. The only way we could describe such an experience. I see. In other words, this is what you're getting at. We were not dropped into a pit. I do love this, and I respect it, because I'm sure there's times in this game where I haven't understood something and they explain this, but it does make me laugh when they're like, okay, so we described the entire situation, but now let's give the summary real quick to make sure everyone's on the same page. We were not dropped into a pit, but shot, for example, with something like a blow dart, lost consciousness instantly, and the instant we fell to the floor. It could be that we just remembered that as though we fell into the pit. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So there's two possibilities. It's either that, one, they knocked them out, and then woke them up, and threw them into the thing, or they were like woken up as they fell in, or like I said earlier, the sensation of being knocked out and that moment of knocking out and falling, they just remember falling, and in reality they were just carried in here. I see. It's a much more persuasive explanation than there being numerous pitfall traps in the dining hall that we've never noticed, even after decades eating there. Nason, you have a watch? Huh? Yes, I have a pocket watch. It's about 20 to 11. Yeah. My watch says the same. In short, it hasn't been more than 10 minutes since that case, so that's interesting. Hasn't been longer than 10 minutes. This is going to be important. Since the dining hall twilight. It's possible, yeah, they could be. It could be that the watches are also, I don't think the game would do this, but there is, like, some possibility that, the watches in this game are off entirely by a few hours in certain scenarios, such that you could make, like, certain things seem like they happened at certain times, but they didn't actually overlap with each other. It's not super reliable, but we don't also really have any reason to doubt it currently. Relatively, or that there are multiple collaborators. It would take time to transport the knocked out people. It's either that A, it was one person and it was relatively close, or if the area is far from the mansion, that there was multiple people helping to transport the knocked out people. Okay. My watch likewise. That's much too short a time to knock us out and carry us somewhere. Judging only from the time, it's reasonable to think that we did fall through a hole leading directly underneath the dining hall. Watch hands are easily tampered with. While we were passed out, they may have wound everyone's watch back. We are incapable of proving that this possibility doesn't exist. I mean, it's possible, but it also depends on the type of watch. I mean, I'll put this in the notes as well. Whether a pitfall or else a drug that induces fainting, it does not change the fact that we need to be on our guard. So Dr. Nanjo, is there a drug that can do that? Well, it's the same as your logic, Kiri. I cannot prove that there is not a drug with that effect of which I do not know. As they say, you can never be too careful. Sorry, it was a pointless question. Except I think that with my hypothesis, I was able to suggest that this dungeon is not necessarily directly underneath the dining hall. I see. There's always the possibility that we were carried off to a dungeon in Father's hidden mansion, which is rumored to be hidden somewhere in the middle of the vast forest. If we can escape from here and get out, then we'll know. We can save worrying about that until after we've got out. Exactly. I'm truly sorry. I've only been asking and inquiring into useless things. No, it's quite reassuring. Please continue to tell us if you notice anything else. It might become a hint to escaping from here. I always heard from Rudolph. He was always surprised by your ideas, and they would sometimes serve as valuable hints. The fact that you're here is a blessing within a tragedy. Thank you. Rudolph told me something about you as well. You got a small dick and you're a little bitch. He said that you usually act big, but when things get serious, you overflow with a sense of responsibility and are a very dependable older brother. Huh. That's too kind. Damn it, these iron bars won't even budge. How are things on your end, Cannon? Dude, Cannon is like, he's got that little twink build. He can slide between those bars. Come on now. No luck here either, I'm afraid. Cross and Cannon tried wiggling each of the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few felt like they had enough room to rattle around a little bit, but even so they could not be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. It was still far too early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle, and it was better even for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there was no doubt they would once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and crouch down, clutching their knees. Excuse me. How are you doing, Kiri? Found anything? I found some stones small enough to hide in a clenched fist. Even this might work as a weapon, though I'm sure it'd be impossible to whittle down these iron bars. How about you, Shannon? No, nothing. Also, again, this is another good example here that with these people that have, like, apparently these two servants, which are inscribed with the one-winged eagle, which have this magic ability, they can spawn those fucking Halo energy swords. You know, if magic was real, why wouldn't you just fucking spawn the Halo energy sword and cut yourself out here? But, you know, again, another example. This is a phone. There's no way it's connected, but we might be able to use the cord for tying something up or as some form of weapon. If we break it and take it apart, we could take out the metal parts. Kraus, there is a keyhole for opening the cell, right? You're gonna try and fucking Skyrim lockpick this shit? I don't know, you could you strangle someone with a telephone cord? I mean, probably. I don't think it'd be easy. It's not like it's a fucking garrote wire. Sorry, my mom was messaging me 1 second. Yeah, it's another one of those things where, like, if there was magic in this world, which, again, you know, I'm not necessarily going to stake my claim one way or another yet on that, although I think I've made it pretty clear that I'm kind of erring more towards it not existing. There seems to be... Ooh, knocked that over. There seems to be certain times where magic use would be beneficial, and they just decide not to use it, but... Yeah. It's a pretty large hole, quite old-fashioned. Pretty large hole. Hey, Kraus, we're not talking about you. Come on now. If we test some wire into it, we might be able to pick it. Might be able to use the metal part of the phone as a substitute for something. This phone will become our weapon. It's the same as investing. Information is our... Okay. Sure, Kraus. Yes, picking a lock is much the same. Getting out of a locked room or a locked dungeon is much the same as investing. You want to do it early. Kraus and Kiri laughed together at this way of putting the phone to use, which didn't remotely look as if it... I'm sorry, I'm going to restart. My brain fried this whole sentence. Kraus and Kiri laughed together at this way of putting the phone to use, which didn't remotely look at it as a means of communication. I'm sorry, you know what? I'm giving myself a pass on that one. What the fuck is that sentence phrasing? What are you doing, Nason? I was just wondering if maybe the phone was working. Dummy, Nason. Ooh. Huh? What? Suddenly, Shannon let out a small surprised cry. Kiri? The phone, it's connected. Interesting. Okay, this is the other interesting thing. There was another phone earlier on in the game. I don't remember where it was, but there was another phone that was connected in this game. I'm trying to remember where it was. I will look through my notes. I'm pretty sure it was in episode 2 at some point, but there was another thing that somebody made a phone call and it made no sense. Oh, it was, no, it was episode 1. The phones were apparently cut off, but then apparently when they called down to, like, where the room that Maria was in, when they heard the singing, all of a sudden the phones were working again. And it was like, huh? What did you say? It was like when people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of a cell. Well, see, that's the funny thing. That's what I thought, too, when I was like, oh yeah, well, maybe it's just like the internal lines are working, but in the past... when they've tried to use the internal lines, they don't work. The other thing, too, that I want to know, which I don't know if we even got an answer to yet, or if we did, it's been so long that I forgot, is where the fuck the things that are stored? Like, they said that the radio wasn't working and that calling out wasn't working, which means that there has to be somewhere that, like, the lines run. The radio one is interesting to me in particular, because I don't know necessarily how you would, like, unless you broke the radio. I don't know by what method you would stop radio waves from traveling. Like with the telephone, it makes a little bit more sense. If you were to say it was like exactly like wired, but in what way would you be able to stop? How do phones transmit their... It has to be some kind of... Let me look. What do phones use to transmit voice? I know they convert it to electrical signals and then... Okay, well that makes a little bit more sense. So it's also another radio wave thing eventually at some point. In what way would you be able to disrupt? The only thing that you would do is if you had like a jammer of some kind. But how the fuck would you test if somebody was using like a jammer? I don't know. I'll come back to that. That seems like a little bit too much of a... But the main thing is that I'm trying to remember where the telephone cords and where the, what do you call it? Where, like, the radio shit would be stored, such that if somebody was to tamper with it, where it would be. The cord was wound into a coil, one end of it being swallowed by the wall. At a glance, it looked as if it could plausibly be connected. But to think that it actually was, because inside the house, this is the thing, the house inside, it's a landline, they're probably all just connected to each other, but it's more interesting when you talk about phoning outside the island. But Kiri took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. The electric hum was certainly the one with which she was familiar. The phone was indeed live. What good luck. Let's contact the police. Hold on. This is too good to be true. Should we not suspect that it's bugged? If they were planning a trick like that, normally they would cut the telephone line. There's a good possibility that they actually overlooked this. Okay, I don't know about that. That seems like a pretty big leap of logic, but if they noticed, the line might actually be cut for real. There's nothing that we could tell the police that would be problematic for us if they overheard. That did make sense. The point of a wiretap was to overhear some important piece of info, but the way things were now, they could not think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that could be troublesome to have heard. That part is true. Kiri instantly concluded there was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap. You do have a point. I believe that you start with 0 to make calls to the outside. Cannon, I'm going to make a phone call, so will you watch how things are out there for me? If you sense somebody coming, let me know. Yes. Cannon raced off towards the iron bars, silenced his breathing, and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kiri dialed 110. The police. Yeah, that's the other thing too, like you leave a fucking phone in the jail cell just so and one of the few phones that actually remains connected to, of all things. However, she pushed the hook down repeatedly and redialed. It didn't seem to be working very well. Well, you're in a fucking dungeon, right? The outside line begins with 0. 110 would be 0110 then, right? It doesn't seem to want to go through. Hand it over here, I'll try to call. Kraus took the receiver in Kiri's place and tested various things. But in the end, they were unable to notify the police. The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay. Does that mean that they were not so naive? So it's useless after all. So our enemy is no pushover. Kiri let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As tough a girl as she was, for a brief moment she might actually have had the naive hope that the phone could actually work. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even one moment. And then she thought back upon just what was happening here. Honestly, despite being shown such a thing right before her eyes, or rather exactly because of that, she still could not think of that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it, and more that she didn't want to. Ushiromiya Kinzo had killed 6 members of his family. He had summoned strange witch-like, demon-like people right out of thin air. Okay, interesting. Okay, actually I don't know if this is Kiri's recollection yet. We'll wait. And with something like magic, he'd begun to kill people one after another. Too much to handle, even though she definitely saw... Okay. Kiri apparently could see the magic. Okay. There's no way that's what happened. Those were obviously grandfather's friends or something. They were just hiding somewhere in the dining hall beforehand and used some trick to appear suddenly and surprise us. There's no other way to explain something as screwed up as that. But when those 6 had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. That had truly looked like magic. What was another thing we just saw wrong? Or was it another thing we just saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. There must be some kind of trick to it. Since it was capable of smashing heads, there's no doubt it was some explosive. For example, a styrene toy plane like they sell at candy stores painted gold, and with a powerful explosive loaded onto the end of it. That said, at a glance, it had seemed to be flying at random. Kiri couldn't imagine that such a thing could be fired 6 times, and each time perfectly hit the victim square in the head one after the other. Surely its flight wasn't computer controlled to seek out and deliver precise hits on its targets, which would make it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a guided missile. Guys shooting ICBMs that are pocket-sized? Would he invest such a large amount of money into developing some stupid trick like that? For that insane entertainment? Does this come back to the old I wouldn't put it past father? A number of mysterious people had appeared suddenly out of thin air, 6 people had had their heads demolished by a mysterious golden flying object, and 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls, or else put to sleep by some fainting, you could have said mysterious fucking drug. The family conference started a bit after 10 p.m. It had only been about 30 minutes since then. Probably, those events which took place in such a short amount of time, none of us were able to understand nor come to grips with, even though we witnessed them ourselves. Even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for any of us to accurately explain what we saw. I may only have just witnessed it, but my brain's fried, and I have no confidence even in what I myself saw. Kiri had to try her hardest to rouse herself from her overwhelming confusion, just to hold on to her sanity. Damn it, what's going on here? Damn it! Crow started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and redialing over and over. He too was feigning composure, but was unable to hide his panic. The more he redialed, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. None of this makes any sense. Kiri couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were no more than a dream. Suddenly the look on Krause's face changed. Oh! I got through! It's ringing! Okay, this is weird now, though. Krause gets the phone to connect. Part of this makes me wonder if maybe the phones are connected with like a plug board somewhere. Like old style. Again, we gotta remember this is built in what, the 40s or 50s they said? It was post-war, so like 50s or 60s we'll say. It makes me wonder if there was like a plug board that they used to wire calls somewhere, and that for whatever reason at that given point the plug board or something had been unplugged. So there was no connection being done, and then for whatever reason it was replugged now such that a connection exists. Wonder if there's some plug board shenanigans. Or something similar going on. Really, Kraus? Yes, I see it now. The old man was short-sighted. It seems that he cut the external line in an effort to prevent us from contacting the police, but he missed out on severing the internal line. I don't buy that, though. I feel like there was other times that they tried to use internal lines in the previous episode and it didn't work. Internal line? Kraus, where did you call? The guest house. I'm calling the room where Jessica and the rest are staying. Hello? Hello? It's me. Who is this? Goda? Is Jessica there? Is she safe? Kraus. I'm so glad you're safe. Yes. Milady, Jessica, and the other children are here as well. I'm gonna assume that I just misremembered and that the internal lines were always active, but... Interesting. Other children are here as well, safe and unharmed. Dad! Is that you, Dad? I'm so glad you're okay. Is Mom okay? Is she there? Kraus choked on his words. Kraus had clearly seen Natsu's head crushed, had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Kraus began to fret over whether he should tell this very moment and lost his words. But even that was an answer under these circumstances. I don't know about her. Let's pray she is safe. For now, I'm just glad you're safe. Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry for asking. Jessica's voice was filled with tears. There was no doubt for Kraus anymore. Jessica and the others had been told everything, start to finish, by Goda and Kumasao when they had met up at the guest house. I just feel like there was one point early on where somebody tried to call somebody else on the inside and it didn't work. I feel like I remember this happening. Again, like I said, I'll probably like skim through the VODs tomorrow during the theory, but I have a funny feeling that in the past they tried to call internally and it didn't work. After they learned that 6 whole people had been killed, Jessica and the others must have been in a frenzy about wanting to go to the dining hall. Luckily, he had been able to call before they stormed off towards the mansion. Kraus was relieved at his good timing during such tragedy. We have Kiri and Dr. Nanjo as well as Shannon and Cannon here. We're locked in a place that's like a dungeon, but don't worry, we'll figure something out. Dungeon? Where? We'll come save you. Unfortunately, we haven't the slightest idea where this is either. We think it might be under the dining hall, but that might not be true. Well, why wouldn't you want to get them... Is there a redial function on this phone? Because I think the other thing that you could try here, the only problem is you're in a dungeon, is you could let them redial the phone and you could see if you could try and like find it through ringing. Because if it was actually like a hidden area in the mansion, maybe you would be able, if you ran around the mansion, to hear the ringing. I think it might be under the dining hall, but that might not be true. But anyway, Jessica, you must not leave there. You heard from Goda what happened. Yeah, grandfather. He... killed everyone. Grandfather isn't in a sane state of mind right now. If you run into him, you'll be in danger. You might be killed. You mustn't even think about trying to come save us. We'll take care of ourselves. Then what should we do? Grandfather, you piece of shit, how dare you do that to Mom and the rest? I'm gonna kill that worthless old bastard. Jessica, if you talk like that, you'll sadden your mother. A lady doesn't use those kind of words. As she cries. Anyway, you all put your own safety first. Lock up the guest house, but you mustn't get complacent. The large window in the downstairs lounge might get broken. Stay in the room you're in and use a bed to make a barricade. There's a toilet and fridge in there too, right? You should be able to stay holed up there until tomorrow morning. Alright, I'll say it again. Don't think of anything dangerous. And definitely don't think about trying to take revenge from Mom. Think only of hiding and making it through this, and don't provoke the enemy. Yeah. Okay, Dad. After that, Goda took the phone and was told again to watch over the children as a responsible adult. Goda repeatedly replied, "Yes, sir," in an overstrained voice, his face covered in cold sweat. Yeah, the only thing that's kind of shitty is that if there's a killer on the loose, the only people that were present at the dining hall that aren't present now with them in the group that they're in is Goda and Kumasawa, who are now also in the room with those people. This is what kind of makes me think that there has to be like some fuckery going on with like some dead body or with something else going on. But again, it's hard to say necessarily right now. And there, Kiri received the phone and spoke with Battler, and when Shannon and Cannon got their turn, George and Jessica answered. And following that, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all members of both sides had their turn on the phone, each encouraging the other and confirming that they were at least safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and coming to a complete understanding of the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Kraus told them that they would be hanging out for now, and those in the guest house agreed. If anything else happens, we'll call. Wait by the phone so you can pick it up quickly. Again, be careful. You mustn't do anything rash. Yeah, I understand. Just knowing that you and Cannon and the rest are safe, that's a win in my book. We'll do our best. Please stay safe. Of course. I'm hanging up for now. Be on your guard. Does nobody in this game ever tell their family members that they love them? Like, holy fuck, it's unbelievable. It's your daughter, bro. Your wife just got murdered in front of your eyes. You don't say I love you before you hang up? What the fuck's going on? Ugh. Despicable. With that, the phone call ended. Goat and the rest of the men quickly descended the stairs, closed the shutters, and secured the strong locks on the door. Sorry, I gotta reposition my keyboard. However, just as Kraus had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the downstairs lounge. If this were to be broken, it would be easy for them to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hadn't hesitated at committing murder, to invade the first floor. It's likely the grandfather and his followers will be armed. Locking ourselves in this room is our best bet, and moreover, our only method of staying locked down. It's painful that we have no choice but to stuff ourselves in a locked room, but if our enemies are carrying guns, then that's the only method we have left to us. The master is said to have a collection of working guns. That's right, guns. That was a gun. If so, it's a horribly powerful gun. We can't contend with that at all. Smashing someone's head, that takes a hell of a lot of force, right? It might be a magnum bullet or something along those lines. It's just probably a higher caliber weapon if it's a legit weapon. It might go through a flimsy door like it's nothing. So then that's even more of a reason to barricade ourselves in that room. Let's put up a bed and block the window too. If we do that much, then it doesn't matter how many guns they've got, they shouldn't be able to break in. Shit, is this passive one-sided defense all we can do? God damn him, knocking off my dad and even capturing Kiri. I can't continue because he's yapping. You're gonna pay for that, you old goat. You're calling him your goat? What the fuck? Impossible. There's no way we can go against them. Besides, it's not just the master. He has several underlings too. There might even be more of them. Just, what are they? Butler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph and to rush out of here to save Kiri. But just by looking at how terrified Goto was, there was no doubt in him that this would be reckless. It's gotta be hard on you too, right, Aniki? And yet we've gotta stay holed up here, god damn it. Of course I'm torn up about it too. There's no way I could remain calm with both my parents murdered. But specifically because of that, I have to remain calm. Do you think that our murdered parents would want us to die in vain? There's no way they would. They'd want for at least the children to escape. That's why I'm going to survive, and I will report this to the police and uncover everything. The courts will avenge my parents. That will be my revenge. There's no way our parents would want us to die taking revenge for them, right? You're right. You're damn right. That old bastard, fuck your stupid ritual. If you're saying we're gonna be sacrificed for that, then we'll just run away to spite you and fuck up the whole goddamn thing. That's the way. Besides, you still have Kiri, Battler, and I still have Shannon. Let's just act cautiously and wait for our chance. Carelessness on our part may even work against the others who are captured. It might even work. Hostages, huh? The grandfather captured them so he could use them as sacrifices, right? If we don't go and save them, then they're just waiting to be killed, aren't they? We don't even know where the dungeon they're being held in is. Neither did Shannon or Cannon, or of course Goto or Kumasawa. The probability that they're in a secret location that only grandfather knows of is incredibly high. Under these circumstances, aimlessly wandering about is suicide. I know that, but still, god damn it, are you saying the only thing we can do is stay confined here until something happens? But Battler, I understand your feelings, but let's put safety first. From what Kraus said, they seem to be in a fairly old cell, and they seem to have some fairly odd parents. God, I'm a Cosmo fan. And they may be able to break the bars somehow. The wise choice of action now is to believe in them and wait. Grandfather has a number of subordinates, and they're all armed, correct? That is correct. And they're probably, yes, all armed. Goto had been able to say that Kinzo had others on his side, but he had not been able to mention that they were mostly all young women like witches and had committed their murders using strange magic. If he had said that, it would only have caused the others to doubt his sanity. No, in fact, he himself still couldn't understand what he had seen and was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kinzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If those people came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Ow, sorry, I just punched my fucking pop filter. Cracked my neck. Goto as well as Kumasawa, the only thing left for those two who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall, was to cradle their heads, not even knowing how to interpret what they had seen. Kumasawa, are you okay? Want some tea? Oh, Thank you very much, yes, thank you. I'm sorry, but I may be left with my thoughts for a little while, Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still wasn't able to clear away her confusion. Maria, thanks for being considerate. Let's let Kumasawa rest for now. Ugh. Jessica too showed consideration for Kumasawa, certain of the shock she must have received after witnessing such a tragedy. I don't know why I fucked up that word. Tragedy. But her imagination couldn't even come close to the impossible scene Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother having been killed and her father having been captured, there was no way that Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger towards Kinzo and walked irritatedly around the room. Kumasawa? Is Mom really dead? Yes. I've never seen such a horrible way to die. Oh, that's a nice way to fucking... Oh yes, it looked so horrible and so painful, and oh, it might be the most painful death. Oh god, it was so slow too, and grueling and painful. Okay, thank you, Kumasawa. Thank you for telling me my mom died a very painful death. It's not possible that she's still alive, and with treatment we could save her, is it? After such a thing happened to her head, it's unimaginable that she could still be alive. Well, yeah, if the head gets smashed. There's normally no need for treatment, is there? When Goda had come flying into the guest house overcome with agitation, he had told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything, except for the part about the witches and magic, which they themselves still could not believe. In other words, they hadn't even sugarcoated the cold-blooded way in which Natsui and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted having obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking her head and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke. No. If anything, I was able to stay level-headed thanks to what you told us. If you'd avoided mentioning that part about her head being smashed, maybe I'd have said that she could still be okay, let's calm down here, bro. I think you'd probably better off know that your mom didn't have her head fucking mushed, but... Then ran off towards the mansion straight into grandfather, and I might have been killed. There's a chance that sliver of hope would have been fatal. With that in mind, I'm grateful. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for not choosing my words more carefully. I love when I yawn, I'm not even tired. Don't worry about it now. There's nothing we can do about Mom now, but Dad's still alive. Canon and Shannon and Auntie Kiri and Dr. Nanja too. I want to save them somehow, so we shouldn't do anything unnecessary that might be a burden to them. The most helpful thing we can do right now might be to wait by the phone. There could be a phone call asking them to create a diversion to facilitate their escape, or perhaps the others might learn their location and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when the time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. Okay. George, Battler, and Goda returned having finished checking all the locks downstairs. Each of the three was holding a bunch of different objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks that he had found in the lounge and pantry, as well as a first aid kit. All consumables that would be indispensable while they were locked down. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. They were so that, in the case of an emergency, they could nail over the door from the inside to seal it. If it came to that, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Battler had brought up objects which could be used as weapons, such as blades and poles. The kitchen knives went without saying. The disassembled table legs could be used as clubs. And the pole, roughly the size of a person, which had been made by taking apart a hat stand, could surely be used as a spear, even though it had no point. Well, you could attach, potentially. There was a good possibility that the enemies were carrying guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use, but it was still better than not having them, and if those things could provide at least a little peace of mind, then they could also expect some kind of calming effect from them. And then they placed beds and sofas from around the room up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. There was still the chance that Kraus and the others would escape and come to meet up. They had apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been designed to create a racket, so it would work in place of a warning alarm as well. It was apparently Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off, so that if the first floor window were to be broken, they would know by the sound. Once the switch had been turned off, all that was left was an eerie silence. The sound of the violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night in such crushing suspense? The boat was meant to be coming tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, the typhoon was expected to continue all day tomorrow, and the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon would pass in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be coming the morning of the day after tomorrow, as in the morning of October 6th. And right now it was late at night, October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kinzo turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. It might let the enemy know they were hiding here. Battler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights. but they had already been taken over by such a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again there wasn't a single other person who agreed to it. Ugh, can't watch TV. Yeah, sorry, but you'll have to bear with it. We can't afford to miss the sound of the enemy breaking in. Boring. Even though she had been told that her mother had died, Maria alone somehow didn't seem to feel an approaching sense of danger. It seems she was quite displeased with having the TV turned off. Even with the bizarre situation in front of her, she can't share our sense of danger because she's so young. To Battler right now, seeing that young girl act in a way that was even slightly out of place, made him feel that there was something very eerie about Maria. Yeah, I mean, there's something more to Maria going on this entire time. I don't necessarily know the extent of her guiltiness, but there's something up with that girl. Crack my knuckles. Ugh, Jesus. All that said, there's nothing more to try. Do you think you'll be able to do anything about the bars? Unfortunately, they're tougher than I imagined. I don't know when these were made, but their durability is certainly up to snuff. These are truly made rather well. Kiri chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but the mood had calmed just a little. This place is just like where you place chess pieces once you've captured them. There's nothing left we can do then. Not so fast. It's still too early to give in. If we stop thinking, we might as well stop breathing, right? Interesting to mention the stop thinking part on Kiri's thing. Exactly. Chess pieces taken aside may have no purpose, but there's a great purpose for them in shogi. Just one captured pawn should be able to put pressure on the opponent. I see. I've never played shogi, but still there's nothing that can be done about these bars. For us, maybe. But if we can pinpoint where this is and contact Goda, we might be able to get him to come and save us. I see. But that would mean forcing danger on Goda, and I would also be worried for the children in the guest house without a full-grown adult male. If you're risk-averse, biding your time until the situation improves again is not a bad idea. However, if you don't know when to cut your losses, what you have might become worthless scraps of paper. Okay, Kraus, you should know that better than anyone. And what we have is our lives. Our dignity as parents too, right? After talking big, like that during the telephone call and telling them that we'd handle it and they should stay put, we can't just start asking for help right away. That'd be very uncool. Hehe. At this point, pride is already worth less than nothing. Why don't we put our heads together? Where is this? Is it really underneath the dining hall? Or else, is it a different place separate from the mansion? Kraus, Kiri, and Nanjo began to discuss their plans. Cannon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence. Just as he had been ordered. Shannon came close to him and they both squatted down together. Do you sense someone? Yes. They aren't paying any attention in this direction, but there's someone relatively close by. Is it human? I think it's the goats. Their breathing is really noisy. Cannon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He described the breathing as noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, even if he had simply reported it, they would merely have doubted his ears. They got us, didn't they? It's unusual for us to be captured without being killed. This time Beatrice didn't make her appearance. And the master left his study. See, notice, yeah, they have memory of the loop. Why are they talking like this? Cannon and Shannon are talking as though they have retained memories from the loops. This time Beatrice didn't make her appearance and the master left his study. I don't have a clue what's going on. I do. Whatever happens or changes, it's all for that witch's fickle entertainment. The result will be no different. I wonder if this time we'll be able to go to the Golden Land. Who knows? We have a high rate of losing. Come to think of it, it's a rare thing that both of us survived the first twilight, isn't it? I get the feeling that it's incredibly unusual for us to be able to talk together like this, even though the ritual has already begun. Is that true? Let me think. Shannon got clapped in the first twilight in the first episode. And they both died in the third. In the second... I don't know if Cannon has ever died in the twilight. I don't think he has. Actually, well, I just said he died in the third one. I'm a liar. Interesting. I mean, these two definitely have some fuck shit going on. Maybe. But that's still just for the witch's entertainment. I'm not thinking of it as anything other than her letting us live just a little longer to ridicule us, since we usually drop out right in the beginning. I wonder if we'll be unable to reach the Golden Land again. I'm sure we won't. If we hold on to any foolish hope, we'll get taken advantage of again. That's right. Last time you got taken advantage of. I'm an idiot. Cannon made a sour look and turned his head. Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder. But it's nice to hear that milady is safe, isn't it? She escaped the first twilight, that's all. She might just be being made to wait for an even crueler death in the later twilight. What about you, Nason? Aren't you glad George is safe? It'd be nice if you two could reach the Golden Land together. Thanks. I wish the same for you and milady as well. I don't have my hopes up. It's just as you say. All that witch is doing is having fun dangling prizes in front of people and watching them flounder. I'm sure no one will be able to go to the Golden Land. If I was foolish enough to wish to reach the Golden Land with my lady, that witch would find that very fun to toy with, and would certainly never let us reach there. You're right. Beatrice is thinking about which order of sacrifices will be the most interesting. The whole thing about them being chosen at random is a blatant lie. That swindling witch. All about having any wish you want granted in the Golden Land is probably just a lie. It's not true. The Golden Land is a wonderful place. Have you been there? Only for a little bit, though even that was probably just Beatrice's joke. What's it like there? Well, it's a wonderful place. I can't really explain it well. It's a world like a pleasant dream. A paradise-like place with roses blooming all over and beautiful butterflies dancing or something like that. It's not a place with a tangible image like that. It really is like being in a dream. When you're there, it's very gentle, very peaceful. And you're allowed to sleep as long as you want, like when you wake up early on your day off lying under the covers. Sunlight comes in through the cracks in the curtains and you think, I have to get up. But then you realize it's your day off and you go back under the covers again. It's a place where you can feel like that. Well, Battler doesn't remember, at least as far as we're aware, in the sense of like his character in the game. Yeah. But these two definitely have some fuck shit going on. I mean, they're talking about retaining it. I don't know. Also, yo, what's up? I don't know to what degree the, how did your exams go, by the way? I know you were talking about that coming up. I don't know if you're past those now. There's definitely some fuck shit going on with some memory retention. I think I already read that line. I'd feel annoyed that I got up at all. Getting up by accident even though it's your day off is something only you would do, Nason. Go on. Well, while I was there I felt very contented and very calm. But once you return to this world you can't remember it well, even though you've only just been there. It sounds like they're kind of just describing enlightenment, I'm gonna be honest with you. It doesn't sound like the Golden Land is necessarily a place, but maybe it's like a state of being. Hard to necessarily say, though. It's a lot like when you can't remember a dream you were just having, but I still remember that it was a very calm and quiet world. That's it? Wow, that Golden Land she's always bragging about isn't much special at all. I thought it was a place where all your wishes would come true. It is. It's a place where all your wishes will be granted. Well, maybe that's not quite it. It might be better to say it's a place where you don't have to wish for anything. For example, if you were cold, Cannon, and wished you had a jacket, you'd be happy to be given one. But if you were in a warm room to begin with, there wouldn't even be a reason to want a jacket, right? That's what the Golden Land is like. There's no need to even wish for most wishes. It's a world released from everything, where everything is calm. You could say it's a place that transcends the concept that having your wishes granted will bring happiness, a world released from everything. Sounds kind of religious. And there everything is equal. All things with minds are equal. There are no humans, nor furniture, nor witches. There I was equal to everyone. There was no longer any need to feel ashamed of myself because I was furniture. It was honestly a happy world where I was equal to all humans and even witches. I can't really remember it well, but I have the feeling that when I was there I was equal even to Beatrice, and we were good friends. If that witch is there, then it's not much of a paradise. So you want to go to that blissful Golden Land with George? That's strange. The Golden Land is a utopia where you want nothing, right? Not even love. Wouldn't you be content even if George wasn't there? The Golden Land is very calm, peaceful, and everything is fair and equal, but actually happiness alone is left out. It isn't a happy world. Of course, just by being peaceful, calm, and fair, it's an incredibly happy world, but I guess you could... Oh god, I just fucking totally destroyed my mic cable because I lifted it up and it was on my arm. Owie. Oh, trying to stretch. Okay, there we go. Of course, just by being peaceful, calm, and fair, it's an incredibly happy world, but I guess you could say that it's a world of zero where you're released from all negative worries. The human world is filled with negatives, so of course a zero world is incredibly happy, but it's still a zero. Asking for a lot, isn't it? It's something like this. When you're nodding off on your quiet holiday morning, if the person you love the most is next to you, and they're holding your hand, then it can become an even greater, more wonderful happiness. Something like that. Sorry, Nason. Nason is horrible with analogies. I'm too stupid. So, to you, the greatest happiness would be reaching that world together with George. Yes, and I'm sure that for you it would be reaching that world together with Milady. The two will be released from their worries in a fair world. It feels like I'm being indoctrinated into some kind of strange religion. I imagine something more worldly. A world where we would be given magic medicine that would make both of us be born again as humans or something more like that. If you go, you'll understand. If Beatrice really is a fickle person, then surely someday she'll let you get a glimpse of it too. Then you'll be able to understand my example. Well, I'm not holding my breath. At any rate, it seems like game over for us this time already. Maybe we can do better some other time. You're right. If we have some strange hope Beatrice will take advantage of us again, it might be best for us just to stop thinking and entrust ourselves to fate. We just need to be simple chess pieces. No matter what we think or don't think, we can't escape from the witch's chessboard. Our role is now just to wait and see how we'll be tortured to death. For us, the dream of the Golden Land is too unavailing. You're right. Sorry. Kennen shrugged his shoulders, then told Shannon to leave him alone because she was interfering with his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Kennen, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and squatted in a corner by herself. That moment Kennen twitched. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a faint sound. What's wrong? Shh. Kraus, somebody is coming. What? They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while they couldn't hear anything, but before long they were able to hear the sounds of a large group of people walking. So they've come. The time of reckoning is upon us, or else our first and final chance. I shall talk to Kinzo. I will try to find out where this place is somehow. We're counting on you. During the last phone call, Kiri had asked what the time over at the guest house was. It had been the same as her watch, and by this she had learned that their watches hadn't been set back. Okay, so I'm gonna put that down. Kiri asked the guest house what time it was, and it was the same as their watches. I'm just typing that down in the notes. I read it out loud. It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goto's, had matched. If that was the case, then after the massacre in the dining hall, they had been transported to the dungeon in only a few minutes. Not enough time had passed for them all to be knocked out. Okay, this is what I said earlier. It had to be somewhere that was relatively close to the dining hall, because you either had a lot of people working together such that they only had to make one trip, or it was a place that was so close that one person could make the trip multiple times in short succession. Then were those really pitfalls, meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All they could do was pray that Ange could find out where this was. They're coming. There's probably 4 people. The master and 3 of those who appeared in the dining hall. Okay, good. Come back here as well now. We'll deal with the rest. Shannon, sorry, but can I have you sit by the phone? Hide it with your skirt. Ah, yes. The presence came closer, and there was the sound of a heavy door being opened at the other end of the corridor. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the dimly lit corridor, stroking the walls with razor-sharp shadows. And then the light from the lantern they held up lit up the prisoners through the bars. The bar's sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 figures there. It was Kinzo, Ronove, Virgilia, and Gap. The head of the Ushiromiya family, Lord Goldsmith. Everyone, your silence, please. Goldsmith. It's father's pen name. It seems he always signs with it when writing those bizarre grimoires. Kinzo made English style. Shouldn't that be Gold Warehouse? What? Oh, I'm assuming this is like a language meme that I don't understand. And here comes fucking bro again, just yapping. A warehouse is a place to keep things in and nothing more, where I create gold and use my craftsmanship to further increase its worth. Don't you think Smith is much more fitting? Certainly. I apologize for blathering. Kinzo, just what is going on? Where in the world is this? Oh, my friend, can't you remember? Certainly you may never have entered the prison, but you should remember walking through this corridor. Huh? You don't mean... Do you have an idea? But no, that is inconceivable. Firstly, we fell through a pitfall, and furthermore, we were locked up in here after only a few minutes. Not only is the distance too great, that's physically impossible. For a human, right? Okay, I'm sorry, every time she pops up on screen, I'm no good, man, okay? Love my girlfriend, but I am staring. For a human, right? Father, is this the mansion? To think that the mansion had an underground area like this. Kraus? Wasn't there a place whose existence you all whispered of and which you followed after me on numerous occasions trying to find? That is this place. No, to be correct, this is under that place. Okay, so it's under Kuwadorian. This place couldn't be Kuwadorian's basement. It is as you surmise. This is the basement of Kuwadorian. Kuwadorian? You don't mean Father's rumored hidden mansion? It really exists? This mansion was constructed for the sole use of my beloved witch Beatrice. It is truly a shame that I cannot show you around the above-ground section, as it is such a beautiful and elegant mansion. How lovely. Just the two of you alone in a mansion with this kind of room. It seems that you and I are differently inclined. Kiri, it would be wise to refrain from such rude comments. Hehehe. But I agree. If a mansion I was given had this kind of dungeon in it, even 100-year love would turn cold and I'd take anything of value and run for the hills. Cool. You have no interest in this sort of thing? And here I was, thinking you would go head over heels. Yeah, absolutely. Take care. Hehehe. Of course I go head over heels. If I get a collar or something for a birthday present, but only if he's a stud. Wyatt, don't you need a gag more than a collar? Oh, even that's not off limits for you. You sure aren't picky, Leah. Giggle. Who gave you permission to shorten my name? Enough, you noisy women. Are you telling me you'd like to be locked up in the same cell? I apologize, my lord. This old body of mine would not be able to stand such a cold prison. I'll put this in the notes. Apparently they are in Kuwadorian's basement. Regalia quickly apologized, but Gap merely laughed together with Ronove. It was like she was saying that she wouldn't be captured, or else that even if she were to be captured, it would be meaningless. A prison is a place where the captured cannot escape from. That implies the strong will and love to not let go for a lifetime. A woman who you could give up on if she ran away is not worth the word love. A woman who makes you fall so madly in love that you don't want to let her escape, to the point of binding her in chains, it is only upon reaching that level that it becomes a love worth sacrificing my life for. I will not ask you to understand. I cannot be bound by anyone and will not be bound. I don't want to be loved, I want to love. I feel the same as you, Goldsmith. Huh. Interesting. That's why I understand the madness of your love. Love and madness are the two sides of the same coin, or so they say. How bothersome. But learning where we are so easily was a big step. We'll ask the details later, but it seems that you know about this place, right, Dr. Nanjo? Yes. If that corridor is the underground passage between Kuwadorian, then if we go straight there, it will become a long tunnel. And if we stay on that, we should be able... Okay, so there's a connecting tunnel. There is a connecting tunnel somewhere in Kuwadorian to the mansion. I should say to the main mansion. Then if we could just do something about these bars, we could go home. Father, what are you planning to do with us? As I have already declared, you are the sacrifices for the later twilights. There are conveniently 5 of you here. You will be perfect as hostages for the 5 gougings. I see. Then it's the time of reckoning for us then? Eventually. That's not why I'm here this time, so relax. Besides, I believe I said it already. If one of my grandchildren is deemed suitable to inherit everything from me, then the ritual will be called off. In other words, your lives will be spared. What are you planning to do to the children? To see if they are suitable to be my successors or not. I shall give them a test. If even one of them can impress me, I'll call the ritual off. And if there isn't anyone suitable, what are you planning on doing with the children? Cackle, cackle, cackle. There's no need to worry about that. After all, you are the ones who will be made into sacrifices first. Anything after that should be of no concern to you. You simply need to place your fates in the hands of your own children. Your children, the fruit of what you've birthed, taught, and raised. They should truly be the most suitable to entrust with your fate. Don't make such a worried face, Kraus. Believe in the daughter that you brag is worth 10 billion yen. Ha 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 ha. Exactly. Children are the fruit of their parents, worthy of entrusting with the parents' fate. And father, that applies even to you. Hee ha ha ha. This woman has guts. What a waste on Rudolph. Bah, 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 bah. Kiri, it would be best not to aggravate him too much. I agree. Let's bear with it for now. That's right. After all, we're simply fish on a chopping board. There's nothing we can do now. Except insult me with such vigor. I don't dislike that kind of woman, you know. Beatrice was that kind of woman too in the beginning. My lord, let us get to the main topic. We've been getting derailed for a while now. Ah yes, there was that. Sorry, my friend. Well then, let us get to the main topic. For that I prepared a phone. Shannon, very shrewd of you. You don't have to hide it any longer. I had to put that there, or had that put there. My apologies. Shannon quickly withdrew and the telephone was revealed. Rouse, call the grandchildren in the guest house and tell them of the test of the start of my trial. With a gesture that seemed to be saying go ahead, Ronove urged Kraus to pick up the receiver. And if I say no? Oh, and why do you think you're in a position where you can make a deal? If you don't call, then the grandchildren won't even be given a chance. The Ushiromiya family will end here, and I'll turn you all into sacrifices right away. You'd be lucky to become sacrifices right away. Don't you think it'd be more painful to watch the children be made into sacrifices first before your very eyes? Gap. The master is the one who decides the order of the sacrifices. Keep your opinions to yourself. Leah, you just tried to shorten my name and failed, didn't you? I did not. And I told you not to shorten my name. Women truly are noisy, says Ronove. Okay. End of the chapter? Wow, okay. We gonna get an Ange segment now? That would be like the perfect time for this to happen. Yep, I knew it. See, fuck y'all. I knew it. 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 Sorry, just responding to a message here. Okay, the clinic that... What is the name of this chapter again? It is My Mission. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. The aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different. Nanjo Masayuki. Interesting. I am truly sorry to say this after you have come all this way, but I have nothing in particular to tell you. Nanjo's son spoke very indifferently. After the accident on that island was taken up by the talk shows in a most indiscreet manner, there was a great deal of deeply offensive probing into my father, who was Mr. Ushiromiya's doctor and a friend. All of it was without proof, and also defiled all of my father's previous achievements. I still feel a great deal of resentment towards all that. I think that's understandable. It's been pretty much the same for me, constantly since I was 6. True. My apologies. The doctor finally remembered that Ange was also a victim, exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been. In that case, you can probably understand why I want nothing more to do with that incident. That was an unfortunate accident. The only ones who want to make a fuss about it being a crime are the irresponsible TV shows and magazines. I am more than fed up with their attitude. Nanjo had been placed in the spotlight. Why can they not call him like Masayuki or whatever? Was that his... Oh god, sorry, I'm trying to stretch here. Yeah, why would they... Let's call him like Masayuki or something. Nanjo had been placed in the spot... Oh, because they're referring to the other Nanjo. That's probably why, dickhead. Pay attention. Nanjo had been placed in the spotlight for being one of Ushiromiya Kinzo's few friends. Because of that, there had probably been a persistent offensive from the witch hunters and the press to use the late Nanjo's son as well as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly. I really understand how you feel. My personal life was put under surveillance, and I had no privacy, no portrait rights. Heck, I don't even know if I was even afforded human rights. So I deeply empathize with your pent-up anger, and for that very reason I want to know, more than anything else, what in the world was that incident that so thoroughly ruined my life? That's why I came here. I'm a related party just like you, not a magazine columnist or an interviewer. Please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to do this for fun, and I'd very much appreciate it if you stopped looking down on me. If we're going to do a comparison of whose life was more screwed up by that incident, you won't even come close. Ange spoke sharply. Never having imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, the doctor couldn't help but fall silent. From Ange's perspective, the doctor was whining about absolutely nothing. She really wanted him to pack in his patronizing attitude. It was about time to make him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he had misspoken and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable. I know it's probably painful to remember what happened at the time, but if there's anything you do know, please tell me, no matter what it is. Of course, I'll tell no one. I visited here today to bring some closure onto my life. I'm 18. That incident took away 12 years of my life, and it'll probably keep on taking. I was thrown into darkness when I was 6 years old, and I've never gotten out. Are you still going to tell me I have no right to know? No, I'm sorry. It seems that since all the others who came here were ill-natured folk, I instinctively put up my guard. I apologize for my rudeness. Alright. If you swear not to breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll tell you everything. Thank you, Doctor. And if you would, please tell me everything you can. As you know, my father was not only Mr. Ushiromiya's personal physician, but his friend through the game of chess. That relationship was very long, stretching back to the time Mr. Ushiromiya moved to Rokunjima. How close were they? Considerably, it seems. It seems that their connection through chess led my father to stay at Mr. Ushiromiya's mansion quite often. I am not sure it is right of me to say this, but Mr. Ushiromiya was extremely moody, and my father was an exceedingly magnanimous man who excelled at interacting with people like him. It's not hard to imagine that he was a rare friend for the isolated Mr. Ushiromiya. That day was the day of the family conference. The Ushiromiya family conferences are said to have involved harsh questioning from Ushiromiya Kinzo over how his fortune would be put to use, almost like a financial conference. So Dr. Nanjo had gained a trust so great that he was asked to attend even that. Oh, the Nanjo. Is this the Nanjo lore episode? Holy fuck, we love my goat. My father was a simple doctor, so I cannot imagine that he was in a position to advise on asset management for a millionaire family like the Ushiromiyas. He was most likely called there to assist because Mr. Ushiromiya's health was not at its best at the time. As Mr. Ushiromiya's close friend, I'm sure that my father would have kept his mouth shut and been trusted not to leak the secrets of the family conference. Was Ushiromiya Kinzo in very bad health at the time? Are there any medical charts left? My father probably took the medical charts with him on the day of the accident. I'm afraid to say that the entire folder of Mr. Ushiromiya's medical charts have been lost. He was my father's patient, so I don't know the details either. Around the time of the incident, was there anything you thought was strange? Well, there was. However, it seems exceedingly likely to result in a misunderstanding, so I don't particularly want to talk about it. What is it? Please tell me. You really like joking. For a while, the doctor beat around the bush, but after he'd said that much, Ange would not allow the subject to be dodged. Eventually, he was worn down, and after making Ange swear herself to secrecy again, he opened up. The truth is, several days after that accident, I received something by mail at my home. Mail? A letter. It was very curious. The sender was made out to be me, but I have no memory of it. Someone had sent it in my name. The destination was Rebun Island in Hokkaido. Okay, sorry, we're putting this down. A few days after the incident, a letter sent from, we'll call him Nanjo Jr., was sent and was to be sent to Rebun Island in Hokkaido. Nanjo Jr. has no recollection of sending this letter, yet his name was used for it. The recipient's address was on Rebun Island, but the name was my father's. The address it was sent to had Nanjo's name attached. However, it seems there was a problem with the destination address, so it had received an address unknown label. Okay. The letter had an address unknown label attached and was returned to the sender. Seems like this was an elaborate way to send a letter to Nanjo's son. Note this letter had the seal of the eagle. Oops. Okay, interesting. It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender, however he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had sent it using his name. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa on Hokkaido's Rebun Island, but the lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo-san. Yeah, so it was a way to get the letter back to him. The interesting question is, why would they include his dad's name on it, right? Because that's going to be like the real question about sending out this letter, is why the fuck did they feel the need to include his dad's name as the fucking address of the person that sent it, you know? Or the person that was being sent to, rather. It's obviously to communicate something. What was inside? I truly ask that you keep silent about this. I am by no means pleased to have received this. Even so, I can hardly throw it away. Is it the ring? Calling it ring? The doctor stood up and headed for the bookshelf. There, dozens of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental were lined up one after another, asserting in the strongest way imaginable that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope was hidden behind them. He took it out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with adhesive tape, and its faded color and dryness told that it had remained sealed for 12 whole years. Most sincerely, I ask for your silence. While emphasizing it so much it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a quality paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Terumasa. Even seeing that was a huge shock. After that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he was being treated as dead in absentia under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed, One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido. Was Dr. Nanjo really in Hokkaido, or was there another person there with the same first and last names? If my father had somehow escaped from the accident and was living on in Hokkaido, that would have made our family very happy regardless of the situation. I also thought of that as a possibility at first, however the destination address of this envelope does not exist. In short, this envelope was mail that had no way of reaching him. Is there a possibility that the sender miswrote the correct address? Of course I can't disprove that, however judging from the residence's house number, I find that hard to believe. Hokkaido, Reben Island, Reben County, Reben City. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. So, address it was sent to is Hokkaido, Reben Island, Reben County, Reben City, 1-2-34-567. Interesting that they're split up in that order. I think there might be something to do with that. Sorry, I'm trying to do some like thinking here. If I pull up my notes here, let's say that we look at this. Let's say that it's 1 for this. Because there's 4 spots here, right? And there's 4 things here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 could be like the H here. 2, it could be like the second thing here. 3, 4. And then 5, 6, 7 would be NCI. A bunkie. There's definitely some code cracking, I think, with this. It could just be that this is how postal addresses are set up in Japan, but this just seems like a very odd way for this to be set up, in a way that it makes me think that there's probably some code that you can get from this. I'm just trying to think, like, in what way would you be able to... 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also, the fact that this repeats so much, maybe you skip the Reben part. Because it's consistent in all of them. So if we get rid of this, and then it's just island. No, because HS, this is probably... I'll fill it up, but this is probably not a word. UN... And the city doesn't work because it doesn't fit, so that's not how you do it. Okay, I'll come back to this. There's definitely some weird code crack and shit that's going on with that letter, though. Up until Reben City, it's alright, but I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the following sequential number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, was a little insincere. It felt like a fake address that some kind of kid had made up. The other thing, too, that we still haven't figured out is what that code in the last episode meant that had Battler and presumably somebody else's birthday, but we don't know. They probably just randomly wrote some clearly non-existent address. I think it's natural to assume that from the very beginning this envelope was sent to a non-existent address to which it had no chance of being delivered. Yes, of course, that's the entire point. They wanted it to be returned to sender, which is why they put you as the sender on it. If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender, but even in the case of a faulty address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that this was what happened with the envelope, and the stamp was postmarked October 3rd. Okay, so, it was postmarked October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Postmarked on Nijima. A long way from Reben Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was an extremely high chance that having this envelope returned to the sender after an indeterminate amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning, of course. Why do something like that? The other thing, too, is how do they know the sender's address? I'll put that down here. They also must have known the sender's address for it to be returned to if they were to fake it being sent from that person. And inside it, go ahead. After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already open envelope. I'm assuming it's the ring. From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number tag attached. A swipe card slid out in addition. A112. Okay, so wait. Let me copy this down. Envelope contained a small folded letter, a small key, I should say, and a small key, with a number tag attached. Seems where it's like a storage locker. A swipe card slid out in addition. Okay. A112 engraved on the key tag. I didn't know what it meant. The swipe card was pitch black and had gold letters engraved on it. Members. Swipe card was black with gold lettering, which read members in all caps. In English, the jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class, but of course I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief and only the following was written. It's the code, yeah, right there. I was just 07151129. And the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the word central branch. That was all. Note had the birthday codes codes on it, as well as the location of a very well-known bank in Japan with central branch included. That was all. What's this? It's a card key, a key, and a pin for a safe deposit box. Okay, so Nanjo Jr. says it's a card, a key, and a pin for a safe deposit box. It's the other thing too, is if the person was using Battler's birthday. I want to find out when Ange's birthday is. I feel like this is going to tell us something. If it is Ange's birthday, which I kind of suspect it is, and it wasn't a normal safe deposit box either, it was an unsettling one, which was apparently reserved only for special clients. Safe deposit box was an, quote, unsettling one, only reserved for special clients. After he had finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he visited the bank, pin and key card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was stored there, and it was natural that he was curious about what that could be. At first he didn't know what to do. The card wasn't properly his possession. When he mustered up courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement floor. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts in safe deposit boxes before, but this was something on a whole different level. Unlike the procedure at the deposit box I used, their system didn't carry out any identity checks so long as you had a card, a pin, and a key, okay, so. But in any case, it was a very secure vault, and I was frightened by how imposing it was. I wondered what kind of shady objects might await me that had to be stored in a place like this. And so, when I passed the card through the reader, I was asked to input the pin, and after that 8-digit number was input and authenticated, I was permitted access to the vault. It was an incredible scene, a world like something from a sci-fi movie. That massive, dimly lit silver room was covered with doors to safes. He entered the room along with the clerk. Interesting. Sorry, I'm cracking my knuckles again. As soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were apparently determined. Oops. Sorry, I wasn't clicked back in. So that the safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one. A112 indicated one of those safes. By the way, there was a long line of other safes marked with a green lamp besides that one. I think there were at least 20. There might even have been more in other corners of the room. In any event, I only had the key to A112. Okay, so this is the other thing too, so. There was over 20 safes that could be opened, but only had the key to one. As the clerk watched, the doctor unlocked and opened the safe. What could be in here? I want to say it's going to be the ring. But I don't really know what else it could be, I guess. The ring. Also, I feel like the birthday probably isn't Angie's because I feel like she would say something, right? Like if it was your birthday, like Battler kind of pointed out pretty quickly, like, oh, that could be my birthday. Or that is my birthday, rather. Like, I feel like Angie would say something. And again, if it is Angie's birthday, then it starts to make a really big suspicion because it's like, why was it specifically those two people's birthdays? That almost implicates, like, let's say Rudolph more in particular, but when he did a safe drawer like a large cabinet opened and an expensive-looking duralumin case showed itself. Oh, they love this. I remember Danganronpa too. That was carried into a separate room where for the first time the clerk left and he was introduced to the contents. And the contents were cash. Cash? How much? I have heard that a pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick. Since those were packed tightly into a duralumin case of such a size, there's probably 100 million total. Okay, interesting. Duralumin case containing 100 million yen. Okay, that doesn't really mean too much right now, but I don't know because I didn't count. I didn't even touch it with my hands. I realized at once this was dangerous money. It wasn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a safe like that, case and all. It's much easier to deal with if you deposit it into a bank account and turn it into a number. The very fact they were unable to do that made it clear that there was something wrong with the cash. Was it like blood money? My mind went blank and I instantly realized that I must not get involved. And you didn't use it at all? Yes. I locked it straight back up, returned it to the original safe and left. I've thought about throwing away that key and card, but I have no idea what might happen. For that reason, I've been hiding it in the back of the bookcase, a secret from everyone for a full 12 years. I still don't know what kind of money that was. Could I borrow this envelope? No. Please just view it here. Alright. Then if I may, there's something I want to investigate. I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan and compared it to the handwriting on both. It's the same, of course. Unmistakable. The one who had sent the 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What is it? Who the fuck are you? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I got something like that in the mail. Hey Ma, where'd I put that again? The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son who had once lived with her. Okay. The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son. He'd been very busy in the days since and seemed to have forgotten about it among the hustle and bustle of everyday life. And apparently its strange contents had stayed in his memory and he remembered as soon as Angie told him. Let me read this here. Kumasawa Sabakichi works at the Nijima fishing harbor. Uh-oh, fishing harbor. Talk about the, what do you call it? Message in a bottle. Kumasawa had many sons and a number of them were away from land as fishermen. It was purely coincidental that it was possible to come into contact with him as he happened to be involved with the fishing harbor. Hopes are on him that he might have heard chatty Kumasawa let something important slip. Nanjo Masayuki took over the Nanjo clinic. Unlike Nanjo, a slightly dispassionate, indifferent impression after the commotion surrounding Rokunjima, he grew to completely despise the press, and never again did he attempt to speak of what had happened at the time. He used to have a daughter who was afflicted with an intractable disease, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife came with the envelope, complaining that he always forgets where he puts things. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was exactly the same. Okay, this is interesting. So, same deal with Kumasawa's son, except this time in place of it being Nanjo that the letter was addressed to, it was Kumasawa. The destination address was in the Okinawa. Interesting. Destination was in the Okinawa prefecture. Okay, yeah, there's some fucking code breaking going on here, bro. Destination is Okinawa prefecture. Yayama County. Yonaguni City. 1-2-341-5167. Okay. Yonaguni Island is at the westernmost tip of Japan. Okay, so we gotta remember, Hokkaido's in the north. Because this is probably important a little bit. Where's the, note? Hokkaido is north tip of Japan. And then down here, Yonaguni is westernmost tip. And the lot number was exactly like before, a sequential number that had apparently been chosen at random. Now it was certain. The envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with a pin, blah blah blah, swipe card, a key with a number tag, A113. A113 on this. In this, on the key, in this envelope. A number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo's son. Most likely inside the vault was the same kind of duralumin case packed with 100 million yen in cash. Got the feeling that my mom had sent it to me from beyond the grave. Don't really get what's inside, and it's creepy, so I just left it alone all this time and totally forgot about it until today. So you know what this is, girl? Could it be that same thing that came to your place? Ah. What is it, Angie? Where are you? Headache, headache. Sorry, my head hurts. Stabbing pain. I know this. What do you mean you know this? You don't mean this envelope came to your place too, Angie? I remember. I remember! Strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. I had fallen into depression after losing my entire family, but it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so a faint memory of it remained. Strange letter which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the person had been sent to was Rudolph. Okay, interesting. Same deal with Angie. Letter was sent to Rudolph. My father. I remember that I got this letter I thought was from my father who had died. I opened it up, and I found a key in a card, and I really didn't understand. I remember being really confused. I felt let down, and I threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now I have no way of checking its contents. Contents unknown, presumably the same. I think I somehow can guess. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt there must have been a key card and a note with a pin inside the envelope. Beatrice, what was she trying to do here? So did she hand out the stupid money to all surviving relatives? I won't forgive her for mocking the mean after their deaths. You, Angie. Sakutaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit. I'm sorry. My hatred of Beatrice isn't anything new. I'm just surprised and angry to find out that I had a connection with the witch already on that day at the age of 6. For the past 12 years, you've been enslaved by Beatrice's curse. This might be proof that this really was a curse. But please, don't fall apart. Part of this journey should be to break through that. That's right. Just letting the blood rise to my head won't get me anywhere. Gotta think calmly. What's going on? What's the meaning of handing out 100 million yen to each of the relatives? Was she trying to provoke us? Damn that Beatrice. Angie, calm down. You. As Sakutaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking. I wonder if the sending of these envelopes was to demonstrate that this was a premeditated crime by Beatrice. They were postmarked right before the family conference, and they were intentionally set up so that they would be sent back after some time. They wanted them to arrive after the incident, is that it? Well, obviously. Yeah, that's what it implies, but it still leaves me wondering a little. Why such an uncertain method? I think what she means by that is that, like, the letters could have been lost in the mail, they could have been damaged, there's, like, so many things that could happen that would stop this from... Yeah, I don't know. I get what she's saying, like... But at this time period, like, what is... Is there anything that's, like, that secure? Like, it's not like you have fucking email or anything, but... Yeah, after all, you can't even guess in advance how many days it would take for the mail to return. Normally, you can't even guess at the amount of time it will take for the receiving post office to do the research, make a determination of unknown recipient, and send it back. Now that you mention it, it'd be more certain if they just sent an arrival date and mailed it that way. Set an arrival date. You? Maybe, but still. They mailed it the day before, then no matter how quickly it returned, it would probably have arrived no earlier than Monday. I wonder if they wanted to make it seem like a letter from the dead. A letter from the dead, you say? You're right. That surprises you and makes you feel horrible. Some mail with your dead family's names written on the outside in large letters gets thrown in your mailbox with an ominous label attached. However, it doesn't really make sense to me. I would have mailed it to arrive on a specified day. I just can't understand why someone would allow the insecurity of it possibly arriving on a day they weren't anticipating. You? But that really does sound like Beato to me. Huh? You know about Byato? Well, I only talked with her a little, but somehow I can tell that Byato would do something like this. Can't you imagine that too, Mammon? Byato likes pranks like this, right? Yeah, that might be true. I wouldn't put it past Beatrice to avoid or to try a vicious prank like a letter from the dead. No, not just that part. Beatrice would find it more fun to do it in a way that was a little bit uncertain instead of one that was absolutely certain. She would find an uncertain method more fun? I remember Maria's diary. It had quite a lot of descriptions of playing with Beatrice. Occasionally, some of these involved Byato playing pranks on the adult relatives with Maria, but those pranks always followed a certain little aesthetic principle of witches, which was that things are more fun if they're uncertain. One day, Maria had bought a wind-up minicar and she and Byato decided to use it for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time. If you made the minicar back up, it would wind up the spring in the tires, and when you let go, it would race forward. Yeah, I know those. We had those in elementary school, I remember. They had wound up that minicar and set it in the shadow of a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the minicar would jump forward and surprise whoever did it. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Byato had watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing who would get caught by it, but ultimately no one moved the trap milk jug and the trap never went off. When One-chan had then muttered we should have put it somewhere where they'd definitely get caught by it, Byato apparently said this. She said, "Traps where you don't know who will get caught or even whether anyone will get caught at all are more thrilling and fun." Interesting. Beatrice quoted, saying, "Traps where you don't know who will get caught or even whether anyone will get caught at all are more thrilling and fun." Okay. It's probably true that you wouldn't get that kind of excitement from a trap that would definitely catch someone. This kind of description occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had quite a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't flip over the chessboard to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. As Angie thought these things over, her gaze wandered from place to place. Then she suddenly showed her interest in the wall. There a number of framed photographs were hung. Many were commemorative photos from when Kumasawa got together as a family, or when the Kumasawas rather, got together as a family or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa herself was in many of them. Still with a smile that made it so you could almost hear her light-hearted ho-ho-ho laugh. It's a distant memory, but I do remember that she was definitely this sort of cheerful old lady. Did you notice anything different about Kumasawa in the days leading up to the incident? Nope. She looked the same as ever, grumbling about how tough the family conference was and how it put her on edge, same as always. What's this? Among the numerous frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a photograph of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. I couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some text had been written in pen. Oh yeah, that's a photo I got when Mom's belongings were disturbed. I think it probably has something to do with the Legend of the Gold thing. This is the chapel, right? Chapel had the lion out front. The witch's epitaph, you mean? Rumored to point to the location of the hidden 10 tons of gold. So Kumasawa tried to solve it too, I see, but this isn't the epitaph. It's the first time I've seen it. There was an arch above the Western-style door and an arch that had a relief. It was an inscription in English and seemed to be the focus of the photograph. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese. This door will only open... Yeah, so it's the chapel door. Okay, so Kumasawa had a photo of the chapel door. You will only be blessed with the probability of 1 in... Let's see. 1,000, million, billion, trillion, right? Because this would be 1,000. This would be 1 million. This would be 1 billion. This would be 1 trillion. So whatever is above 1 trillion. Quadrillion? I don't know it. Nothing like this ever showed up in the epitaph or in One-chan's diary. In Mom's belongings, there were quite a few photos and notebooks that looked like they were from her trying to solve the epitaph's riddle. Turns out she was actually surprisingly fond of that kind of thing, okay? Seems like Kumasawa was invested in solving the epitaph. And there was that rumor that 10 tons of gold bars were hidden somewhere. No wonder she was so besotted by it. In both Maria's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It mentioned about how it was a ritual to open the door to the Golden Land, and Beatrice's resurrection ritual, and Beatrice's succession ceremony, and so on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last line, the succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold and the Ushiromiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushiromiya family at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the head Kinzo had prepared to select his successor. But in the Mariage Sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in details of the two interpretations. Either way, its disturbing contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both the message bottles depicted a crime that followed that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters have been trying as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Unora theory in certain books. However, none of those theories were conclusive. Are there any other materials? I think so, but they were all split up between my siblings. I don't have a clue who has what. Sorry. Just reading this English text that Kumasawa took a picture of, it gives the impression that this was a forbidden door that was rarely opened. But where in the mansion is it, I wonder? It's a chapel. Judging by the lighting, it looks like it's outside. I wonder if Kumasawa suspected that the gold was hidden in there. Who knows? In any case, it's probably somewhere in the Rokenjima mansion. It's a pity, but there wasn't the kind of money in Mama's bank account to make me think she found the gold. She probably didn't find it after all. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ushiromiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokenjima on that day and sent large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is the desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced my family who died on that island that day didn't die and go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. The last place Ange visited was a store in a region where residential and commercial areas intermingled, with a signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. Isn't this Rika's room? This looks like Rika's room in Higurashi. There lived the man who had been the captain of the ferry boat to Rokenjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness and was now being taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife. Captain Kawabata, I remember you well. You were only about yay high. Look at you now. You must have been absolutely devastated. I understand how you feel, believe me. The former boat captain was so full of energy that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too. He had a good memory of things that had happened more than a decade prior, and it seemed that he could even remember how Ange had been at the time. The lively conversation was very helpful for Ange, but at the same time, the captain also remembered the final family conference very well, and the fact that he had detailed memories of even Battler's gonna fall uproar on the boat was instead painful for Ange. It had been so back then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rokenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat and make the voyage. I still hadn't managed to arrange for a boat to Rokenjima, so if he refused me, the voyage to Rokenjima would probably become hopeless. No need to explain. It'd be no easy job finding a boat willing to go to that island at this point. Nowadays, some of them don't even call it Rokenjima anymore. They call it by its old name, Akujikijima. Can't see you getting any sailor around here to help you out. Originally Rokenjima, yep, we knew this is from the first chapter. Rokenjima had been feared as an island of disaster by the fishermen, and when that incident happened 12 years ago, that fear reached its peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There was almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this caused the mystique surrounding Rokenjima to increase even more, and resulted in the proliferation of the bizarre witch stories they love so much. Would you take me in your boat? They're supposed to give her back to me just for tomorrow. I hear the engine's been acting up lately, though. We'll crank it up to full throttle. The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokenjima. With this, I'd managed to secure a method of transport to Rokenjima. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rokenjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years. That's great news. You'll be able to go to the island now. Yeah. I'd heard that it would be hard to find a boat, so the boat captain's cooperation really helped me out. Although he may not have been as badly affected as you, Angie, I'm sure that the incident 12 years ago has been a thorn for the boat captain as well, one that he still hasn't been able to pull out. You. Even the captain wasn't able to find closure this whole time. Well, yeah. If that guy had taken his boat out on October 5th as promised, there's a chance that he could have saved a great many people. If he hadn't been hesitant with his boat just because of a little wind. You shouldn't say things like that. I'm sure that's pained the captain constantly until today. I heard that it had truly been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they would be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokkenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very insistent upon that date, which had been determined beforehand as the date of the conference. It was only natural. All of the adults had their own packed schedules and had come to the family conference having arranged those schedules in advance. They probably had their own circumstances preventing them from easily pushing it back to next week just because the typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault, but perhaps he could say that he didn't feel so guiltless that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain has been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him the whole time. And by taking me, the last member of the Ushiromiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for the past. That boat's meant to be coming back just after noon. I'll take you to Rokkenjima after that, so we should get there before evening. It's an island without electricity or lights. You won't be able to stay long. Is a short trip like that going to satisfy you? It's not the kind of thing where staying longer will satisfy me more. I'm grateful just to have you take me there. Don't mention it. If I hadn't parted with my boat, I wouldn't have to be so stingy, and I'd be able to take you to the island as much as you'd like. It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokkenjima, so the time of day I'll be staying there is evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seems almost like a borderline between this world and the next, or possibly between 1998 and 1986, and felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokkenjima. It's not like I'll be doing anything on the island. Staying there for just a few hours will be just fine if I can feel some closure. At that time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back at him and told him I'd gotten hold of a boat for tomorrow. It's great. It's about time for us to go. We'll be counting on you tomorrow, Captain. You betcha. I know all about the troubles you've had. I was watching the talk shows at the time, and I was disgusted by all the people stirring up that incident just for fun. I'll help you out in any way I can. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at noon tomorrow. Here. The fare for the boat. Angie took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain must have seen the thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head. I'm grateful to you. This is guidance from heaven. I'm being given a final chance to take you to Rokkenjima and bring you back safely. Now I'll finally be able to finish the final job Kinzo entrusted me with, so I'm grateful to you. Huh? That's a weird phrase to say. The boat captain says, I'll finally be able to finish the final job Kinzo entrusted me with. So I'm grateful to you. I got more than enough money from Kinzo back then, can't take it from you. It's a very weird, thank you very much, Angie says, very weird, throwaway line there. Watch your step on the stairs, they're a doozy. I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there had actually been a chest of drawers. It was getting hard to believe that there had actually been a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Most of the first floor was a bedding store, with many futons piled up on each other. The captain followed behind us as we weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and started up the car. My grandkid's room is empty. I really wouldn't mind if you stayed there. As you can tell, I'm up to my eyes in futons. Thanks a lot for the offer, but I can't cause you trouble if worst comes to worst. Know your circumstances, but seems to me like you're caught up in a lot of trouble. There's rumors of some shady people are on the lookout for someone. Wouldn't happen to be you, would it? How should I know? Angie played dumb, but it looked as if the boat captain had guessed. My job was to take visitors to Rokkenjima over to the island and bring them back again. That job was interrupted 12 years ago, and it still hasn't been finished. So thanks to you, I'm finally going to be able to finish that job. So what I'm saying is, please let me finish this job. Do you understand? Yeah. It's not like I'm going there to die. But part of me does feel that, if I could die on that island, I would surely be able to go to where my family is. I'd finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading for Rokkenjima in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well, and so for emphasis he told me again, don't. I won't. I promise. In the first place, it's still unclear about why I even have to go to Rokenjima. What the purpose is at all. No, I'm sure there's gotta be one. If there isn't one for you, then there is one for them. The island called you. That's why you came here. You might be right. I might have been called. I was called. For what reason? For them. Mom, Dad, Battler, and Maria. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What does Rokenjima have for me? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow was almost upon me at last, I still wasn't able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard. And I'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening. I got past the stacks of futons in the narrow store and was about to go outside. Just then my feet stopped. What is it? What is that? That? What? What are you talking about? Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That means... impossible. Why? Uryu, Ange, why? What's going on? I don't have a clue either. There's no way that something that ridiculous. Is this magic? A miracle? This is probably my fate. I just understood. This was my mission. Uryu, I don't have a clue what's... I was frozen in position, shaking, pointing into the semi-darkness inside the store. What is it? What's over there? I don't understand. What is it that you see? Thank you, Captain. All of this. All of it. It was all fate. Even me visiting this place was fate. This is the mission and the purpose that I'm going to Rokenjima for. Ange? What is it? Is something wrong? I'm as clueless as you. She's just gone, still as a statue, pointing into the darkness. Ange? Are you alright? What can you see? Can't you two see it? That right there. Can't you see it? All I can see is a normal display case. There's no one there, Missy. Uryu, Ange, I don't know what's going on. Is this a dream? Magic? What's happening? Ange? Sakutaro lifted his face toward Ange. From her eyes slid a single tear. Ange. I understand. One-chan. And Beatrice. Uryu. So this is magic. What the fuck is she looking at, man? Let me see it. Ange sees something in the boat captain's shop as she is about... Again, I'm sorry if you hear banging. I don't know what the fuck my roommates are doing, but they're doing something. Fucking vacuuming or something. And you see something in the boat captain's shop as she is about to leave. Amakusa comments, oops, it's just an empty display case. Nothing there. Ange mentions Battler and Beatrice before the chapter ends. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Let's try and make some fucking progress here. Get this pop filter in the right spot. A test? Listen well. Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house, and the message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to be the next head. The head has said that his successor will not be one of us siblings, that he wants to pick from you grandchildren. From Kraus's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. And as she was forced into the realization that the hostages were probably being exposed to that danger even now, and that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed. So, what should we do? Hold on. Crows held the receiver away from his ear and then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order. Before the test, those unrelated must be removed. Goda and Kumasawa are there, I believe. It will be a problem if they interfere with the test. Banish them from the guest house. Banish, you say? There should be a gardening storehouse in the rose garden. Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there. We'll begin from there. Tell them to do it immediately. What chapter is this again? 15? Yeah. My weapons will be watching. Should they do anything questionable, I'll instantly stop the test and execute all of you as sacrifices. I understand. Hello, Jessica. Listen closely to what I'm going to tell you. Kraus relayed to Jessica the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa. What kind of test are you planning? It truly is a simple test. I will simply have my grandchildren show me their resolve. Well, now I wonder what kind of results they'll show me. Fuck, I can't read. Yeah, ha ha ha. With displeasure, Kiri watched Kraus, who was talking with the children. It's regrettable, but for now we can't refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for a chance. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, keeping our eyes peeled so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kiri watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders. Kiri, let us be patient. I know. It's unfortunate, but all we can do right now is wait. If we can just do something about these bars, we'll be able to get back to the mansion. If only we could somehow get out of here. I'll try something. Kinzo, I have a request. What is it, my friend? We understand well that you want to test the children. It is fine for you to do things as you desire. Without your power, the Ushiromiya family might have collapsed long ago. We truly understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take charge. Besides, what is that the family conference, or that is what the family conference is about. We won't get in your way. I'm glad to have your understanding. That's right, this is the family conference. The final family conference where I will select and finalize the next head. Wahahaha. So the thing is, Kinzo, it is far too cold in here. We won't interfere with your tests, so couldn't you take us to a slightly warmer place? In Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. A moment of silence struck Nanjo as Kinzo glared at him with dangerous eyes as though evaluating him. Certainly this place is cold. It's tough on an old body, my lord. Wouldn't it be alright if we move them upstairs? That is not happening. I don't think so, Nanjo. I know how truly elegantly you lay the foundations for future moves as you appear to give me a turn's breathing room. I'm not falling for that. Oh no. If you insist you're freezing, then I will line the floor with red-hot coals. My apologies. Virgilia had tried to help out too, but in the end Kinzo was having none of it. You two sure are obedient. If you felt like it, you could easily break these bars. Exactly. Even if we break these, nothing will come of it. True. If you were to break these, it would mean the end of Goldsmith's game. All of you, as well as those humans in the guest house, would immediately become sacrifices for Kinzo's ritual. But, you know, you two might be the only ones who hold the power to break through the situation, right? You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you? You must have many dreams you want granted, right? Chuckle. Gap, you mustn't provoke them. This is not your game. This is the Master's game and Milady's. What is it, Ronove? Oh, no, nothing. We were chatting with the prisoners. Forgive us. Okay, this is interesting. Gap seems like she might be a little bit of a wild card. Gap may be a little bit of a wild card. Gap sent one final message, sneering smile. I can't fucking read because I'm putting words in for some reason. Gap sent one final sneering smile at Ken and then turned away. Ken could only bite his lower lip and shake his fist. Damn it. Well done. Good job holding it in. We're powerless, because we're furniture. That's right, we are powerless. But there are times when furniture is needed and even loved. We're stored away in the basement right now, that's all. I'm sure that one day somebody will love us. Need us. So for now, let's ignore their provocations and bear with it. Okay? Father, I've ordered them to lock up Goda and Kumasawa in the storehouse. Good. You may hang up now. Chiester sisters, observe the grandchildren as they lock Goda and Kumasawa away. If they do anything suspicious, then in that moment the selection test for my successors will be over. When Kinzo made his order, the Chiester sisters appeared behind him in a line. Understood, sir. I will scout. 556 and 410 cover both flanks. 556 is a new one. 45, Wide area surveillance. 00. 556 is... Ah, that's right. Sorry. She was a good kid. That's why I don't like them, yeah? Good people. What are you doing, Chiester sisters? Carry out my orders. Interesting, so they seem to... Chiester sisters seem to imply that 556 is dead when 00 tried to call on her. My apologies, sir. Then let us go observe. Move out. The Chiester sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Nanjo and Kiri witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation, but they interpreted this as if they had probably moved in and out of darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation, and the two could do nothing but rub their eyes. Well then, I shall begin preparing for the test. Ronove, Gap, I'm asking you to be the examiners. Virgilia, you watch these rats. After all, 2 of my furniture are here. Just in case, be on your guard. He glanced sharply at Shannon and Cannon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow, answering wordlessly that she would not cause any trouble. Certainly. I'll be careful. Isn't this cold hard on your old body, Leah? Should I bring you a hot water bottle? Shut up. Hurry up and go, Gap. Poo-coo-coo-coo. Well, tests and examiners. What a strange experience we have this game. I do hope this development entertains, milady. Come arise, goat attendants. Virgilia called out into the dark, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants slowly melted into vision. Ah, Richi's minions. How useful. And they look so warm. I see, so this is instead of a hot water bottle. In that case, wouldn't sheep have been better than goats? Shut up about it, you cashmere mop. They aren't very bright, but they faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable. I leave it to you, my friend Virgilia. The rest of you follow me. Kenzo turned with a grand swish of his cloak. Following him were Ronove and Gap, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants. You 3 are supposed to wait here with me. Don't follow them. The goats jumped in surprise and then came plodding back. Kiri, who had been watching in disbelief as all this played out, couldn't help but snort. What entertaining underlings. Lord Goldsmith did not give you permission to speak freely. She was probably a little embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coldly, but Kiri could see right through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. Over on the inside, Kiri was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him, because including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuwadorian. Although this mansion's existence had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known it for a fact until today. Were there actually several facilities like this on Rokenjima, unknown to all but Kinzo, holding untold numbers of henchmen that only Kinzo knew of? Just how many humans are on Rokenjima locked away by the typhoon? No, actually. Are we the only ones under the impression there are only 18 people on this island? As we bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not and racked our brains over something as minor as a 19th person, were we on this island the perfect example of frogs in a well? No, wait, in fact. At this point, are there actually more people on the enemy's side than on ours? Because what the hell is going on? Witches, demons, magic? Am I supposed to believe in those? Are my eyes screwed up or is my head? I think I'm losing it. A mass murdered by magic, demons forming and disappearing in thin air, more importantly than the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of this world? Kiri started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore, and while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she clenched her teeth in an attempt to hold on to her sanity. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden storehouse, but they had been threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree, but once the idea was raised that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them through a cracked open window after they were shut inside. A cracked open window, so there's a window into the storehouse. Interesting. Okay. There is a window to the storehouse. Interesting. Since before, in episode 1, it seemed as though there was only the shutter. Just to put that down. It's fairly hard to get them to agree, but once the idea was raised, blah blah blah, cracked open window, and that they were shut inside, and it was finally suggested that blankets and food could be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. This place is pretty chilly. I wonder how long we'll have to stay locked in here. In the worst case, it'll be until Monday morning, so a full day and night. I really feel bad about doing this to you two. George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought. It would be hard for you guys to go until Monday morning with just this. If only we could have stopped by the kitchen. We were told not to go to any unnecessary places. They do apparently have us under surveillance after all. Damn it. I'm honestly sorry that we cannot be of any use. And these are the times that we are truly supposed to be at your sides. It can't be helped. More importantly, we're trusting you to take care of Kumasawa. We don't know what's going to happen. When it comes down to it, I want you to do what you can to help her. And more than anything, I want you to be safe. I understand. Please be careful, everyone. Right now the Master is taking human lives like they are pieces on a chessboard. Please be careful. Go to stare at the floor, remembering that atrocity in the dining hall, even now unable to believe what had happened. And he hung his head in shame at his inability to fully describe that terror. Thank you. Please make sure to stay on your guard. You too, Kumasawa. And you all, please take care as well. I don't have any idea what's going on anymore. Well then, we'll be off. Let's go, Battler. Jessica. Come on, Maria, you too. Ugh. So I was trying to clean my glasses, but they're not really cleaning too well. There we go. Looking at the painful expression on the faces of the pair to be imprisoned, it became hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We were being watched. Jesus. We brought the shutter down and locked it. Then George headed to the small window on the side of the storehouse. It was a small latticed window which could only be used for light and ventilation. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna put that down. Apparently, the window is only used for light and ventilation. It is blocked with a lattice design. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable, but on the other hand, it would help protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates, so one would hope. Or one should hope. He opened the window and called out. Wait, are my glasses not even dirty? Oh, they're not even, like, dirty. I'm, like, losing my mind. Are you alright? You're not cold, are you? We're alright. We've been given all these blankets after all. If we wrap ourselves up, we'll be just fine. I wish we could have brought them a kerosene stove or something. But it wouldn't have ventilation here. It's tough, but there's nothing we can do now. After literally just saying there's a window that would provide ventilation. Thank you, game. But I understand what you're saying, that maybe the ventilation would not be good enough, but still. Hostages are being held against us. We can't disobey. Damn it. If we could just save Kiri and the rest somehow. Shh. They might be able to hear you. Go to here. Key to the shutter. Okay. Key to the shutter. Was thrown inside, so of course when they get murdered in a minute here, we'll be like, how the fuck were they able to do it? Thank you. I'll hold on to it. Goda took the key and after showing it to Kumasawa, placed it in his own pocket. There was only one key to the gardening shed's shutter. That was being held by those who were locked up inside it. If the children had held on to it, then if it was stolen from them by some chance, they would risk exposing the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. It satisfied Kinzo's demand. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This would protect them. Kinzo had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold locked room would protect them. Okay, so shutter can't be opened in any way now. Doesn't open from the inside, and the key is needed for the outside. So when they die in a moment, we can all be very confused. Holding Maria's hand, Jessica watched George hand over the key, then looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether they disobeyed orders or not. Of course, merely pointing their flashlights out there did nothing to make any suspicious silhouettes appear, but somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. They were hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but they held back that through reason. The four children left the area behind, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The feeble light from the light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. Was it at all possible that this insane incident would somehow come to an end so that they could see those two again? To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock made it feel as though he had killed them with his own hands. But even so, we can't disobey. A test? What the hell, old man? Killing Mom and capturing Dad for that? I don't get it. I'll kill him. It's alright, Jessica. There's nothing to be sad about. Maria. The witch will be revived very soon. It won't be long before you can see her in the Golden Land. I'm fucking getting sick when Maria does this shit. Ouch. Don't laugh at inappropriate times. Seriously, a resurrection ritual for a witch? He should just keep his fantasies to the inside of his head. Getting all these people involved? That's gonna cost you, bastard. Let's return to the guest house. It'll be bad if we aren't there when Grandfather calls. Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica spun around and roared towards the darkness of the rose garden. Hey! Someone's watching, right? Tell the old man. Tell him I'm gonna friggin' kill him. Let's go. Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and the rain. The children returned to the guest house, in fear of what would be waiting for them when they got back. After they departed, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up. Sorry. They found me out. It's because you're too slow, 45. Yeah. Pendragon's gonna scold you. I'm sorry. Please don't tell Pendragon on me. I just put that in the notes. Shut up, be quiet. It was obviously just a bluff. Goten Kumasawa's imprisonment confirmed, mission accomplished. Time to report back. Neener. Ouch. Do you want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of collective responsibility? Let's go. Okay. We're still on the first day, too, so... I just want to see, it's... Okay, it's almost midnight. But that's weird. Now that I think about it, the first twilight happened early this time. Put that down. Now that I look, the first twilight happened way earlier than it would normally. Normally, it wouldn't happen... Sorry, I'll show the notes here. Until midnight on the first day. But this time, it happened prior. Interesting. It certainly seemed to be a fact that they were being watched, because once they returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on and lay down on their beds, the phone rang again. Up until now, Jessica had been answering the phone, saying as it was her house, but now it was George as the eldest who picked it up. This time, Kiri was on the other end of the phone. George handed it to Battler out of consideration. Hello? Kiri? Is everything alright over there? Thanks for worrying. It's agreeable for now. Sorry I've been ordered to refrain from speaking freely. Listen closely to what I'm about to tell you. The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed. After Kinzo or one of his subordinates was probably listening to this after all. And one of Kinzo... Sorry. And Kinzo or one of his subordinates was probably listening to this conversation. Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things and focused on what Kiri had to say. The test will be given to Jessica, George, Battler, and Maria in that order. Okay. Test is given to Jessica, George, Battler, Maria in that order. Same order as age of eldest sibling. Same order, or I should say, children in order of age. Jesus, I don't know how to word this in a way that makes sense. Everyone knows what I'm saying. It's like, it's Kraus, and then it's Ava's, and then it's following same order as their parents in succession line. We'll just put it at that. I don't know. I know what I mean. So apologies if that doesn't make sense in the future in the notes. You will be called out in turn, so until then do not leave the room. The person who is called out will head to the designated location alone. Battler repeated it out loud so that his cousins would also understand. Jessica, Aniki, me, and Maria in that order. Stay in the room until we're called, right? Got it. Maria too. Even a 9-year-old girl. What's that old fart going to force her to do, goddammit? The furniture of the Ushiromiya family rests in all of your hands. Do your best. Or the future. I don't know why I said furniture, sorry. Sure, or did it say furniture? Am I totally... No, I said future, okay, I'm totally just tired. Sure. Battler noticed a strange nuance in Kiri's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. Now is not the time to worry about the future of the Ushiromiya family. That wasn't the message that Kiri wanted to send. She probably meant there is no way for us to escape from this dungeon, and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that. Yeah, leave it to us. No idea what kind of test it is, but bring it on. I'm not backing down from that challenge. It's a serious test, right? It's okay for us to go all out. Yeah? It's a serious test. He plans to seriously test you all. That's no good. No goddamn good at all. Some old fart on death's door thinks he can take me when I'm serious? Let's see him spew that shit from beyond the grave. He's there, so tell him this for me. The next head is me, and my first action will be to implant my fist into your face. That is the most cringe fucking shit I've heard in my entire life, bro. Even without Kiri having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears. Battler, I will truly be looking forward to it. I can't wait to see just what a man who once discarded the Ushiromiya name has attained. To just what state of mind he has ascended as he stands before me. Tell him that. Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver, so Kiri spoke for him. He says he's more than up for the challenge. Alright, Battler, there's no need to hold back. You're Rudolph's son. No, you're my son. Show me something I won't be embarrassed to brag about. I entrust everything to you. Aww. Roger that, Mom. Aww. That's super cute, because he never calls her Mom. Leave the rest to us. All of us here have lost the right to inherit the position of the head. Now we're just the same as pieces taken off the chessboard looking on from the outside. You'll have to fight by yourselves. Kiri. The nuance of those words was, we've already given up, you can forget about us. But for that very reason I won't give up. I'm gonna wreck this test or whatever and save everyone. Well then, here are the instructions for the first test, Jessica. Head to your own room, he says. Okay, interesting. Jessica is told to head to her room. Seems he means Jessica's personal room in the mansion. I'll hand it over to Jessica. Tell her directly. Jessica? Hello. Okay, I understand. Me first, huh? I'm ready. Be right back. In actuality, Jessica was probably feeling the fear of a girl her age, but she buried those feelings and strengthened her resolve. Be careful, okay? We're being watched, right? We can't do anything. All we can do is exactly as we're told. They say that old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall in an instant with no hesitation. Might be the same for us. I get it. I'll pay him back. Don't do anything reckless. If you think you're in any danger, you put yourself first. If Uncle Kraus finds out that his daughter sacrificed herself for him, there's no doubt it would tear his heart apart. It goes the other way too. If Mom and Dad were both killed, and I was the only one left, my heart would rip itself to pieces. Battler, is what you said earlier true? Yeah. Kiri and the others are already prepared for what will happen. Then I'm even more sure I'm ready. Their lives rest on our shoulders. The hostages can't do anything while locked up, so it's up to us to do something about it. If anything happens, run back to the guest house. At that time, we'll be done playing along with Grandfather's game. Aniki. At that time, we will declare war. Wherever they're locked up, we'll save them and we'll see that Grandfather gets what he deserves. Are you sure, Aniki? Shannon's there too. That doesn't mean I'll sit around and wait for my fiancé to be killed. What scares me is not that Shannon might be killed by Grandfather. I'm just worried you guys will be first to find that doddering old bastard who gave my fiancé a taste of terror and literally beat me to the punch. Okay, bro, pipe down. You're like the most uncool dude. Guy's like, oh yeah, bro, I am that guy. Okay, pal, sure. Now I get it. Yeah, this really is a test to settle who the next head's gonna be. Yep. The first one to bury a fist into that old geezer's face is the successor. George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Left Maria out of it, of course. Fuck you, Maria, apparently. Then Jessica headed off to her own room as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, which was shaking in the violent winds. As they saw her off, George and Battler hardened their trembling fists. Jessica's back was watched through the window by Maria, who had remained upstairs. Her expression was blank. I wonder why everyone's getting so upset. When Beatrice is revived, we can get her to bring everyone back to life. Jessica's form had already been completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away. Hello? Maria, it's Shannon. Would you please hand the phone to George? This time it was Shannon on the phone. And the purpose of the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. Wow. Is that the end of that chapter? Oh my god, that was a short chapter. What the fuck? At least it felt like it. Might actually get... Stream might be shorter than I thought it would be, but knowing how this is going to be, because there was one short chapter, the next two are going to be like 2 hours long each. Okay, we're following Jessica, yeah, I was about to say. It goes without saying, but since the time she was born, Jessica was raised in this mansion. This Western-style house that the cousin simply called the mansion was her home. And yet she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. And at the same time, her own home, which she knew well, had never felt so different a place as it did now. This is really interesting that the game seems to be like wrapping up pretty quick this time around. Unless we're just going to skip a bunch of time towards the end. I mean, like, we already have the first Twilight done. It seems we're already setting up the next Twilights. It seems like this game, because like I said, it seems like in the past, for the last two, I haven't kept count of the chapters, but it's somewhere in like the 17 to 20 chapter range every time. We're on 16 already. I can't imagine this is that much longer. So I have a funny feeling we were going to be ending in quite a fucking bang. Her own room. This had once been her personal hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, that door had never felt as intimidating as it did now. A test, he says. What the hell's he got waiting in there? He better not have ransacked my desk and stuff. She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. She readied herself and opened the door to her room. Yeah, did she? Fuck, took her long enough. Hey, the lights are on, thank you. When she saw that, fortunately the room didn't appear to have been messed with, she relaxed. And then the phone rang like instantly. No one was there, of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away Jessica locked the door behind her. Now the room was safe, unless the person was already in there. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course no one was hiding. What the hell? She looked at the clock. 10 past 11, or just a little past that. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still only 11. The plan had been for all the cousins to get together, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about all kinds of things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing at this very moment. If this was any of the other 3 episodes, why has that turned into this? It's all that old bastard's fault. How could he do that? To Mom. To everyone. Her head was swimming with anger and sadness, but there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, Jessica thought that she would like to go to the dining hall and see her mother's last face. Even though Goat had emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome, and that she definitely shouldn't look at it, even so she wanted to see her mother's face one final time. But they had been warned repeatedly that doing anything stupid would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it will surely be against the rules. And Dad, Cannon, Shannon, Auntie Kiri, and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. Wait, what? Pause. Oh, I think what she's saying... I don't know why you would think that. You have no reason to believe that. There's no way that the scale is balanced between 5 lives and my own life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself which said, "Isn't it alright as long as I survive?" Headed to the door and made to unlock it. Just then, clap, clap, clap. A crisp applause rang out. I'll do it for you. A crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. Hey, it's Ronobe. If the door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules, and harm could have come to the hostages. But even so, your own life might be saved. However, you resisted that temptation, were about to unlock the door yourself. That bravery of yours is worthy of admiration. Who... I, the owner of this room, had searched to make sure there was nowhere any human could have been hiding. Where had this man... There was nowhere for a human to hide. But could something that wasn't human have managed it? I was pretty sure this was my first meeting with this largely built, middle-aged man. I did not recognize this guy who looked like a butler and bore the seal of the One-Winged Eagle. A pleasure to meet you, Jessica. I serve as head furniture for the Master, the 27th of the 72. Get it? Because it's like 72 backwards? I am called Ronobe. Ronobe? Genji? Ah yes, Genji is like my little brother. Or perhaps he was my true form in this world. Oh, wait, pause. Ronobe insinuates that Genji is his vessel. What's this guy saying? Oh, my apologies. This is not something that can be explained to a human. Well, then let us... just randomly let me drop a massive plot point. Okay. I think everything in my brain is starting to... The puzzle pieces are starting to be laid out. Well then, let's move on to the main event. So this is that old crackpot's test or whatever. Correct. This is the test that the master has granted you. You need to try and solve this using the quadratic equation with no calculator, Jessica. But I failed math. I failed Algebra 1. Well, you're fucked then. At Ronovia's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for the meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. What the hell? A swarm of gold butterflies spun around, forming a small swirl as they gathered in one place. Hey, it's an envelope. Then the golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold wintry wind, and there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. Ronovia gestured to her to pick it up. I wonder if Salt Bay is behind all this. That guy loves his gold leaf too, man. Let me just throw a gold leaf on whatever the fuck I want to, make it like 10 times more expensive for no reason. Jessica timidly picked it up and opened the letter inside. What is this? It is an exceedingly simple test that looks for the qualifications for becoming the next head. Please do it. Please attend to the question written there with the readiness of the next head who will bear responsibility for the Ushiromiya family, and tell me your answer as well as the thoughts that led you to it. What the utter hell? Shaking, Jessica looked back and forth between the paper and Ronove's face several times. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica could be seen in the arbor of the rose garden, she had been planning to give Shannon the ring, or he had been, because I can't read, he had been planning to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here, tonight at this time, if things had gone normally. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon. Is it Gap? Oh, dude, she's so bad. I'm sorry. Read it. This is Goldsmith's test for you. George picked up the western envelope on the table where he had once drunk tea with Shannon and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After a single glance at it, George's eyes grew sharp. What is this supposed to be? It's what it looks like. It's a test given to you to find a few of the qualifications to be the successor to the head. Ask yourself what makes you qualified to be the successor as you answer the question. What a stupid question. I agree. It really is a stupid question. In that case, isn't the Ushiromiya family headship something just as trivial in Goldsmith's eyes? I want to see this here. So, George is told to go to the, I know they keep giving it a specific word, and I just don't remember what it's called. I'm just going to call it the, I think they call it the arbor, right? In the rose garden, where he proposes to Shannon. Normally. George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again and examined its contents. George and Jessica, while the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same. Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Okay. George and Jessica were given 2 letters that were somewhat similar, yet mostly were somewhat different, yet mostly the same. It read, among the 3 below, among the 3, sorry, I'm just writing this in notes if you really want to see, but there's not really much point. In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Okay. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. It's a simple 3-choice test. Decide for yourself which one you will choose not to save. If you refuse to choose, the test is suspended. I've been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If you would include even that as a choice, then there are 4 choices. It's been an awful long time since I've gotten to play with a kid like you, so I can't say I'd be disappointed. Are these 3 choices only a test, or will the choice be accompanied by a result? Don't be naive. The one you choose will definitely lose their life. So it's among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's life. Ooh! George's letter. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. So you basically pick one to kill, and you keep the other 2. So you could kill Shannon, keep himself and everyone else. He could kill everyone else, keep himself and Shannon, kill himself, give Shannon and everyone else. If you do not choose one, all will be lost. If you do not choose one, all will be lost. Interesting. Oops, knocked my pop filter down. Why is Shannon's name here? The second choice has the name of the one most needed by that person and most loved. Second choice has the name, so we can assume for Jessica, it's her, Ken, and everyone else. One most needed by that person and most loved. I believe Cannon's name is written second on Jessica's. Thanks, I already predicted that. You gave this stupid question to Jessica too. Giggle giggle. What does Jessica matter? Right now you are the one being tested. It really is a simple 3-choice task. Which can you throw away for the sake of the other 2? Isn't that simple? If you still can't decide, would you like me to lend you a coin? Oh, Anton Sugar? A coin? How would you choose between 3 options with something that only has 2 sides? There's no one who would throw... I was about to say, no one's going to kill themselves, so you just assume that you're not throwing that away, and you... So naturally, only 2 options remain. Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love? Or will you give up on the one person you love so that you can save as many people as possible? So I just realized we never found out what this girl's voice sounds like. And so now we're going to find out. Also this girl too. Oh, good voice on her. Gap. Oh my.
いるわけがない。となればおのずと残る選択肢は2つになる。愛する者のために全ての人間を諦めるか、一人でも多くを救うために愛する者一人を諦めるか。
My fucking mouth is wide open, man. Not only have I been staring, honestly a little bit disrespectfully, but that voice too? Okay, hello. Hello, I'm locked in. Either way, you can fit it with an appropriate just cause. After all, this Rokenjima is now a demon island. The sickly sweet buddy-buddy pretense of the human world isn't necessary. No one will blame you. Do as your heart desires. While asking yourself whether you possess the fitting qualifications to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, no. Make your decision as though you yourself are the Ushiromiya family head. Hehehehe. What the hell do you take me for? Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor. I believe your anger is quite appropriate. I also find it an exceedingly pitiful and truly ludicrous question. Poo-coo-coo-coo. Like how there's anyone who could wish for their own death. And like how there's anyone who could want to remain alive after abandoning the life of the person they love. And like how there's anyone who would massacre everyone else as long as it's good for the 2 of them. No, Jessica. Such a person could exist. This is Rokenjima, the Demon Island. It is now completely cut off from the human world and dunked fully into the netherworld like cheese fondue. The values of the human world will be taken out with the trash. Pukuku. So please, choose the things you desire from the bottom of your heart in the order you desire them. Whatever remains will be your answer, and one most fitting for this insane night. Screw you! How could I choose any of these? If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. Also makes for a fine 4th choice. It may also be interesting if that one is chosen. But since choosing that will result in the loss of your own life in the end, I believe it would be more wise to do the honorable thing and select number 1, your life, so that the other 2 will be saved. All is entrusted to your decision, Jessica. This makes me wonder if in the previous games, every single time, with the exception of maybe Ava, if the same question was posed, if the person just said, like, my life. Interesting. Please let me hear an answer and conviction fitting for the successor to the Ushiromiya family. I am sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer, fitting for the master's descendant who shares his blood. Damn it! That scene was being observed through a magic crystal ball being held by Kinzo. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back. Spreading his arms and facing the heavens, he began laughing in an explosive voice. Wahahaha, wahahaha! Why do you hesitate, foolish grandchildren and descendants of mine? This is a simple problem that can be answered immediately. It should cause less vacillation than whether to put a bit of butter or jam on your morning toast. I'm sorry, I was reading that very weird. Do you people know the correct answer? He turned and stared wide-eyed at the Chester sister who had been faithfully standing in wait behind him. No, my apologies. I don't know, Lord Goldsmith. Fool, not choosing at all means game over. You foolish rabbit who cannot even choose a reason or a goal for her own life. You have not the value of a single ant that anyone might step upon without even noticing. Die, be crushed, disappear faster than I can blink. And what of you? I would sacrifice the first one. My life, sir. Weapons exist to fight and die in battle, and weapons exist to destroy enemies and protect allies. If we can die protecting those we love, we can die satisfied, sir. Oh, A truly splendid model answer for a weapon. The immediate reply is very nice. Have you been taught that you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way? That's not it, is it now? Even that isn't it, is it now? You are merely answering the way you have been told to answer, repeating the answer you have been indoctrinated with. You are the same as that other rabbit a second ago. You used to live without having chosen a purpose or a goal to live for. Filth whose life has no value. It would fit you well to crush you down and use you as fodder for the other livestock. Yes, sir. Animal fodder would be an honor. I don't think so. You don't want to see anyone else die anymore, do you? Why can't you accept that? Accept that your old wounds are still festering and rotting deep, deep inside. Yes, the rotting stench almost makes the nose wrinkle, you foolish, rotten rabbit. These are the words of praise for you. Thank you very much, sir. Well then, what about you, the last one? Which of the three choices would you choose? Neh. Number 2 without hesitation. Oh? Number 2? There are not many who could proudly choose to offer the one you love as a sacrifice. Tell me your reason. Because the one you love will be lost eventually. Even if you don't have anyone to love, you won't be hurt. Or if you don't have anyone to love, you won't be hurt. And even then, you might still be able to love someone again someday. So, the person you love right now isn't worth that much at all. Yeah. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I see, so that is why you reached such an answer. You, rabbit, who has become cowardly because you have been hurt by love. I have heard that rabbits die of loneliness, but just when was it that your heart was killed? Then, rabbit, I shall alter the question. Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you loved? How is that? Can you still select that one? What's this about the one you love not being worth much at all? Foolish rabbit. Filth who cannot even face up to the depths of her own love. Try and choose it. Try and choose to have the one you love forgotten. You can, right? I'll bet you can, right? Come on, try saying that you can. I can. I can. Lord Goldsmith, please have mercy on her. That is enough, rabbit filth. Go to Vergilion and help keep watch on the dungeon. Be gone. The Chester sisters, their old emotional wounds gouged, disappeared as though running away. After that, even though there was no one left to hear him, Kinzo continued talking as though continuing a play. And there you have it, my pleasant test. To be truthful, there is no choice that can be said to be correct. Whichever answer they choose, it is about whether they can choose, without hesitation, quickly, and with a resolute conviction, and their own strong, unshakable will. The reason and their willpower are more important. That is what I want to know about. Ah, descendants of mine, I'm truly looking forward to what kind of answers you will show me. Well, judging by everything that I can guess, isn't Maria going to be the one that would win? Because if he tries to alter the same question that he did with the Chester sisters, Maria's just gonna say, well, the one that she loved most was like either Rosa, but I guess it could potentially be Sakutaro, but if it was Rosa, she'd be like, bro, fuck Rosa, I'll get rid of my memories of that bitch, fuck her. Me? Of course I wanted the same, he picked 3 easily. Doesn't make any sense. That's what the ritual is right now. Of course, I once had the same question thrust upon me, because I splendidly answered that devil's question. I was able to claim gold, honor, and that witch herself as my own. Which answer did I choose? Do I really need to say it out loud? No, you don't. It's pretty obvious you picked 3. The other ones wouldn't make any fucking sense. So, have you decided on your answer? As Jessica stared at the crushed letter which lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the sound of the wind and the rain, and the rustling of treetops, regardless of how noisy that was. Excuse me. It simply made the silence more apparent. Ronove waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't speak. Whether she was deep in thought or had stopped thinking, Ronove couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known, but cruelly like a demon, Ronove urged Jessica to voice it. If you cannot choose any, I can at least take your life painlessly, if you would like. What? I think she picked the third one. I'm afraid I had trouble hearing. May I ask you to repeat? Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Ronove's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer. Kill me. Oh, no, she picked 1. Jessica said it one more time clearly. Perhaps Ronove had imagined from the very beginning that this would be the answer. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded. I thought that you would choose that answer, Jessica. Now then, there is no right or wrong answer to this test. The important part is what thoughts led you to that answer. Come now. Please answer that with your readiness as the next head. It's not like I chose the first one because I wanted to die. The second one was letting Cannon die. That's obviously out of the question, so forget that. The third one was everyone else's lives. That's also obviously out of the question, so forget that. After that, only the first choice remained. Process of elimination, is it? So it was not something you chose proactively, you say. After chuckling slightly, Ronobe dropped his gaze. Wrong answer. A human couldn't even imagine what kind of answer a demon would have been hoping for. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Ronobe's expectations. It is not a bad answer, but I must say it's not a good one either. I suppose I would call it a 60. I'm a little disappointed. You're a pretty selfish bastard telling me to answer with self-confidence and then being disappointed when I do. Apparently it was not only a process of elimination. I think what he's gonna say, what I thought he was gonna say is that, like, you didn't actually come to this decision because you had, like, the will to choose it. You did it because it was the only one you were capable of choosing. Is what I think he's gonna say. Because she couldn't imagine picking the other two, so it's not like there really was an option. But I don't know if I necessarily... I don't know if I necessarily buy some of what's being said, I guess. Like, I think they want someone to answer quickly and confidently with a reasoning behind it and not be like you were pigeonholed into picking something. Because, like, process of elimination isn't really a choice, right? It is a choice by virtue of the fact that it's all that's left, but it's not a proactive choice. You didn't pick that, which is what he's probably pissed off about. Apparently it was not only a process of elimination. Either way, it is a failing grade. A 60 is not a failing grade, and I don't know where you are, but it seems that there is a little more to your thoughts. Allow me to ask. I don't want to die, so I didn't want to choose the first one. No one would. People struggle as much as life will let them, because they want to live in happiness. So normally the first choice should be impossible from the beginning. However, you took that first choice. You choose to throw away your own life. Only that choice remained. I tried thinking of the future that would come after choosing each one. Oh, and what did you find? First, I tried letting Canon die. I tried to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one I love. What kind of life was it? Sorry to raise my mic here. You're gonna hear a click. I apologize. Oh, actually, it wasn't that loud this time. There we go. She was a horrible woman who didn't deserve to live. A shabby woman who forever lamented her own decision and lived only to regret. A woman who would choose to live and abandon the person she loved. I could never forgive a woman like that. I'd put an end to her myself. How spirited. In that case, could you not have also considered the third choice? Yeah. I tried letting everyone but me and Canon die. Sorry, I'm trying to position my mic still. It's a bit better. There's no way Canon would like me if I did that. And it was no good for me either. Although I had Canon, all the lives I abandoned for that became a cross I had to bear my entire life. Even if Canon was forced to bear that cross, I'm not going to make a foolish choice just to force a cross on Canon. If there's a future me out there who would do something like that, she's unforgivable to me. I'd put an end to that woman myself too. Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her beyond each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Canon. You know, I once had the nerve to preach something to Canon. Something about trying to live life to the fullest. Live your life to the fullest? Meaningful words. That is a surprisingly difficult thing to do. So yeah, I've got to hold my head high and show Canon. Show him a way of living where you can hold your head high and look anyone in the eye with a full and guiltless smile. Will Canon be able to receive your self-sacrifice? Haven't you considered that your self-centered decision might hurt him even more? That's why I want to leave a message. Oh, I will listen, but after all, I am a demon. I may not keep my promises. Keep it. Your promise. Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She'd asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she wasn't thinking for a moment that she would be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Ronobe closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders. Very well. So, what shall I tell him? Tell Canon to live his life to the fullest? No, that's not quite it. Not his life. Not Canon's life. Even now I can't get him to tell me his real name, but tell him to live the real Canon's life to the fullest. Tell him that. My lady. Jessica, you are truly unbelievable. Ronobe is fickle, so he might not have passed the message on. Aren't you lucky? To have me here showing you this scene. A musty 3-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a 3-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, or why Jessica and George were reflected on it. Because the reflected sights themselves were more important. Sorry, I don't know where I put it on. You are that prepared to throw your life away. For his sake. My deepest apologies. Kraus looked at Cannon with a complicated expression that had an awkward smile mixed in. Cannon couldn't meet his eyes. Virgilia, there is no reason for Milady to lose her life. Please kill me. Please change it to the second choice. That way, everything should resolve itself. Oh ho ho. I'm not capable of granting that wish. After all, this is Jessica's decision, which she chose. Here come all the fucking Chiester sisters like, oh my god, they were all so mean to me. Suddenly the air split and the Chiester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest. Virgilia! So mean, so mean. Lord Goldsmith is so mean. I'm doing the best I can. Crushing me for animal fodder. That's just too much. Still without a clue what was going on, Virgilia was smothered by the sobbing Chiester sisters. There. Everything's alright. It's alright. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll make you some delicious tea. I'm leaving it up to all of you to guard this place. If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately. The goat attendants all looked at each other and nodded their heads. Virgilia took the Chiester sisters and left. The sound of people going up a set of stairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor. My fucking pop filter just never wants to like angle the right way. Like it's fine in like the spatial spot it's in, but it's like it's tilted in a way that I don't like. This is our chance. These goat heads seem to be stupid. I wonder if we can trick them. Kiria realized that an opportunity had arrived, but she still hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. But Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror, closed her eyes as though she had given up. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own kind of aesthetic. That's all I want to say. Kill me. Very well. Here we go then. Do not worry, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep. Ronave raised his palm as he slowly approached Jessica. Damn it! Ugh. Realizing that his daughter would be killed, Kraus repeatedly body-slammed the metal bars, going half mad. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. And true, Kraus's pointless effort might have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. What chapter was this again? 16 or 17? 16. As Jessica's father, he was living in that moment with everything he had so that he could save her. Cannon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through the metal bars. But there were a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would instantly be reported, and then Virgilia and even the Chiester sisters would dash in. Though he may be able to break the bars, he could do nothing more. It was useless. Cannon knew already that the witch was sneering at that kind of useless effort, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams. Ah, George. Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-sided mirror, let out a voice. They looked to see that George, who had been silent this whole time, had raised his head. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer. He's gonna say the same thing, to say kill me. Have you decided? Your answer? Yeah, I've decided. Is that an unwavering answer? Yeah, it's unwavering. Then let's hear it. Oh, by the way, it seems Jessica decided to take the your life option. I hope that an indecisive person like you won't simply say you chose the same. I actually think he's gonna say 1 or 3. I don't know which he's going to say, but it will be one of those 3, you know? I just don't know which. Jessica gave her own answer. No matter which choice that was, it was Jessica's answer. It doesn't influence my answer in any way. I see. Then let me ask again. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1 your life, 2 Shannon's life, 3 everyone else's lives. Which have you chosen? Could it be the first one like Jessica? No. Oh. Gap looked a little surprised, because she had thought that a timid-looking man like this would never choose any other option. That's nice to hear. I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed. Then it seems unlikely, but is it the second? Can you abandon Shannon's life? You must be joking. Why would I do that to the person I'm going to give an engagement ring to tonight? Now this is bold. Is that your answer? Yes. My answer is the 3rd choice. George had chosen the 3rd choice. Everyone else's lives. Even Gap hadn't been able to imagine that answer. She had been sure that he'd choose number 1 just like Jessica, so she became interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had defied the imagination of the 33rd ranked demon of the 72. I want you to tell me. Tell me the perspective that makes you able to sacrifice the lives of everyone else so that you and the fiancé you love will be safe. Process of elimination like Jessica? No. This is the clear and only choice for me. So it's, I'm alright, Jack. You can sacrifice the world for the woman you love. Just what are you talking about? What? George faced the demon as he spoke, looking at her almost in disbelief. Tonight, I plan on calling Shannon to this very spot and giving her this ring as proof of our engagement. There probably are quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon. I was prepared to make enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I have prepared, since the time I came to this island. No, that's not it. Since the time I confessed to her that I wanted us to get engaged. So you can sacrifice everything else as long as you can get married. Marriage means remaining an ally to your wife for your entire life. As of that moment, I was prepared to make the entire world my enemy for her sake. Those words, through the three-sided mirror, also reached Shannon's ears, and his determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had arranged with George that tonight she would be given an engagement ring. Then this incident had occurred and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. I have a funny feeling they're not going to grant that wish, though. Unless everyone else only refers to the hostages. But even then... Huh. I'm just trying to think if there would be, like, another option, which was, like, none of the above. I know they were saying, like, oh, you can't not pick. But, like, is there a difference between not being able to pick and saying that you won't? Could you, like, game this game somehow? Because maybe they would want to see the resolve of somebody that would say, like, I would be willing to fight, like, every demon in hell. Just so that I don't have to be, like, you know, at the whims of your stupid fucking game where you make me pick. But back to this. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down. What a gutsy answer. Yes, if I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. I want to hear her laugh. I'm sorry, this girl's voice. Look, okay, you gotta let me wild a little bit here. This girl's voice is hot, okay? I need to hear her laugh. One sec.
それはなんともふるった答えだことね。なるほど。よく考えたら、君にこれは気楽な選択肢だわ。
Oh, that might be the best voice in the game. It's like her and Beatrice are up there. Where's Beatrice's voice in the thing here? Let me turn off the... I'm gonna cut the background music in this for a second.
ガープよ。わらわがベアトリーチェである。
They sound like the same.
ガープよ。
Are they the same?
わらわがベアトリーチェである。ガープよ。わらわがベアトリーチェである。シエスタ WO、ここにであります。
I don't know if they're the same voice. They might not be. Oh, we can hear the other people that we didn't hear.
はい、何でしょうか。言って言って。さあ。まさか。これは失礼。
Okay, interesting. After all, your parents were already killed in the first Twilight, right? By now there's no one whose deaths would bother you. Huh, I see, this was an easy choice. Ah ha 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 ha. You can say whatever you want. This is my determination and my choice, personally, and as the next family head. The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliant and sharp. For just an instant, Gap felt the same sense of intimidation that Kinzo exuded and was slightly overpowered. I see. So the same answer as a goldsmith. Obviously. It was obvious that was what he picked. Despite your innocent face, you're going to become a terrible demon in the future. What do you know? We might get along pretty well. You will succeed, Goldsmith, and maybe one day I may even be summoned eventually and serve you. That might be surprisingly interesting. Cap needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore determination and resolve unimaginable. Oh my god, we're back to glazing George again, bro. The man bore determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance, and had not adopted that just now, but had possessed it since the very beginning. I'm prepared to inherit the headship right away. No, that's not it. You told me to think as the head in this test, so I answered based on the premise that I am the head. No, even that's not it. I thought as the head himself, right now I am the head of the Ushiromiya family. I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to be able to say so much. It seems you really are one to be reckoned with. Battler and Maria's tests haven't been done yet, but if you ask me, I think you should be the one to pass. But only if that is your true unexaggerated answer, of course. Do you doubt my resolve? Can you carry out the choice you chose? Can you right now, with your own hands, offer all the lives that exist on this island as sacrifices? With your own hands, I remind you. I can. I've said several times that I have the resolve. Then return to the gas house right away and kill Battler and Maria. When that is done, I will bring you the other hostages. Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes. You can do it, right? Isn't all this gonna prove to Shannon that, like, George isn't the man that you should love if he was willing to, like, butcher all these people? I can. My resolve is on a whole different level from yours. Then carry it out. Death for them all. Carry out this blood-stained ritual as the new head of the Ushiromiya family. Understood. I'll carry it out. I am already the head of the Ushiromiya family. Yes, that's right. Stain that throne red by your own hands. You will become king of the Netherworld, ruler of all demons. Gap was now sure. This man was truly fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness. Rage on, storm. Cry out, thunder. Celebrate the birth of the new demon king. The island of demons has now welcomed a new ruler. In response to the demon's call, the tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant lightning creating the feeling of just a moment of silence. So, about the order of the murders, I get to choose, right? Please, as you wish, your majesty, the new demon king of Rokenjima, as your heart desires. Well, for lack of a better option, the first one will be you then. I hope that won't be a problem. Is this like his fucking all according to plan moment where he tries to be like, oh yeah, well you never said I had to sacrifice humans. Huh. A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as though it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. It definitely gave the same impression of grandeur. At that time, Gap certainly saw the storm wiped away and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. Bearing the full moon on his back, the man who called himself the new head sneered at the demon. Even the lives of the Ushiromiya family, all of them are now my fortune. There will be reparations to be made for the damage that has been done to that fortune. It won't be cheap. You don't seriously think you could take the lives of my parents, Aunt Natsui, Uncle Rudolph, Auntie Rosa, Genji, and hope I'd overlook it, right? Oh, ho, 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 ho. You little wise guy. Ronove had been intending to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart, but a short distance away his hand had stopped. Ooh. On the carpet at their feet, plop plop, small red flowers bloomed one after another. The seed of those flowers had fallen down from high above, all the way from Jessica's fist, held up as though to strike the heavens. Ronove's nose was stained red with spurting blood, and those drops were dripping onto the carpet. She just fucking socked him in the head? By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer as the next head is different. Allow me to ask. The person I love, my family, and my relatives, everyone, I'll protect them. If I'm the head, then that's my duty. Dad wasn't just acting self-important, he was protecting me and Mom, fighting the pressure of succeeding the Ushiromiya family for several decades. So I know. Being the successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? This is easy as hell. It's easy as hell for me to risk my own life. Okay, a song going crazy out of nowhere? Jessica knew. She knew that her father, in order to protect his family, was even now bluffing and fighting a solitary fight. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Ronove's face, and that mighty strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. That's true, they did bring up. I forgot that they said that she kept them on her person. It was a strike of a person, a family head who could throw away everything in order to protect. If Dad lost his qualification to be the successor, then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Head of the Ushiromiya family, Ushiromiya Jessica. I'm not enough of a wimp to let you keep on doing whatever the fuck you want. A wonderful answer. I shall change your score from earlier. Plus 10 for that answer. Plus 10 for that splendid left straight. Which means I only need 20 more for a perfect 100. Runabe backflipped away from her and violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become, not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin from a great delight, which he had last felt so many centuries ago that he could no longer remember just how long it had been. Your resolve. I, Ronabe, will test to see whether it is deserving of full marks. Cram it, jackass. Come at me. We got 2 fights going on, Jesus. Come, to the abyss. Wha- Beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pit suddenly opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by it, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. Oh my lord. As George fell down, he was hit sharply in the gut like a precision bee strike by a reverse roundhouse kick from a stiletto heel. Launched out of the arbor the instant George thought that he was about to be swallowed up by a rose bush, another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up, and this time a pitch-black hole opened in front of Gap at her feet, spitting a defenseless George out of it. By that time, Gap had already finished the preparatory motion for the next reverse roundhouse kick. What is this? Welcome back. Oh my god, she fucking rocking his shit? Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. Wait. Interesting. When Gap is attacking George, she only hits on the right side of his body. Interesting. As Gap danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down, but of course there was no floor there, but a pitch-black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. This girl is literally playing Portal with him. Gap once again spun around like a small cyclone. George likewise was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. Take this and keep it as a memento. The single strike at the end of the abyss. Die. The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's abdomen as he fell from the ceiling. And then time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gap's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gap, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned. I'll admit it. Your attitude at least is mature. But that's no good if it doesn't come along with power. Did you know? They say you need 3 kinds of power to rule the world. The first is influence, the second is wealth. Do you know what the last one is? I read it in a book. Force, right? Correct. That's what you're lacking. So he has influence, he has wealth, but he has no force. Get mogged on, bro. Gap finally released George by kicking him upward one more time, adding in another roundhouse kick and smashing him into a pillar. No one will fear a monarch without influence, without wealth, or without force. Kinzo possessed all 3. That is why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're going to call yourself Kinzo's successor, try showing me some of his majesty. Come on, how long are you going to lie there? Stand up. If you don't, you'll fall again, see? Poo-coo-coo-coo-coo. Not bad movements, but I feel they are somewhat unsuitable for a lady. Asshole! Ducking and weaving and hopping around. Aren't you gonna fight back? Quit jerking me around, you douche. Ronabe was dodging skillfully, jumping back and avoiding Jessica's fists, but he still wasn't striking back himself. Because of his agile movements, as swift as a flag whipping around in a strong wind, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the feeling of her blood running hot, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large enough for a bedroom, it was too small an area to keep up such exaggerated dodges for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Oh, doing boxing with just your arms makes you but half a man. Your arms must be the roaring lion, burning with power, and your legs the snake, cold as ice as it closes in on its prey. Snakes don't have legs. Very true. Jessica began cornering Ronabe towards the wall with perfect footwork. She wouldn't let him get around her. Ronabe's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed sufficient room. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica had a good understanding of the special characteristics of her equipped weapon, the brass knuckles. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't let the opponent defend. Even if they blocked with their arm would still receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she pressed him forward, she would block off his escape routes, and then with this fist, she would chip this demon down. Whoops. Oh my, when did... Looks like I finally cornered you, huh? Where's everyone being held? Where's that old bastard hiding? You tell me everything and I'll let you go with nothing more than ripping that mustache off, alright? That would be a problem. Believe it or not, it does take me an hour every morning to set this, you see. If I put you in a plaster cast, I guess you won't even be able to do that. Oopsie-daisy. Ronove had blocked Jessica's lunge fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grinned. Ronove smiled the same way, but twitched slightly. I see. That certainly does hurt. Final warning. Break down and apologize. That I cannot do. It would ruin my image. Then just break. Flurry of punches. Jessica's iron fists were pounded into Ronove, but Jessica was startled, the impact felt wrong, and there was the sound of breaking glass. What? At a glance, it looked like Ronove had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Ronove opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared there, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Pulling herself together, Jessica stuck out her fists again, but with truly magnificent movements, Ronove caught all of them. I am, after all, a demon. I am at least capable of this level of magic. I must say, though, you are quite good. If I were a human, I am sure this is where I would have admitted defeat. It is because I am a demon that I can still continue to fight. You friggin' cheater. Is that all? Are you sure that by attacking all the time, you are not neglecting your own defense? Huh? What? Ronove pounded his palm into Jessica's stomach, stopping abruptly just a fraction away. Jessica was repelled by the purple shield, tumbled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed. My shield cannot be broken by a mere human. I suggest that you never again dream of being able to touch my body. In that case, I'll just punch straight through that shield. You are a dauntless person, a tenacity. Yes, it is truly fitting for the next family head. Why don't I be your opponent for just a while longer? This is one of the privileges of an examiner. Shatter to pieces. Ayah! Gap looked down on George, sneering. He was lying face down in a puddle on the rose garden path. The merciless rain beat down on him, so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him. Stand up. You'll fall again. George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage to his body was fairly significant. Beg for your life. What you're doing now is the same as the fourth choice of choosing nothing. You chose the third choice, right? If you get down on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then I'll guide you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon and your own powerless self, you will kill the other hostages one by one. You can do it, right? You did boast about having that resolve. George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender. If you are too obstinate, then this time you really will fall into the deepest depths of the abyss. I have seen Maiden Abyss. We actually haven't got to the bottom yet. We don't know what's down there. Gab's strength was undeniable. There was no doubt that Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror understood that. Probably even more clearly than George himself. George, please. That's enough. You don't have to do this for someone like me. Nason. If you didn't fall in love with me, you wouldn't have to fight with anyone, right, George? Then please just abandon me. Please forget me. There was no way that voice to reach George, but even so, George answered. No way. I won't surrender. Oh? Why? Because that is my resolve. I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake. And I'll make everything accept us. And everything bless us. Hey, tell me something. How can you go so far for that furniture called Shannon? She's just a good-for-nothing, isn't she? Furniture for the garbage that doesn't even make for a satisfactory waitress. I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love. So what are you gonna do about it? How's a weak kidder like you gonna fight against me? Loving someone is strength. I was able to become strong because I learned that feeling. Shannon, I love you. With just those words I can stand back up over and over again. Shannon's in the dungeon, you know. No good professing your love to me. No, she heard. Because that is love. Shannon can hear my words right now. The reason I can believe that is because of love. This guy. Shannon, you are not furniture. Even if you were, you would be mine alone, the only furniture for me in the world. I want you to be close to me all my life. I need you, always and forever. George, curious George. I'm jealous. He surpassed my husband in smooth talking. This is you, though. Nanjo, sorry, they had to remember. Nanjo had his one fucking pop-off at the dining hall, and they just had to remember he exists. His son has more lines than him, bro. Love is strength? Then why are you so weak, boy? It must mean your love is also that weak, then, I guess. Your love for your fiancé is weak. Your parents' disappointingly quick deaths were weak. Everything about your life is weak. Shannon taught me about love and strength. If you insist upon measuring my love for Shannon by my strength alone, ... then let me teach you about my love. Nice words. Now I get it. So you say that way? Or that the way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times is the strength you received from Shannon? In that case, what did you receive from your mother and father who were killed without a fight? Suddenly there was a blackout. Outside? No. This is... The thing blocking Gab's vision was the bottom of George's shoe. Sidekick. Nasal bone fractured. It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gab's nose. The thing I got from Mother was this kick. After several moments' delay, Gab jumped back. Of course, it was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he probably would have caused exactly the damage he had announced. And what I got from Father is patience. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is cultivated through patience. I understand your declaration of violent intent. I also understand your defamation of my fiancé and my parents, and you have no intention of retracting any of these. You. I have a sufficient understanding of your attacks now. If you're ready, may I fight back? Enough of your slick talk, bucko. A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. Okay, bro. The same move wouldn't work again. It was an extremely light dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver. Patience means not losing your cool and instead composedly researching your opponent's moves. For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Do you know? No, I don't. It's to counter, to give back exactly what you got, to make them never want to mess with you again, to make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wipe it off, to make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over, to completely, perfectly, thoroughly pulverize them until they can't get up. George dashed. Pits opened one after another, but George would not step in them again, and because she persisted in that move, Gab was captured for a second time. Reverse roundhouse, jaw fractured. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gab's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gab's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gab kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness, when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bead-like stab by her stiletto-like heel, but it sliced through the air where George was no longer. High axe kick, collarbone fractured. From beside Gab, George coldly announced that his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had been swung down, a collarbone fracture would have been an understatement. This guy's stronger than me at close range. Need distance. She jumped backwards to gain large distance. She jumped and leapt and even backflipped, increasing the distance between them. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason it looked very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance, she could fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques. You fool. Regret the arrogance of passing on 3 chances to defeat me in the depths of the abyss. Huh? Gab landed beautifully and tried to aim a pitfall, when a razor-sharp wind cut her bangs. Yes, cut them. And twice. This time it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure. Armata con martello, orbital blowout fracture with the first strike, cerebral contusion with the second. Gab was too shocked to speak. George had closed all the distance in an instant and let off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than a few of her bangs. I learned the power of kicks from karate, speed from taekwondo, and freedom of range from capoeira. Mother was always trying something new, but it was very educational being able to study their various merits. Why don't you hit? Because I'm a woman. You spoke of force as a monarch's third power. All I'm going to put from this is that George knows martial arts from Ava. I think that's about all we're getting from this. You spoke of force as a monarch's third power. It looks like you're still mistaking the meaning of that force. In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded violence. It means knowing when to use it. It refers to a deterrent, the knowledge that if someone opposed the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed. A deterrent. We had that short-ass chapter into this long-ass one. That was the point. That was why all of George's attacks up until then had stopped just before the blow. Those bare misses, which were more difficult, or these bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. Any one of them would probably have crushed a gap in a single hit if George had wished it. He was deliberately not doing that. You said it yourself, right? Force is the power to rule. If you destroy your opponent with force, he won't be able to rule them, right? A monarch's force is something that is only shown, he does not destroy. He makes others submit and adds them to his own fortune. If you back out on me, I won't be able to make you guide me to where everyone else is being held. Gab had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in the truest sense. You'll take me to where everyone is. I would advise against resisting. I won't hold back anymore. Sorry, Leah, let me borrow your troops. This guy's too much for me alone to handle. As a large pitched black hole opened in the sky, thunk thunk thunk, 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. They surrounded George. Reinforcements. Wonder if I should take this to mean that you retract your statement about me being weak. I admit it. I made light of your power, the power of humans. No. This is the strength of a man who has come to know love. What tripe. How can you say stuff like that with a straight face? Come, goats. Crush this man into meatballs. These goats are stupid, but it looks like they at least have power. I'll make it so that even your fiancé won't be able to recognize your corpse. You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood. I proclaim that henceforth you will receive real harm proportional to your attacks. If you still plan on attacking me, I suggest you prepare to receive a great deal of damage. When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him, but it seemed that George couldn't see it, however Gap, being a demon, could. Magic? How does this guy have a defensive barrier? And what's more, it's specialized for counterattacks. Is this what you mean by a deterrent? From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic, but in George's eyes, it was determination. It was absolute determination that would show no mercy to anyone who wished for further fighting, and force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Absolute determination becomes magic. Okay, interesting. Ronove had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with the shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly stopping the blows with the shield, he felt his arms beginning to strain and ache. All physical damage should have been shut off, however the damage from her fist was gradually being transmitted to his arm and was accumulating. This guy's never seen boxing before, man. You can keep guarding punches, but your guard's gonna get broken sooner or later, or you're gonna get your fucking arms to take so much damage. Ronove acted like he was composed so that this wouldn't be noticed. Hehehe, I'm not gonna get worn out. What's wrong, old man? Starting to get a little tough. No matter how much you attack, it is useless. Why can't you understand that you cannot break my shield? Saying that is not going to stop me hitting you, no matter how hard everyone's heart is. Words are going to get through to them a little bit each time, and eventually you can make a crack. I believe it. I believe there's no such thing as a useless effort in this world. Isn't that why we live to the fullest? If words get through eventually, then the same goes for fists. I don't even know the meaning of the words give up. Those words were probably aimed at Cannon. Cannon had technically rejected Jessica's words, but Jessica knew that no matter how obstinate his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. And she believed that surely the day would come when he would understand her heart and stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself and step out into his new life. So Jessica wouldn't give up, she wouldn't lose heart. Sounds dumb as hell, huh? I bet it makes no sense to a guy like you, does it? See, a girl in love doesn't even think about giving up because it's useless. At that time, Ronove certainly saw. He saw the red-hot burning glow of light surrounding Jessica's fists. This is problematic. Enchanted, are they? Permeation upgrade. That will be troublesome. Within her relentless fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Absolute determination becomes magic. See? Nothing useless about it. My fists are making it through, aren't they? You're guarding your arm, old man. It seems I will have to get a little more serious. It appears it is as you said. In this world, nothing is useless. That's right. If you give up saying something's useless, that's right. If you give up saying something's useless, that's when your life is friggin' over. I'll get through to him. Definitely. I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live, but even so I believe that one day I'll definitely be able to teach Canon about a new world. So I'm not gonna buckle in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone. Damn it. If I could just open a hole, Kraus was repeating his useless effort in trying to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. There's nothing useless. There was nothing. There's nothing. Look how goats had been swallowed up by those black pits and disappeared. Now was their do or die chance. This was their only chance to break the bars. Stop it, it's impossible, Kraus. We can't do anything about them with our bare hands. Let's look for a tool. Don't waste time on the impossible. If you give up saying it's useless, then it's all over. That's what my daughter said. Even if it's impossible for my body, as long as a small person like Shannon or Canon could make it through. At this stage, action is more important than racking our brains. Let's put our strength together. I'll join in too. Canon, you're a boy. Lend a hand. Canon. Kraus, please stand back. Finally, someone's just gonna use their fucking magic and cut themselves out. What? What are you thinking of? It's alright, isn't it, Nason? If we try struggling just one more time? Yeah. I'll struggle one more time as well. No, not once. Over and over again. Jessica's voice had reached Canon. It had certainly permeated into his stone-cold heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metallic sound rang out. The first flash cut horizontally through several of the metal bars, and with the next flash they were cut through horizontally again, causing them to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kiri, and Ange didn't even have a clue about what had just happened. Dr. Nanjo, which way down the corridor goes to the mansion? Yes, it's to the left at the back. To the left at the back. So another thing to know here is that Nanjo knows about the underground passage between Kuwadorian and the main mansion. Figured I'd point that out. Holy fuck, this chapter needs to wrap up. This chapter is kind of overstaying its welcome a little bit. Let's go, everyone. We'll be noticed by Virgilia any time now. You too. What in the world are you? We're... Say it, say the line. When Canon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke. We are human. Okay, damn. Virgilia, response from Morning Network, jailbreak. The goat guards aren't there for some reason. What? Why? It's a gap, isn't it? Taking my summons without asking. Gap. Gap, gap. Confirming rules of engagement. Request permission to fire at the escapees, ma'am. Do it. Kill them. Gap, gap, gap. Gab, yeah. Understood, ma'am. 4-5-410 preparing for sniping pursuit combat. Ammo type, guided cluster rounds. Virgilia, the escape prevention barrier. Ow, ow, ow. Yes, right. Oh, I won't let you escape from here. But I bit my tongue saying gap, gap. Hey, look! As they ran down the underground passage, the path in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, there was no problem for them now. That wasn't a problem for them now. Cannon, more metal bars. We need you. Yes, Kraus. This is incredible, though. I wonder if you could tell me what kind of principle it works on. I'm not interested in principles. The only thing that's important is that he can sever the metal bars and we can escape from here. Don't get distracted, Cannon. Just do it. Leave it to me. Cannon sliced the metal bars again with a red trail, but there was a harsh, strange noise and only a slight scratch was left on the metal bars. Good goodness. These are sturdy. No. It's enchanted. It's Virgilia's magic lock. Can you cut through it? Of course. But it will take time. I'll give you 3 minutes. After taking a deep breath and focusing his concentration, Cannon once again extended his sword that trailed red. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed almost as though he was burning through them with a blowtorch. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I just keep fucking yawning. It looks like cutting it is possible, but it's going to make us work for it. Kraus, we've been locked onto by the enemy. Please move back. Huh? Pursuers? There's no one coming. Please, get behind me. They're aiming for us. 4-5 data received, targets acquired, correcting for terrain, forming firing curve, control points adjusted, data linked to 410, 410 data received, checking danger zones, no problems, 00 loading 48 sub rounds, individual homing FNF, guided cluster rounds ready, 45 preparing, firing preparations complete, guided cluster rounds loaded, 410, firing. A golden arrow that sparkled gold, I don't think you need to say that twice, was fired, leaving a gold tail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed. Something shone. You can't block the golden arrow with a shield. Cannon prepared to intercept. Let's link. Gatekeeper, understood. It's been a long time since I've fought alongside you, Nason. Don't screw up. Yeah, I'll give it everything I've got. Then we'll be fine. Cannon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind, focusing deep into the darkness of the underground path. The guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. Strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess total lethality against ground troops. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets. It's shown. It's divided. Checking guided cluster round division. 4, 6, 7, 8. 48 sub-rounds. All locks acquired. Interception control. Data link to cannon. Cannon, data received. Your ability is incredible, Nason. I can see all 48. Observe the interception priority ordering. Trust your Nason. Of course. I don't even need to open my eyes. Commence interception. Target's unharmed. It was intercepted. Uh-huh. All 48. Oh ho ho. Shannon and Cannon were originally a furniture pair, you see. They're strong when they're together. Ow, ow, ow. I wonder if this is going to become a mouth ulcer. Calm down, reload. Updating ammo type, precision light speed sniper rounds. Prepare for precision sniping. Sounds good, nah? Impossible to intercept super high speed rounds. Impossible to defend against for a mere gatekeeper. Precision sniping understood. Commencing collection of precision firing data. Where the fuck has Kinzo been for this entire time? What in the world was that just now? Don't worry, I'm as clueless as you. All I know is that we'd be dead if we hadn't relied on those two. Cannon, thanks. Go back to the metal bars. Next will probably come a shot that you can't intercept. How do we block against such an attack? We don't let them shoot. Cannon, spirit particle combat. Guard yourself. With those words, Cannon closed his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth. With Shannon at the center, pressure and impact blasted out that could only be perceived by those not human. Okay. Huh? Firing system error. No good. Rebooting. Huh? Huh? Spirit wave jamming. Spirit particle protection. Move it. What are you doing? Cover your ears, 4-5. An unseen, unheard impact blasted towards the Chiester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 4-5 didn't make it in time. Still standing bolt upright, her eyes rolled inside her head. The Q? Q, Q, Q. 4-5 damage. Her compiler engine's gone kaput. Ugh, the noise is horrible for me too. 4-5, 410, N00. Damaged. Abandoning sniping. I came straight through the link. Have to reboot. I'm so confused. Raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released, and not only 4-5 who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410 who had been linked with her were taken down. Are you alright? I'll make you some more delicious black tea later, okay? Hold together. My apologies, ma'am. We'll reboot. Please wait a few hundred seconds. All of the Chiester sisters collapsed. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to battle lines for a while. So Furniture was able to repel weapons, if but for a moment. I see. The plots which entertain that child truly are filled with unexpected turns. Virgilia tore the air with a large motion as though opening a door. Come arise, goat attendants. It's time for work. Kill and capture the escapees. Corpses are fine. We can just revive them anyway. A gold-colored door opened in the air and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out. Come now, hurry. There are 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win. There will be a wonderful prize. Come on now, go for it, go for it. Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After glancing at each other at those words, the goats rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as tight a squeeze as the trains during the commuter rush. Each wanted to get out first, and none of them could get out. Virgilia held her head in frustration. By that time, Kenan had managed to cut just enough bars to make a gap that could be slipped through. It proved a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo, whose waist was nearly his downfall, but even so, they all managed to make it. That's fucked up, bro. Chill on, Nanjo. But their relief at getting through was short-lived. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them. Security sure is tough. I bet they really didn't want the people in here to escape. Kenan, sorry, but I'll have to ask you again. I'm sure it's tough on you, but please. There was sweat on Kenan's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, was exhausting him considerably. Leave it to me, Kraus. Only you can do it. Please, we're counting on you. Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Kenan concentrated his mind again and once more set himself to the task of cutting the bars. Enemies are coming from behind, multiple. This time even we can tell. The ground's really shaking. I can tell some terrible monsters are rushing at us. Don't worry. I'll seal the bars we just came through with the magic lock. Goats won't be able to break it. Shannon held her hand out towards the bars they had come through, but she stopped right away. What is it? Virgilia has started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be bad if it's broken. We'll lose the initiative once the Chieser sisters are rebooted. I'll make you pay in full for bullying these cute rabbits. If you're trying to gain the advantage with those crafty little spirit particles, I'll tear all that off and rob you of them. Nay-san, concentrate on the spirit wave jamming. The gap in those bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while. I don't have a clue what you're saying, but we at least got the point that it's something pretty bad. Kiri picked up a metal bar that Kenan had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fist, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from. I believe this set of bars is the final thing blocking the way. How far is it to the mansion from here? Quite a walk. The path is even, but I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes. Ooh. Nanjo says the path between Kuwa Dorian and the main mansion is about 30 minutes to walk, maybe half if you run. They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the 3-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica could hold out against demon opponents for all that time. If we run at twice walking speed, it'll be 15 minutes, and running at twice that speed again would make it 8. Okay, thank you for Zeno's paradox, we get it. And if we sprint flat out at double that speed again, it won't even take 5. No sweat. What an unreasonable calculation, but the calculations in dire emergencies do tend to be that way. My sincere apologies, everyone. The rest will be up to you. Leave it to us. Kenan, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Virgilia or whatever. Kiri and I will defend against the pursuers. And Nanjo will once again do fucking nothing. Then the roars of beasts rang out from the darkness, and numerous fiery glowing bright red eyes appeared. The goats rushing towards them with thunderous force were several levels more massive than the guards had been. Than the what had been? Than the guards had been. So they're even bigger goats. I don't want to hate. This subchapter is super fucking long. They should have split this up. It's kind of overstaying its welcome. Even if it was like the exact same content but in 2, I don't know what it is, but it just feels like this chapter is fucking dragging. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. The power and terror was tremendous, but Kiri instead laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the gap in the bars. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a terrific sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had buckled inwards. The force of their charge must have been no different from a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would undoubtedly have swallowed the 5 of them up and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressed up against the metal bars realized that the 5 were right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Although it was hard to tell whether that was really intimidation, or because of the pain from being pushed and shoved. One calm goat among them figured out that it just needed to do something about the metal bars, and grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kiri sharply jabbed her metal pole against that goat's vitals. That goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Kraus. Roar. Still holding the stuck-in metal pole, Kiri relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, leapt into the air and kicked it in with all his weight and kicking power combined. All that destructive power was focused on that single pole, drilling it in. Are you alright? Says Nando to the goat. Please don't rub the affected area. I shall prescribe some medicine later. Take care. Okay, damn, Nando, hit a little one-liner, I see you. As the goat who had taken a pile bunker to his vitals writhed with teary eyes, it nodded its head. Looks like our link isn't that bad either. We can't let Shannon and Cannon beat us. Naturally, we are a loving family after all. We can take them if it's a 2-on-1. Next, that one on the right. Roger. You seem like a great wife. That Rudolph, I'm starting to think he grumbled a little too much. Oh, you'll have to tell me about that later. Rudolph, it's no use you turning white in heaven. It's too late for excuses. The goat's massive body sank into the rosebush. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, this strength surpassed common sense. That massive body flying up and through the air from being kicked in the chin, it was too epic. Even George seemed a little surprised. I think that my kick works on monsters too. I'm astonished. It's because of your counter-attacking type barrier. The attack power that grazes you is added onto your own. The superhuman power of those monsters has been added to your kicks. I don't really get it, but isn't that just perfect for me? If you're going to attack me, then no matter who you are, you should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure. Non-aggressive defense. That's exactly my policy. That's why Gap couldn't easily touch him. The counterattacking type barrier had no defensive power, however because of its counterattacking characteristic, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats were foolish, so they attacked without worrying, but the effect was being realized to the full against Gap. These guys really are dull. When your power is even, it's better to be of a smaller build. He lightly dodged the log-like arm. When that arm touched the barrier that protected George, it let off a strong red light, and the tip of the foot that was counterattacking gained the same shine, and the superhuman power of the goat was added to George's own. The second goat fell forwards and floated in the air for a second. Then George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped to get away with its life. It was an axe kick, but no. The heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and it was forced to kiss the ground. Going from a high roundhouse kick into a niri-chagi is pretty basic, right? It connects pretty often if you don't overuse it. This guy's a problem. Seriously a problem. Demons, witches, get real. The rulers of Rokenjima are this Ushiromiya family. I will teach that to you with every ounce of strength in my body. You. The only way to finish off George now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattacking type barrier was to not allow him to counterattack. Next time she sucked him into the abyss, she would have to kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already perfected reading the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gap's pitfalls. If he managed to jump over that next pit, then this time he would probably pulverize Gap's head with his whirlwind-like kick without holding back in the slightest. Just as had been done in this to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. It was far too late now, but Gap caused a curse Kinzo all the same for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Ronove finally started using both of his hands to form a shield. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to completely block Jessica's fist anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fist grew the more she fought. The permeation upgrade had already stacked several times, and the fist had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fist worthy to fight on par with a demon. What's wrong? Starting to get tired? You're getting all slow. Oh, sorry. Crack my neck. No, your movements, thoughts, and kinetic vision have been exponentially enchanted. My movements have not changed from the beginning. Your movements are beginning to capture me. And you still won't fight back. This is the style which I insist upon. However, I cannot allow things to continue as they are. It's about time for me to get serious and end this. Runaways' face turned into an expression he had never shown before. It was truly demonic, and to Jessica's eyes full of respect, because it was an expression only shown to enemies strong enough to make him get serious. Whoa, what the heck? With a whole body gesture that you couldn't call elegant, Runaway set up a shield with all his strength, the size and thickness of a wall. Its sturdiness was nothing like a shield. It was literally a wall. And on top of that, with all of Runawave's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid, so jump over it. It's a fucking wall. Without any exaggeration, it was solid. You call this serious? No problem, I'll break right through it. I will not let you this time. The wall is somewhat different. Here, allow me to enchant it as well. Ronave made magic signs with his fingers almost like a ninja. The wall glowed red for just an instant and became imbued with some kind of ominous power. Almost immediately, Jessica also gained a first-hand understanding of this. Every time she pounded her fist against the wall, pain rebounded upon her as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body. I upgraded it with attack reactive armor, an exceptional item which will decrease the force of your attacks by counterbalancing them, and can even counterattack with reactive fragments. You are perfectly welcome to keep punching it, but doing so will affect you as well. So it's an endurance test between me and your wall? Fine by me. Will you fall to your knees first or be pushed into the wall first? Allow me to observe. Or I might break through it and smash the whole wall along with your face. Ever think about that? Just watch me. Without hesitation, Jessica slammed both fists into the wall. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered. Sorry, I say this every time I see this graphic. I think the blood is moving, so I was looking to see if it was moving. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, tormenting her body all over. Countless red cuts soon appeared all over her body. She grimaced at the intense pain, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin exactly the opposite of the pain. Canon, are you done yet? We are all right. But I can't say the same for those... Still holding on, is that what he said? But I can't say the same for the bars holding those guys in check. Just a little more. There's no end to these guys. These bars might just break from them shoving each other. The metal bars creaked under the strain of the group of goats. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands were grabbing the metal bars happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars nearly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right, creating an opening. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and the gap was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from expanding left and right. A loud metallic sound came from behind them. Canon had finally finished cutting. Quickly. Kiri, ladies first. You next, Dr. Nanjo. Kraus, please leave this place to me. Ooh, what? Canon's red sword with which he had cut the metal bars disappeared. Sorry. We've entered Vergilia's spirit particle combat area of influence. Our magic power is being neutralized. Oh ho ho. I'm impressed that you put up such a fight against a great witch like me. You can no longer use your magic in that underground passage. A magic circle column drew complex magical formulae around Vergilia. With such full-fledged magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as much as she had. Spirit particle superiority ensured. Come, Chiester sisters, now it's your turn. Wait, are you still rebooting? Why are kids so bad at waking up these days? My apologies, ma'am. We're all different versions. Why is it that the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions? Did not shut down successfully last time. Administrator privileges? What is all this nonsense? Cute, fix me quickly, Calling Impact Guards troubleshoot, Imperial Guard troubleshooting? What? You won't tell us without a user code. 4-5 is in control of the user code. Q. All I can hear is 9999. Have her write it on some paper. Her language support system hasn't come back up, so she can't even write. You take your time fixing yourselves. I'll go myself. Sorry. The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Vergilia was again in disbelief at this congestion. What are you doing? Huh? You want to be first because you want the prize. You're getting in each other's way because you don't want the others to steal the prize from you. You stupid goats! I'm going myself. Open the way. What? You don't want to? Vergilia's trying to steal the prize. Why are you forming a scrum? It's so crammed. When did this become a goats only car? Ugh. Whoever just touched my butt, get off. Okay. What do you want? Come this way, you say? The 5 people in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't afford to dawdle around underground. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. Once everyone was together, there would no longer be anything to fear. Just then, a terrible rumble started closing in from behind. Had the pursuers finally made it through the metal bars, but they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. But that rumble and dirt falling here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It almost felt like they had been passed by ghosts. The instant after they thought that nothing had happened, the ceiling in front of them fell in and a single goat stood in their path. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder. This wise child knew a shortcut. What a good kid. You get first prize. Later I'll treat you to some homemade mackerel curry. Maybe it really was happy even to receive such a dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and wiggling. Virgilia leapt down, laughing that now it was finally checkmate. Damn, it's no good. Our magic has been completely killed. It's too early to give up. Even without magic, we still have our bodies. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could fight a monster like that without that strange power. Stay back, children. I'll handle them somehow, so you can escape past that monster while I'm keeping him busy. I won't let you. Virgilia clapped her hands and a purple magic barrier appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Krause had been betting on. Is there nothing more to be done? No, there's still a chance. Even Jessica fought. I must do the same. Are you serious? It's not possible. Not against that massive monster. Don't be absurd. Krause, let us think of another way. If you think of something, I'm open to suggestions. Until then, it looks like I'll have to manage something. Come on, get back. Be careful. Ho 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 ho! My, Krause. You intend to fight this child alone? Shh. You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get in a lucky shot. Ho 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 ho! You think you can win even with a fluke? Allow me to explain the situation for you, since you clearly don't know your place. What? Ha 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 ha. Assuming you were to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6. In comparison, this child has a power level of 1000. In short, even if there were 100 of you, you could never win. Well, it's true there are uncertain elements in a fight. I will admit that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it. But even so, your chances of defeating him are around perhaps 0.0001%. What are the number in the top right? What the fuck? Oops. You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. What does this counter? Ho 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 ho. Virgilia and the goat guffawed together. Damn it. If it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, then the payoff will be 10,000 times more, will it not? A good dark horse. I like betting tickets like that. Makes me want to buy them. Ho 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 ho. For the coin to buy that is your life, and there's only one of those, you know. Nevertheless, I can understand the feeling of wanting to entrust your fate to that miracle. Which is why in praise of your courage for standing against us without fear, I shall give you a bit of a handicap. This child will fight with only— What the fuck is this counter in the top right? This is not me. I don't know what this is. Even so, I can't imagine for a moment they'll lose to you. Seriously, what is that thing that— That's what I'm saying! But very well, I'll accept that challenge. Left arm or whatever else, I'm sure I'll be killed with a single strike in any case. I also have a single chance at a strike. I can only bet everything on that. That's absurd, Krause. I know that you used to do boxing, but I believe that was from your college days. No, even if there were a pro boxer here, there's no way he could defeat a monster like that with one strike. That would be true if it were a match in the ring, but Krause does have an admittedly small chance that he can set his hopes on. He's setting his hopes on that one chance. You aren't saying there's no way that's going to work. Krause, watch me. I'll settle this with a single strike. How unwise. I know what you're gunning for. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Krause both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double the norm. Both will crash together, so it will be a relative 4 times normal. Even on top of that, the strike miraculously lands on a weak point. I think it was supposed to be if. Even if, on top of that, the strike miraculously lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power. In short, Krause's maximum power level of 6 times 8 will cap out at 48 at the most. He might just barely be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. Oh, if you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates, let's see, perhaps you could finally win when we get to episode 24. If only this series could stretch on for so long. Either way, you don't even have the slightest chance of it. What is this? Good gracious, what is that bing bong I keep hearing? I'll be betting everything on a single strike. You have no reason to hold back either. Give it everything you've got. Ho 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 ho, he's requesting that you go all out. Pulverize him with a single all-out strike and turn him into chunks of meat. As the goat got excited and beat his chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Is this what you were hoping for? Stake your hopes on your greatest power level and despair when even that doesn't reach at all. It pinged again. The thing is really getting on my nerves. What is it? It's obviously something he's doing. Here I come. Ready? Goat roared in response. Then with a match timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery glowing eyes clearly locked onto Krause's face. Oh, this chapter is going on so fucking long! He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Krause and blow him away, and when he would achieve his total victory. That long painful day before today drifted through the goat's mind. The hard days of training where his senpais had picked on him. The fuck is this flashback? What are these arts? The faint glimpses of his senpai's warm concern during those days. And the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged and he had been accepted as one of them. I never properly respected my parents. That's right, I'd actually planned on washing my hands of this business when this job was over and returning to my hometown. Sorry, my little goat sister, your Oni-chan caused you nothing but trouble. And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm going to marry her when I get home. I think it's whenever you say I. Because I went up 3 times here and there's 3, like, refers to yourself. No. Don't trip so many loser. Oh, I see. You can't handle that punch. Dodge it. It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed. Foolish Vergilia, it looks like you couldn't make a composed decision. You must not take that punch. Deflect it. The very instant the goat's left straight and Krause's right straight cross, the goat obeyed Vergilia's order with a super fast reflex and pulled back his straight, deflecting Krause's punch. Vergilia's decision was probably wise. After all, the number of loser flags act as a multiplier on the opponent's power level. That was close. If you had taken that punch after tripping so many loser flags, imagine just how great a force it would have been multiplied to. Come on. From there, smash the completely open right side of his face with a right straight. What? The promise about fighting with only your left arm? Ho 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 ho. Promises are made to be broken, okay. Yeah, I tripped another one. I'm disappointed, Vergilia. You really were lacking composure. What's that? How was I not composed by noticing it beforehand and making him avoid it? But why is that, Kiri? If they had crashed like that, wouldn't Krause have won? I see. No, he still needs a few more. Even with 20 loser flags. That's still not enough. Krause and the goats double rush make it ×4. With a miracle on their side, the firm promise of a critical hit would double it for ×8. On top of that, a multiplier of ×20 equal to the number of trip loser flags applies, making it ×160. At a glance, that looks like an incredible implication, but even so, Krause's power level is 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only makes for a power level of 960, which is a fraction below the goat's 1000. That's why I said you weren't composed, you made a blunder. If they had crashed like that, you would have won. Ho 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 ho. Even if that were so, it all comes to the same thing if this right straight smashes Krause's head. Die, Ushiromiya Krause. Take this, the most powerful blow in the world of boxing. Check hook. Having deflected Krause's right straight, the goat's own right straight closed in on the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed with the left straight from Krause. Krause is going to be like, I just have to land 2 punches then. The 2 punches crossed and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other. Ho 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 ho! To think that it would be brought to a simultaneous strike at a moment like this. But his power level caps out at ×160, making it 960. You never made it to my child's 1000. No, Vergilia, you lost. Why? You made your goat deflect the first cross counter. Certainly, if the right straight he issued after that were to hit, Krause would probably be in pieces. However, that was crossed. That's just no good. I'm afraid this is a complete loss for your goat. A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power. This is common knowledge in boxing. And if that is deflected and the right straight hits, then the double cross counter. Okay, sure, bro. Sure. Can we please wrap this up? Holy fuck. This is also common knowledge in boxing. If that is crossed, by principle of leverage, the triple cross then multiplies the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the world of boxing. Krause's power level is 6. A double multiplier, yep, ×4, ×8. Times 160 and times 12. Yeah, we get it. I'm not reading all that. Times 920. A power level of 11,520. Krause's punch now had the power to easily win that Budokai tournament. This result was brought about by Krause's persistence in not giving up on victory until the end, and your conceit. Without either, it would never become so powerful. You fought well. It's okay, you can fall now. Nanjo patted the goat on the shoulder. Oni-chan gave it his all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he softly toppled backwards and flattened Virgilia like a pancake. Ooga! Hey, get off! The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She floundered around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she would be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. No hard feelings, please. Underestimating the principle of leverage was the cause of your defeat. I wonder why the principle of leverage worked on that counter. It's an eternal mystery. Let's escape while we can. You can take care, Mr. Goat. Well then, excuse us, Virgilia. Bow. Wait, get back here. Get this thing off me. There was nothing more to block their way. They ran through the underground passage with single-minded purpose. Holy fuck, is it still going? Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. If this is like the last chapter, I'll get it, but my holy fuck, this is such a long chapter. Ronove's magic barrier was advancing bit by bit and would probably crush her against the wall before long. Considering the distance, this would be the final strike, the final throw of her iron fist. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. This reminds me right now, this scene, it's exactly like the fucking 10 episodes of entering the palace in the Hunter x Hunter Chimera Ant arc. It's not that it's even bad, it's just like, holy fuck, this, it's such a slow pace. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica herself was in very bad shape with cuts all over her body. Just stop this now. I don't intend to crush you. It's up to the master to decide how to deal with you. However, I do intend to put in a good word for your impressive fight. No friggin' way. Not yet. It's not over yet. You have wounds all over your body. It's all you can manage just to stand, is it not? It seems that you plan on putting all of your strength into this final strike. However, that final strike will instead prove fatal for you. The damage reflected by Ronove's magic barrier was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for her. I get it. I know that. I'm warning you. Stop this now. It's for your own good. Stop bluffing. Your wall's about to break, right? I've been the one punching it. You think I can't feel that? That was a fact. Ronove's wall was already on the verge of breaking, and on top of that, Jessica's fist had been imbued with an unimaginable magical attack power by now, and their destructive power defied the imagination. If she wasn't careful, the destructive power might pierce the defensive wall, smash Ronove as well, and then go on to expand the size of her bedroom by connecting it to the room next door. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed. I will say it one more time. Stop. I say this out of consideration for you. Shut the hell up. Say your prayers. Jessica howled, putting all her strength and her last great destructive power into her fist. She roared. And here comes Krause to the rescue or some shit, because he actually broke it, or something. Three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without a single ragged breath, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gap. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gap was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide this time, she would be killed. Aren't you going to use your pitfalls? Even the tiny moment of weakness during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal against George. Gap cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them. If you won't move forward, then I will. Come on then. No more tricks. This kick of mine will end this. The instant she noticed George's body blur, only his jacket was floating in the air. A short sound of realization entered her mind, and in that instant, darkness covered her. George, with his heel swung up high, looked even like a massive dragon attacking from the sky. As I say, is she gonna make like the play where she's gonna swallow herself and him at the same time? You fell for it. I win, Ushiromiya, George. What? Gap opened a vast pit, yep, with her at the center, and swallowed up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pit and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gap had been after, so she alone landed lightly. But there was another pit in George's landing spot. Hee ha ha ha. Got you, Ushimura George. It's been fun. Die now. It'd be a waste for someone as good as you to end up at the Ushiromiya family head. So I'll eat you up right here, right now. George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He'd probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a 2-story building. In midair, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gap spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy. I fucking skipped it by accident. Concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was her final strike to perform. This was the final strike to perform his requiem. The Queen Bee's final strike that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss. Welcome to the abyss. This is the end of the line for you. Her prey captured in her sight, she launched her foot up into the sky. It was then that she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his left hand. And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick. That's not English. And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick, aiming for Gap's forehead without the faintest deviation. I already anticipated you would opt for that move. Yeah, so why would you not wait for him to move out of the way so that he axe kicks into the ground and like buries his foot in? What? If I jumped to make the person that was on the ground taste my heel, my posture would have collapsed long ago. However, my posture hasn't collapsed in the slightest. Do you know why? You don't mean. From the very beginning, I jumped to make the person that was 2 stories below taste my heel. That's the most anime shit I've ever seen in my life. You lose, Missy. Bing bong. Take this. Jessica's last and strongest upwards punch reached the wall and was sucked in. It was sucked into the black large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall. Well, I did advise you to stop. Oh, she made Jessica hit George. What the? Truth is, I was never even in the slightest little bit of trouble. Sorry. Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe had lined up on Jessica's head. So they killed each other. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. The equally as shocking destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its contents in the same manner. I mean, come on. Witches are all about the acting, right? Hey Richie, how was it? Were you watching? This is like the first time we've had the outside talk in like literally hours. Not bad. Followed the script to a T. You really do get it, Gap. Woo. Beato and Gap gave each other a light high five. Thanks, Ronove. That was a treat. I'll return Jessica's corpse back there. Separate the corpses of the two who are close. Is the second twilight done now? Gap dropped Jessica's corpse into a pit and chucked all the chunks of meat too into Jessica's room as carelessly as throwing them into the trash. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Ronove shook his head slightly at this all too gruesome change. My apologies, Jessica. I did warn you. Of course. I suppose it's only natural that a human like yourself can't understand the demonic pleasure I derive from foreseeing this conclusion and giving you repeated warnings that I know you won't listen to. It really was fun, kiddo, but you play with words a little too much. I think if you're ready, may I fight back was the absolute classic. You've been reading a few too many light novels or something, you know? In the arbor brutally decorated by George and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Gap enjoyed a loud laugh for a while, but she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. As she did, gold butterflies rose up from the ground all around the garden, stuck to each of the bits and stained patches of blood, and got them out. Then bit by bit they slowly turned back into George's corpse, and the awful corpse with the guts splattered out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some kind of post-mortem sportsmanship towards a good opponent? The heavens were slowly split, because Gap had lifted a leg high into the air, pointing at the sky. So long, Lady Killer. This is the real game over. Squish. Without a trace of mercy, that foot was brought down and buried into George's forehead. Her stiletto heel, sharp as a weapon, was impaled through George's forehead. She pulled it out with a blorp. It was like a mark of proof that Gap had indeed finished him by her own hand. I don't even remember what chapter this is. Is it 15 or 16? It's 16. Ronove returned Jessica's corpse to its original form as well, and unlike how it had been with George, he also restored Jessica's life. What in the world? A dream? No, that is wrong. You certainly did pass away, Jessica. You should be well aware of the memory of your final moments. It was burnt into the back of Jessica's mind. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and that her head had been smashed by George. Am I alive? No, you are dead. This is merely being postponed for a scant 3 minutes with my magic. After 3 minutes, the magic will end, and you will return to being a tragic corpse with half its head destroyed. What? Death is brutal. In most cases, you aren't even given the time to ready your heart. However, I think I have decided to give you that time, in recognition of your value in battle. Use those 3 minutes to ensure that your lingering attachments to this world are all taken care of. Or I could use those 3 minutes to take you down with me. But the power that had been burning inside Jessica's body was now completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead. Well then, I will leave you now, if you would excuse me. It was fun, Jessica. Ronove turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain and the figure of Jessica crouching down against the wall. Jessica realized, after 3 minutes, she probably really would revert to the corpse she had been. In those 3 minutes, was there anything she could do? She stood up, and with a shaky gait, took the phone that was on the desk. Hello? Is that you, Jessica? Jessica? What is it? Are you alright? They got me. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I'll come help you right now. Nah, it's too late. I'm already dead, apparently. By the time you get here, I'll be a corpse with half my head spilled out. God damn that old man. Wait right there, I'm coming right now. Listen, Battler. Listen closely, alright? I know exactly why Goda and Kumasawa were so awkward talking about the guys who killed the 6 in the dining hall. Those guys, they aren't human. What? What are you talking about? What do you want me to say, man? I friggin' saw it, okay? Those guys, they wore set of barriers, all that crap, you know? It's like some manga, some anime. Seriously, we can't deal with them. It was never gonna happen. Fighting them, it's impossible. That hat stand spear you were so proud of, you need something way better than that to deal with those guys. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead. George didn't make it either. Instant death that was. The next test is yours, Battler. I wonder if your test will be the same as ours. Be careful and don't get it wrong. You mean the test? No. Don't get it wrong and... think the enemy's obviously gotta be human. The enemy is not human. They're demons who can wield terrifying magic at will. No matter what, don't get that wrong. Watch yourself. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized she was about to return to the corpse she had been. When 13 people die, the Golden Witch revives. Mom and the others killed earlier were the first 6. That's the first twilight. And with George and me dead, that's the second. So if 5 more people are killed, the ritual is going to be complete and the witch will revive. I hope the dad and the rest are safe. If they aren't, the one to test you might be the newly resurrected Beatrice herself. By now, Battler had no idea what Jessica was saying, but from her tone he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to hang on in there. I told you, I'm already dead. See ya. It looks like time's up. Good luck on your test. I hope you can become the head. Jesus. Jessica? Jessica, hey, answer me. Jessica! Balor's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. Crouching with her back against the adjacent wall, Jessica's head was half smashed. Where are we? Is this a well? Where is this? Kiri stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he noticed they could see the back of the mansion beyond the grove of trees, Kraus realized more or less where they were. I think that there had been a hidden underground passage and a well all the way out here. That's important at least. We got more info. Write that down. The path is connected to the well behind the mansion. And that it led to a hidden mansion. This really is tough on the old body. Ordinarily you can come up through a different place with real stairs, provided you can unlock it. I have many questions I'd like to ask you. Okay, 1 second. It seems there is also another exit, according to Nanjo. I have many questions I'd like to ask you about the layout of this place later, Dr. Nanjo. Shannon, are you alright? Grab my hand. I'm okay. Cannon, quickly. Cannon was the last, climbing out the ladder towards them in the shaft disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far he'd come up. Firing. Bang. As Cannon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Everyone there looked through the hole in Cannon's chest to the scenery beyond. Cannon! Cannon toppled backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well. Everyone run for it. The Chester sisters. They've locked on. We can't avoid them. Run. At least one of us survived. At that time, Kraus, Kiri, and Nanjo clearly saw a golden curve appear from the well and sow itself through the side of Shannon's head. Shannon! Head pierce. The three were perfect witnesses to everything, up to and including the opposite side of her head being blasted away into a pulp. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and toppled to the ground. It was flopped to the ground, but I read it wrong. Oh, big stretch. Why-yaha. They're after us. Run. Never seen that Kiri sprite. We'll all be killed. Run, 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 run. Nanjo had become paralyzed and frightened by the manner of Shannon's death, and the Chester sisters would not miss their chance. Okay, well, pour one out for Nanjo. He's gone again. The curve again appeared from the well and pierced through Nanjo's forehead and out the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so Nanjo expired. What on earth? Why? Where's the enemy attacking from? We're being sniped. I don't know where from, but they have us completely in their sights. Escape into the mansion. Block their line of sight. 2 dashed into the back entrance of the mansion. Then the instant Kraus tried to shut the door behind him. The golden curve appeared for the 4th time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head out through his forehead and smashing even his forehead to pieces. Oh. Kraus's body lurched over, fell down hard, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. Kiri ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But she couldn't imagine for a moment that this would save her life. She would probably die soon. This is the room that Ava and Hideyoshi were in when they died in the 2nd episode. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, a phone on a side table caught Kiri's eye. Or was it the first? I don't remember. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Battler was literally just about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again. Okay, so... interesting that... I don't really understand the logic of that, but somehow, in some way, Kiri escapes the Chester sisters and calls to Battler in the guest house. Hello? Huh? Kiri. Yes, Battler. I got lucky. I managed to escape the dungeon somehow. I really was fortunate. Where are you? Is everyone alright? On our side it looks like Jessica and George Aniki are... Listen, I probably won't be alive for long. Then right after she got the sudden feeling that the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix, no, a golden sewing thread infiltrated the room through there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kiri's feet. Oh, that's rare. The enemy who had sniped the other four, one after the other with extraordinary skill, apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. At this point, Kiri finally remembered the initial massacre in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest, all 6 of them. Listen, Battler. I'm gonna tell you everything exactly as I saw it. I'm sure you'll think that something's gone wrong with my head. In fact, it's alright if you think that. Even I still haven't come to terms with what I saw. Today, after you all returned to the guest house, the family conference began in the dining hall. And I'll tell you everything that happened next. Listen until the end without butting in. The call might suddenly be cut off partway through. If it is, that's the moment I was killed. Kiri. Then Kiri spoke about how Kinzo had come. The family conference had started and 6 had been killed, and the 5 of them had been confined, about how she'd escaped somehow and made it to where she was now, and how everyone else had finally been killed, all spoken dispassionately as she had seen it with no dramatization. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed and how she'd observed the moments of all their deaths, and how even this very moment someone was trying to kill her. Actually, even while we've been talking, I've been attacked 3 times. Something like a strange gold thread keeps flying in through the keyhole, spinning around and aiming for me. First it was by my feet, next then by my shoulders, just now it grazed my ear. Its aim is getting more and more accurate. Looks like it'll go right between my eyes pretty soon. Run, Kiri. Run away. Where to? You realize I've managed to run all the way here, shut myself into a room and even lock the door, and I'm still being targeted. Just where am I meant to hide? Seriously. Kiri. Battler, are Jessica and George still alive? Just now there was a phone call from Jessica. It kinda sounded like they were done for. Thought so. Yeah, when we 5 were being killed one after another, I kind of had a premonition. I thought that perhaps the second twilight had been finished in the 13-person murder ritual, and that our twilights had been reached. In other words, when I die, that's 13. Then the ritual will be complete. The Golden Witch Beatrice will be resurrected. I wonder what will happen. On this island filled with demons and witches and swarming with goat monsters. When even the boss of them all, the Golden Witch, appears. I wonder just what in the world will happen. At this point, I can't make any sense of anything anymore. Kiri's voice had given up completely on her own life, and because Battler could tell that, he couldn't stop the tears. I did have just one thing I can advise you on. What? Even if a demon or a witch does appear in front of you, yeah, there's no need whatsoever to doubt what they are. Understand that they are what they seem. You might think that there should be some trick or that there's some true identity behind it. If you have the time to think of something like that, it would be more constructive to think of how not to damage the mood of whatever you're facing. Even mistakenly, you must not say, "Prove it then, show me some magic." They will probably use a method of utmost cruelty to show you that proof. I can't believe it. I never thought I'd hear something like that coming from your mouth. I can't believe it. I understand that it's unbelievable. That's why that's the only advice I can give to you. Believe. You're telling me to believe in Beatrice and demons and witches and monsters? Probably. Even after being so clearly shown all those things not of this world. We still weren't able to believe in any of it, I think. I'm like that even now. The true form of this thing that keeps attacking me, trying to shoot through my forehead, is something I can't understand, and I can't believe. So, I want you at least to believe, to understand, and to accept that being, which we couldn't fully accept. If you do that for me, our deaths won't have been in vain. It'll also have been worth it for me to make this phone call. Kiri. I'm still okay. It grazed me, but it missed again. Okay, this is interesting, like, somehow, the golden arrows, which are never supposed to miss, have missed her 4 times. If anything, these misses are intentional. It's okay, it grazed me, but it missed again. I very much doubt that I'll survive the next one. Thank you, and goodbye, Battler. I was once cold towards you because you were Asamu's son. Forgive me for those days. What do you mean, forgive you, Kiri? You were a mother to me now. I felt as though I heard an incredible sound on the other end of the receiver, and then a noisy clattering sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor. Kiri? Kiri! Kiri never responded through the phone again. Holy fuck, I'm getting a drink and going pee. I'll be right back. My lord, what a long chapter that was. Okay, my bad, I'm back. Ugh, my earring's fucking pinching on me. I will say, I'm a little bit tired, so I will say I'm like probably maybe a little bit grumpy. So, not 100% my take, but that chapter was way too long. Like, super fucking long at times for not really much reason. I think a lot of that could have been shortened. Of course, that'll probably mean that somehow that was like the most important thing in the first 4 chapters. And that's why it was so long, but we will see. Was not that I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. That was maybe the worst chapter in the game so far, and not because of the content. The content was actually kind of interesting. It was just like, split it up, man. The pacing was bad. Even if you just make it 2 chapters, it felt like there was just like no progress because it felt like we're just doing the same thing over and over. But okay, approaching midnight on the first night. Seems like this game is gonna wrap up in one day. We're obviously at the end. Everybody's fucking dead. Now, the one thing I do want to make note of is nobody is confirmed dead yet in this chapter to Battler. So, I don't know why you're angry, Battler. You should. Everyone was killed, goddammit, by that goddamn old fart saying something incomprehensible about Beatrice's resurrection ritual or something. And that means 13 people have been offered as sacrifices, and Beatrice will have revived them. Already, you know? Yeah, that's perfect. I'll take Beatrice too and kill them both. We survived the ritual, so we'll receive an invitation to the Golden Land from Beatrice, you see. All wishes are granted there. If you're suffering because your family was killed, then you just have to bring them back to life. That's what I plan to do. I'm gonna revive my really nice mama, the one that isn't possessed by the Black Witch. So mama will always be with me from now on. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off. She'll always be with me and think only of me, and she'll fight all the time against fearsome enemies for me. There's something wrong with you. How can you sit there saying such incomprehensible crap in a situation like this? Didn't Auntie Kiri just tell you, Battler? Didn't she tell you to believe in the witch? Shit. This isn't the time to get in an argument with you. Forget hostages. At this point, there's no one left alive at all. This dumb as hell screwed up ritual game is done now. From here on, I'm doing what I want. Someone might still be alive, or someone might be hiding. I'll search every nook and cranny of this place, find them, and beat the shit out of them. In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat-stand spear and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored. But Beatrice would grant your wishes soon anyways. Stupid Battler. Then the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver. Ooh, hello. Ooh, ooh. Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the guest house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room. Maria. The phone call. Who's it from? With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. He couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on this island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. And Kenzo. Question mark. But there was no way those two could call when they were locked up in the gardening storehouse, which meant there was only one person. It had to be Kenzo. As she happily chatted with the person on the other end of the phone, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. And with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed with a kee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Maria, who's on the phone? Grandfather? Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would be having such a friendly talk with Kenzo, chatting to him about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. Just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kiri had spoken to him drifted up. Even if a witch does appear, there is no need to doubt it. Just believe in its existence. Yep. Battler just came back. He sure is hasty. Hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Maria? Who's on the phone? Who? Hand it over? Sure. Here, Battler. After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler. Here. Maria held the receiver out for him to take as though it was perfectly normal. Battler felt just a little bit of hesitation towards taking the receiver, because by acknowledging the existence of the person at the other end, he would have no choice but to admit it. Kiri had said it. There is no longer any need to doubt their existence. Battler took the receiver. After he did so, Maria briskly headed for the door. Battler, who was slightly fearful about finding out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call. Hey, where are you going? To where my test is. I wonder who the Ushiromiya family head will be. You or me? Hee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. I think it's gonna be Maria, probably. Don't go. You'll be killed. No, I won't. The ritual's already over. And even if I am, I'll be revived. Whether one of us becomes the head or not, we're already invited to the Golden Land. See you. Wait, Maria. Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping held him back like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear. Hello? Congratulations. And I'm fine. And you? Okay, I need to hear that line because... Okay, new song.
Congratulations! And I'm fine! And you?
Okay. Screwed up mocking English filled his ears. It was the voiceful woman he didn't know. Who? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who? What do you mean, who, Ushiromiya Battler? The answer normally is, yes, I'm fine, is it not? That takes me back. You must have done that one in middle school, right? That thing you do in pairs. You're insane. Who are you? Answer me. Say it in English. Isn't that your specialty? Quit messing with me. Who are you? That crazy old bastard's underling? Underling is a cruel description. Go the other way and try captive. I have Kenzo captive. Right? Ah. That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Kenzo was right next to the phone cackling as well. So say your goddamn name. Who are you? Who? Try and guess. You could win an invite to Hawaii. Yeah. Finally. It was so long. The days leading up to today were really long. I seriously waited thousands of years, for this day to arrive. And here it is, all thanks to you. My big resurrection. Thank you, Kenzo. Just this once, I'll let you have that last take back of yours. Hell's bells. Do you have to be in this much of a good mood? Can't you act a little more ladylike? Kenzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. Also on the table were expensive cheeses and the like to go with drinks. And there was a line of several empty wine bottles. Notice the wine bottles. As Beatrice rolled around on her sofa in an unseemly way, she held a wine glass in one hand in a good mood and probably completely drunk. I'm in the best mood today, so I'm feeling crazy generous. Hey, Kenzo, don't use a well-aged noble rot wine like this as decoration. Holy shit, it's a 1947. If you don't open it today, just when are you gonna open it? Let's slosh it all over each other for fun. Then let's whack each other with the empty bottle. Yeah. Ah, that would be entertaining. You're a little too excited. You're cutting loose too much. And what about you? Aren't you happy to be reunited with me? Ah, it's the living world, the earthly world. Long live my flesh. What are you going on about? Are you saying that you're Beatrice or something? Yes, I am. Okay, that's a nice little JoJo meme. Thanks to Kenzo's 13-person murder ritual, I've finally been resurrected. It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue. How fun it is to be able to talk to you like this. Come to think of it, even though we've hurled insults at each other over and over again, this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it? How very fresh. True, actually. Do you hear that pop sound? He opened it. The maniac actually went and opened that vintage wine that's expensive as shit. Do you know how much a single bottle of that stuff costs? As much as a whole 10-kilogram ingot. Isn't that crazy? Cut the crap. Beatrice, my ass. You say you're the golden witch? That's enough. Where the hell are you? Is that damn old fart with you as well? I'll beat the shit out of both of you. Where are you right now? Answer me. Oh, so you want to meet me? Sure is tough being a popular woman. But please don't try to chat me up with Kenzo around, okay? The guy's a bad egg. He gets seriously jealous, see? But when Kenzo isn't around and we're all alone, I'll love you all you want in secret, alright? You're insane. Kenzo, I've changed my mind. I won't do Maria's test. You go. How fickle. You are saying that you will do Battler's test. Nothing wrong with that, right? That guy is so much like a younger you, it makes my heart race. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cheat on you. I'll only be alone with him this one time. I'm always alone with you, right? But no more tying me up 24 hours a day, alright? So there you have it, Battler. I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be running your test myself. As for the place, let me see. At the front entrance to this mansion. Battler, this headship test, you've seriously got to full ass this one, okay? I mean, Kenzo's practically dead on his feet. If you become the next head, you'll be the new owner of everything on this island. I wouldn't mind letting you have me all to yourself, Just like Kenzo did. Control me, okay? As she laughs. The front entrance of the mansion? Perfect. Listen to me, you stinking drunk. I'll sober you up, and I've got some hot punch waiting to help you through your hangover. Just you wait. Tyler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through a receiver anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. Jesus. I took the spear I'd made by taking apart the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice will be waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that she'll be waiting with those supporting troops that Goda and Kumasawa told me about. Going alone would be too reckless. Goda, Kumasawa, it's me, it's Battler. I head for the guarding storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goda's a burly man, so I can probably count on him to add some extra brawn. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the area as a senior servant might prove to be a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. 1 second, what is that? Dun 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 dun. Ugh. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Someone was trying to get a hold of me. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. I thought I muted myself for a second. Sorry, someone's trying to get a hold of me for a second. Okay, sorry. We're locked back in. Both of them have master keys and they know more. I'll probably cut that out in the bottom. I apologize for that. Both of them have master keys and they know more about the mansion than I do. They're pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. Why is that? Stop. I don't know why my OBS does that sometimes. Okay, we're back. Fuck. I would have to get the key back from them and open the shutter myself. I went around to the side, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened up. Goda Kumasawa, it's Battler. Hey, come on, get up. Hey. They're dead, I'm guessing? The scene in the shed lit by a dim light bulb was all too bizarre. Goda. Kumasawa. From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes, and at the ends, Goda and Kumasawa were hanging by their necks. Oh, nice. Okay, this is finally the first note into the fucking notepad in like 12 years that actually like might mean something because we've been away from it for so long. Okay. Huh. It was dim and I was looking through a narrow gap between all the various pieces of equipment strewn about. So I couldn't make out any more detail than that. When they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. You've gotta be kidding me, right? Why? The shutter is still closed. There's only a single key, which I'm sure Goda took possession of. How did the culprit open the shutter and kill the two of them inside? It seems pretty obvious that they killed themselves, man. They hung themselves. Like, literally one of the, like, I don't want to say stereotypical, but pretty much one of the stereotypical ways that people will kill themselves, so... A little bit confused on why you would instantly rush to there being a killer and not them killing themselves. Now, the better question would be, for what reason did they kill themselves? Okay, that's a better question, but... They weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, that way the locked room makes sense, but I don't know why the two of them... I mean, yeah, that's the real question then. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island, are me, Maria, and my old bastard's old bastard. Wait, what the... Okay, yeah. No, there's also that nutso woman calling herself Beatrice. Maria's been acting like she's on the witch's side from the beginning, and Gramps is the very person who revived the witch. Plus there's the witch herself. What the hell? Then it's just as though I'm the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose to my feet. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. Damn it, this is no good. It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Damn it. I got the crying out of the way while I could, so that all my weak emotions would be squeezed out with my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird blood-soaked night and crush her with my own hands. This is where George should be dead, right? Can we get a confirmation that there's actually a body of anybody? Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor in the distance. According to Jessica, it seemed that George had also been killed. By this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George's weather-beaten corpse. Okay, we finally... Notice, didn't confirm their deaths. I'm gonna put that down. Interestingly, the game did not confirm Goda and Kumasawa's deaths, despite Battler seeing them hanging. Corpse discovered by the rose garden. A single hole right in the center of his forehead. Reasonable to think he was shot with a gun or something. George only had one wound, a hole in his forehead, apparently looking like a GSW. Okay. I just added that to notes again if you want to see, but... Then I saw George's weather-beaten corpse. Aniki. Shit. Hey, from the intro! The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he could have died under the arbor, he would at least have been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. There was a gaping hole in Aniki's forehead as though he had been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, and so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, the deep red his clothes were stained still provided the evidence that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But Aniki's eyes remained open, even though the rain sprayed against them. And the hole in his forehead was, without a hint of a joke, the real thing. There had been a faint chance that Goda and Kumasawa hanging by their necks in the gardening shed could have been a bad joke, but that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda had once said, the enemy came to take lives as though these lives were pieces on a chessboard. There's no mistake. Seems that old geezer and the witch really don't view our lives as anything more than that. That damn witch, when she was on the phone, she talked about us like we were on the game board. Perfect. Right, she thinks this is a game, huh? Then in the same way you killed everyone like it was a game? It's alright if I kill all of you like it's a game as well, right? Just you wait. Beatrice? The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to emerge. Finally, the mansion. As a massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kiri, there were a large number of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense any large group like that hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. Envelope? What is this? A box? It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in, or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in the reception room. Is this what Natsui had her mirror in? That's the only thing I could think. Either way, it didn't look like something that belonged here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But the thought of doing what they wanted me to do was somehow irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? While thinking things like that and forgetting even to go under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box as the rain beat down upon me. Then mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music. It sounded something like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing midnight. It was also the sound that announced that the crazy day of October 4th had finally ended, and that much more incredibly, the crazy day of October 5th had begun. That sound quiet. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't even know how to say that word. Is that a word? Quietened? I've never seen... Quieted? I'm Googling this. I can get quietened. This is such an odd word. Because would it not just be quieted? I'm sorry, this has got to be a translation. I'm sorry, that's like... I'm like mind broken on the... Quietened. That sounded quietened, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. and there was a woman I had never seen before. No, it's not true that I've never seen her before. I saw her once today, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but the face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. Valerie looks so goofy there. So you're Beatrice. Yoo-hoo, Battler! Leaning over the second floor balcony and waving cheerily from under her umbrella was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to watch on from above as her goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the surrounding shadows and the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions. Be at ease. There's no one here but you and me, see? There is no goat furniture, there are no demon butlers, Master is not here, nor my close demon friend. And there are none of the gold butterflies that help compose my physical form, there are no magic circles, and no summoners in attendance. Do you know what this means? Not a clue. Quit babbling. I have in fact met you several times even in this world, almost as though brushing past one another, meeting only for a moment. As you know, this world of humans is filled with a toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the defense around you, the king. And through multiple games, I advanced my pieces one by one, splitting you apart and cornering you, undermining your ramparts bit by bit. Then finally, once I opened a tiny crack, I sent a bishop in so that it could approach right up next to you. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. As long as you stay on the black squares, a black bishop can exert massive influence upon you, but if you escape just one step to a white square, then even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you. That is why I have progressed through these games by sending in various pieces so that you cannot stay on a white square, forcing you out in front of me, the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, there are now holes opened all over your ramparts, and I was at last able to send in not a bishop but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece a queen is? A rook plus a bishop. Is that what you're trying to say? Now you not only control the black squares that are the witch illusions, but you also have become able to encroach upon the white squares of the human world at will. Okay, that's it. This is an interesting phrasing that I'm going to write down. I'm just putting this quote in, so if you hear me typing, I'm just typing the quote down. I'm not going to pop up my notes for this. Okay. That is correct. Where there exist the gold butterflies that are my minions, you have been labeling those squares as witch illusions, denying them under the hypothesis that they are observerless non-reality, am I right? I am well aware. For that very reason I have at last descended thus upon the squares of white. Worry not, I'll call plenty of gold butterflies, goats, demons, and witches later on. If you wish, I will invite you to my golden land. There I will grant you any wish that you desire. I'm starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard on this island, or starting to look like someone knocked, yeah. I see, that too is a pleasant description. Soon you will be covered in that ink as well. Before long you will become dyed pitch black and surely become a black king. At this point you are a pitiful existence drowning in a sea of ink, are you not? No, I'm not. I'll admit that the island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle, but there's still a white square left. And where? Right under my feet. Oh, I didn't even need to... That's exactly what he said, right under my feet. Your magic ink may try to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I am here with my feet firmly planted on a white square. It's strange. Until a second ago I was trembling all over, but now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. It's funny. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. I mean, this is like the old meme of like, what's worse than a devil you know? Or is that how it goes? One of the things is like, what's worse than a devil you know? Or is it, I don't know if that's the quote or if it's backwards. It's fucking what's worse, what's better than a devil you don't know, a devil that you do, is the meme, but you would think it, whatever man, okay, look, I fucked up the quote, kill me, it's fine, who cares? What he's saying is that once you do the Scooby-Doo and you pull the fucking curtain away, when you find out how everything works, it's not really that scary anymore. It's funny, ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she's definitely not a funny or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly while rolling around giggling just by snapping a finger. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. In any case, whether this is fantasy or mystery, the queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. So this is the meaning of the queen of this island, who reigns over both the black and white squares. Now then, it might be interesting to wait until you catch a cold and all that rain, but it's about time to move on to the matter at hand. I am sure that you can tell there is a box there. Your test is inside of it. Hold it. After all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who will be the next head. My game is to take you and the old man, and all the rest of you guys who killed everyone, and give every one of you a full-on punch in the face. Oh, so you will fly through the sky up to my balcony? Very, very good. Come on then, up you come already. Come on, up, up. Damn you, acting like you're hot shit just because you're in a completely safe place. I'm coming up there right now, so you better be prepared. Ah, no, no, no. It's all locked up. Of course the shutters are down for all the windows as well. My castle isn't so fragile that a single knight like you could break in. I tried the front door anyway just in case, but yup, it really was locked. When I looked around I noticed that indeed the shutters were closed on the windows. Normally they wouldn't be. Tch. Looks like you prepare for everything. Where's the key? Goda and Kumasawa probably have master keys, but they're in the locked room of the gardening storehouse. I can only give up for now. Damn. Guess she's no fool herself. Are you really so dying to be right by my side? Alright, if you pass your test with flying colors, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, then you will be the successor and my new master after Kinzo. My body and soul will be yours to do with as you will, because I am ultimately the Ushiromiya family's furniture. Interesting. I mean, just... Well, it looks like you want to make me take this test no matter what. Alright, I'm game. If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face. Scary, scary. But it's not like I'm being controlled by violence, you see. Grab onto my head, make my face twist in pain, violate me in the same way a hawk tears apart and scratches at its prey with its talons. Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more, that single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of the day that I was taught the joy of being controlled, of submitting and being reduced to furniture. Okay, bro, you can keep your kinks out of this. You damn drunk. We aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box. Yes. Open it. Inside is a letter. Read it. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently it really had originally been a cigar case. But there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was waiting in anticipation to see what the kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn it, I'll show her. Its contents were like this. Is it going to be the same shit that Ange had? Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life, blank's life. Everyone else, it's got to be Ange's, right? If you do not choose one, all the above will be lost. The heck is this? Some pretty creepy stuff's written here. And most importantly, the second one is blank, so I don't even know whose life. That second one is where you put the name of the one person of the one that person loves the most. For Jessica's test it was Cannon's, and for George's test it was Shannon's. Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, I was able to write those names in beforehand, but I don't know who you have feelings for, so I didn't know whose name to write and left it blank. Perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name in here, so my choice is gonna be number 2, is that alright? Hey, quit joking. Come on, please, Battler. Tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, then this won't be a test, right? Too bad. I don't have any woman in particular. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you? In that case, this test won't work for you. What a shame. What a shame. And I was really wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea. What if I said I like young, flat-chested girls with long black hair? You don't match in a single area, do you? Based. Lies, you breast sommelier. You prefer a blonde bombshell with a dynamite body. In English, apparently there, don't you? I am precisely the embodiment of your ideal. I'm guessing your 3 sizes is the test to become the successor. I'll take it gladly, if guessing. Ah, yes. This was the test to choose a successor. Chatting with you is so much fun that I've been getting a bit off topic. Let us begin the headship test. I will question you to see whether you are qualified to be the next Ushiromiya family head. Answer with care. The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her gravitas. She looked as though she had truly stepped out of that imposing portrait. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch, and the Endless Witch Beatrice. Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Ushiromiya family headship and all of my gold? That is what I will test. State your name. Ushiromiya Battler. Under that majestic gaze, unimaginable from her manner a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. She truly was, yes indeed, in the truest sense, she was that worthy of calling herself the queen of this island. Very good, Ushiromiya Battler. However, you have thrown away that Ushiromiya name for the past 6 years, have you not? Why is that? Because it had enough of my dad, the old bastard. I know. It was because you felt your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom you loved and respected, yes? I see. You have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It is not as though I cannot understand why you would feel unable to accept that mother. However, no matter who your father remarries with, that does not change the fact that his blood runs in your veins, correct? What's your point? I can, to an extent, understand the childishness which led to you opposing your father's remarriage out of a desire to have him all to yourself. However, was throwing away the Ushiromiya name as a means of resistance not a disgrace to your family and blood? You were born and raised Ushiromiya, were you not? Do you think you were qualified to forget that debt and throw away the Ushiromiya name? It has nothing to do with you. This is between me and Dad. The Ushiromiya name does not belong to you and your father alone. You are a child who simply rebelled, unable to forgive the fact that your father was to be stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years during which you foretook the Ushiromiya register were a significantly long period where you disgraced, or where you dragged the Ushiromiya name through the mud. Know the depths of your sinfulness. Well, sorry I'm so childish. However, even though it was prompted by the deaths of your grandparents, I do commend you for returning to the Ushiromiya register. Accordingly, I shall give you a chance to purify yourself of that sin. Now is the time to atone for your sin of 6 years ago. Come, try to remember your own sin. Remember it, confess and repent. That shall be my test for you. I'm just typing down what she claimed of him. At that moment, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. Repent? What? Are you trying to tell me to apologize? The test has already begun. You may think as you wish. There were no signs from the witch's expression that she was sneering at a person unable to answer the tough question thrust upon them. She was earnestly asking something of him, and he could even feel a quiet determination. Even as the rain beat upon him, Battler could not shift his eyes from her gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain. So that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered the question, she had chosen to join him, allowing the rain to beat down on her as well until he reached the answer. For some reason, Battler could tell that, but even so, he didn't understand. Well, I mean, you're right. I do think I was being childish. All things considered, just because Dad got remarried, that doesn't wipe out what I owe him for raising me. I hear Dad always kept on sending money over for my living expenses, and he even said he wanted to be involved in my school events. The only reason he couldn't come is I told Grandma and Grandpa not to let him come no matter what. And yeah, if you want to be blunt and say I was being childish and rebellious, I can't argue with that. But, you know, in that case, Mom, Ushiromiya Asumu, who's gonna set things right for her? Mom was so devoted to our family and did the very best she could. But Dad was cheating with Kiri. He even got her pregnant with Ange. And then the moment she was born, he rushed them both into his register. What is that if not a betrayal of Mom? Who's gonna set things right? For her. But what you're saying is also right. Even though the cheating was a fact, I still owed him for raising me. So I thought I'd cancel those two things out and leave the family. What's the problem with that? That's right, I had the right. No, the duty to wallop Dad in Mom's place, didn't I? I let him get away without that. I left without saying anything, as though I hadn't been there in the first place. And Dad forgot about me and started a new family with Kiri and Ange. That settles everything, doesn't it? Oh, sorry, I'm cracking my neck again. But 6 years passed after that. Time healed the anger. Kiri understood my anger as well, and she tried hard to interact with me despite that and soften my heart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation, and she adored me, believing that I was her real big brother who just lived in a separate house. As for Dad, he was acting like nothing had happened, and told me I could come home anytime I wanted. started to feel more and more stupid keeping it all going, I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well. So I said to Dad that if he apologized, I'd call it water under the bridge. On the day of Grandpa's funeral. And that guy, he actually put both his hands on the floor and apologized. I couldn't believe how pathetic he looked. My dad, who was all about looking cool, actually bowed his goddamn head to me. When I saw that, it felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. I'm sure Mom would have thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. "Oh, that silly thing is what you were fighting over," she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. That's why, while I couldn't bring myself to say I forgive you, I thought it might be alright to start over again from zero. So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago, and I returned to the Ushiromiya family register. I'd cried, raged, and stressed over it for a whole 6 years. It might have been the same for Dad, and maybe even for my dead mom. Maybe Kiri and Angie too. So we went back to zero, and I returned to being Ushiromiya Battler. That's my immediate family's problem, and has nothing the hell to do with the Ushiromiya family. You aren't qualified to judge that to be a sin, and I have no duty to show repentance to you. If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That's my answer for this test. Based. Is that all? What? I'd pretty much fully responded to her provocation, and I was sure that I'd vented out all the stuff that I'd been keeping inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. Again, I made a very stiff point about every time this game likes to bring up 6 years ago, 6 years ago, 6 years. So I'm just gonna say, yeah, we're gonna find out some big lore dump out of nowhere. That was what the witch had supposedly been hoping for too, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I had been sure she would start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. What chapter is this again? 17. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of shock about her, something you could almost call disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've confessed everything inside me. What aren't you happy about? The atonement for your sins is still insufficient. Atonement? What the hell? Are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did? Nope. I have no interest in the home affairs of your immediate family. Where are we? Rokenjima, the main residence of the Ushiromiya head family. Isn't there a sin you should remember? Fitting for this place. The fuck did he do here? Are you saying that I have another sin? Is it gonna be what he did, like... Remember, Ushiromiya Battler, and it is your inability to remember which is your sin. For that reason I shall forgive you. If you can remember, I shall forgive you. Remembering that is my test of atonement for you. It's a lot easier said than done. Remember. That is why it is a sin. Sorry, Beato. I have absolutely no memory of it. You make it seem like I caused you trouble 6 years ago or something, but unless I'm mistaken, this family conference is the first time we met. It's true that your legend did exist 6 years ago, but I'm pretty confident that we didn't know each other back then. Naturally. On the Rokenjima of 6 years ago, I was not yet manifested. And what kind of sin are you saying I have? Are you saying I've sinned against you somehow? Do not make me repeat myself. I was not manifested 6 years ago. For us to have been acquainted would have been an impossibility. In the world you represent, it was as though I did not even exist. Beato's cold eyes felt as though they were accusing me of some kind of sin. It felt, on the face of it, as though she was still holding a grudge for some way I'd treated her and was criticizing me for it. However, I obviously couldn't remember doing anything like that to her, and Beato had said so herself. There was no link between us 6 years ago. Okay, weird that we get a random red text out of nowhere. 6 years ago? No? And why is this in red? Only witches can do that. 6 years ago? No person called Beatrice existed for me. At least give me a hint. Does this sin or whatever have something to do with... you and me? I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. Why do you think it is a sin against me? Your eyes... eyes? Oh. Your eyes, they're whispering at me to apologize, but I had no connection with you 6 years ago, and even you admitted that. Is it true? Is it really not a problem between me and you? I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this. But still, your eyes are telling me differently, so I don't even have a clue. Can you say it in red? Can you declare that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me? Very well. Okay, we got another one. The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiromiya Battler and Beatrice. Who could it be between? If it's 6 years ago, like, it would seem to be that it has something to do with Ange, but Ange would only have just been born 6 years ago. Then why are you looking at me with those eyes? I do not know. I'm simply gazing at you blankly. If it feels that way to you, perhaps that is because there's something that makes you feel that way. What the hell kind of sin have I got? Okay, we have another one. Ushiromiya Battler has a sin. Of note, I just want to say if we're going to get like a main character flip where it's going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, he was actually evil the whole time, I just want you to know I said earlier on that I was not just going to wholesale trust the main character. I said what kind, damn it? It's probably just some stupid sin like hitting someone or tricking someone. Because of your sin, people die. I'm going to put that on the same line as the last one. Because of your sin, people die. Liar. I've never killed anyone. Say it then. Who did I kill? When, who, how? Due to your sin, a great many humans on this island die. None will escape, all will die. Due to your sin, a great many humans on this island die. None will escape, all will die. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, because dying on this island maybe, but I mean everybody dies, right? So that you're not really... I didn't mean to do that, but... What? What the hell are you going on about? Are you saying I killed everyone? I'm a killer? You do not carry it out directly, however, because you committed a sin, the cogs of fate were sent astray, spun a full 6 years, and due to the deviation that resulted, tonight this many lives are lost. Yes, because remember too, we already know that Kinzo only put the portrait up of Beatrice 2 years prior. You are one of the causes of this tragedy. Beatrice says, I am one of the causes of this tragedy. Oh, come the fuck on. I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Ushiromiya register 6 years ago? Are you saying 13 people died because I came back to the Ushiromiya family after 6 years? Give me a fucking break. For these 6 years, I've been the man furthest from the Ushiromiya family. What influence could I have had on anything and how? It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to. I'd patched things up with the family after 6 years. So to like draw a line under that whole period, I came to Rokenjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come here today. I came back and because of that a tragedy occurred? Then what? You're saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have died? Say it in red. Can you say in red that if I hadn't come back, this screwed up murder case wouldn't have occurred? There's no way you can because you're the culprit behind everything. Repetition requested. If Ushiromiya Battler hadn't returned to Rokenjima, the crime wouldn't have occurred. Go on, say that if you think you can. Can't do it, can you? I mean, he's baiting this so much, he's obviously going to say it. The fact that he's... There's no way in hell you can. The culprit is you, not me. Don't you dare try to push the blame of this onto me. Answer in red. I said repeat it. You can't. My existence has nothing to do with the crime. Stop messing with my head. I began to remember that the raindrops pounding down were cold. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is there nothing that you remember? It didn't state in red that the murders would happen had I not shown up, but I think she will. Sorry, but I don't have a goddamn clue. Look, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. If there's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you just have to come out and say it. Don't be so nasty about it and demand for me to remember. I'll ask one more time. Can you not remember any sin? No, I can't remember a goddamn thing. Oh, big stretch. So he says that he can remember nothing. With this, are your regrets at an end? Even a hopelessly long shot will be a source of regret if not attempted. That will do. The attempt itself has meaning. That may be true. In that case, this is the end of my regrets and my game. What will you do? Who knows? I'm not interested at all anymore. Sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now. I see. I understand. I will take over for the rest of the game. You may rest. Okay, this is interesting. Two Beatrices talking to each other. The one in the suit and the one in the dress. The one in the suit requests to leave the game board. I wonder if this is supposed to be the human Beatrice, you know? The suit one. All that remains I will finish. You may forget everything and bury your head in your pillow. A feather futon should gently protect you from everything. Which Beatrice says, I'll show my notes. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She was certainly identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice cold. A far cry from the one before, who, though apparently drunk, had at least been in high spirits. Hey, are you listening? That's enough for that test thing, right? I don't give a crap whether I pass or fail. The only thing that's gonna help the way I'm feeling is bashing you in the face. Get the hell down here. Or else open up this door. The witch said nothing back. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was clearly a different person from the one who had first appeared on that balcony. Okay, this is interesting. Seems as though they can swap which Beatrice is in control at a given time. The human suit, or I should say the suit Beatrice. The suit Beatrice seems to be more calm, whereas dress seems more conniving and evil. The witch looked hard into my eyes and gave two small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. Is Ange gonna be able to uncover this in the future somehow? Like, how does this... The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, teasing her over some stupid triviality. They were spitting Lia 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 Gap 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 at each other. Kinzo and Runaway had opened a new bottle and were enjoying the show. Oh, you're back. How were the results of Battler's test? Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints, I'll have you know. I've long held her in contempt as a worthless little urchin, and lo and behold, surprise, surprise, my oh my oh my oh my, not bad, not bad, not bad indeed. Seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. He laughed towards Beato with the same level of excitation as the time they'd left for the test. However, Ronove and Virgili instantly noticed the change in her enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent. What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch? Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side? Let's go out in the pouring rain and roast a cow whole. Ooh, not a bad idea. Ronove, make the preparations right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with spare ribs first? Ooh, wah, 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 wah. Roast yourself whole. Ha 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 ha. What? As Kinzo doubled over, laughing in a grave mood, the witch who had spoken bluntly passed him coldly by. Then behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. Oh, okay. Beatrice burns Kinzo alive for some reason. While spitting crimson flames from his eyes, mouth, and nose, every hole in his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except for Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. He rolled around, unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold. The dancing silhouette of witches and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons watching over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. What has happened, milady? It has lost its thrill. Clean up those bothersome cinders. Beatrice's expression was unbelievably apathetic. There was an iciness there that told the others that they risked the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her. Interesting. What the fuck has got her so pissed off? I don't get it. Like, she is definitely not in a good mood right now. At all. I don't get it, I guess. Yes, I will do it. Okay, I have like a weird... There's just like a thought in my head, okay? And I don't really know... Let me think about how to word this. 1 second. Okay, how do I word this? I'm getting some weird... I don't know if there's gonna be some fucking, like, time travel shit or some weird time fuckery going on. Good lord. I guess we never read this girl's either. Oh, look at the shoe. Okay, dude, Gap is the baddest. It's not even close. I don't know. I have some weird, like, gut feeling that there's a greater connection between Kinzo and Thing, but I don't know what it is. Battler, that is, not Thing. Gap made a jet black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might have also been burned. You could feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while walking, that was how much unconsciously and mercilessly Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate to bury a passerby. What is it, Beato? I don't want to answer. No, I can't even be bothered to answer anymore. What is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did Battler say something? Beatrice hadn't even responded. It seemed that she had even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a crackling, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking, and in an instant Gap turned into a glass sculpture. Gap disappeared for a while. I'm in a very bad mood. Beatrice spoke in a truly cold voice, which froze the heart just to hear it. Certainly. In that case, please allow us to retire. If you need anything, call at any time. For a single bow, Ronove turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. Virgilia turned Gap from a sculpture into a group of gold butterflies, and then turned into a cloud of them herself, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered disappear, in that instant the room flashed and was tidy again as though nothing had ever happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains where things had been spilled, nor was there any scattered trash. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over. Enough to make one doubt whether so many noisy people really had been in this room until just moments ago. The study had returned to total silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called him in a mutter. Battler, are you there? I've been here for a while. What the hell's going on with you? You've been acting strange. Do I seem strange? My apologies. Even though you were having such a good time drinking with that damn old fart, you suddenly burned him up, and your demoness friend is a glass sculpture. Even your demon butler and your master gotta disappear and get the hell out. Just how fickle and selfish are you? Battler, I'm done. With what? I've had enough now. What? Well, you were the one who cooked up this game. If you've had enough, that's great for me. So basically you're resigning? I'm not resigning. I'm just ending it. No, I won't even end it. The game will simply be abandoned for all eternity. Pretty sure they call that resigning. Man, the words got tired of it. And threw it away. Fits you perfectly. Precisely. I'm tired of it, and I'm now throwing it away. I don't care about the rest. It can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as it likes. What's up with you? You've been kind of hard to deal with since a short while ago. Are you still sour over that baffling test? If you got something against me, all I have to do is say it clearly. You said and read that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me. How many times will I have to say I have no grudge against you before you'll understand? At the time you left your sin behind, I did not exist. As Beato spoke with an irritated expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she had never shown an expression as strange as this, even once before now. Well, you were the one who instigated this game. I'm a bit let down that it won't get resolved, but feel free to invite me again sometime if you feel like it. But when that time comes, allow me to politely decline, alright? He intentionally spoke in a teasing kind of tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue. I've circled around October 4th and 5th over and over again, but it looks like I'm finally going to be free of all that for now. This way, the boat will come tomorrow. That's right, then the seagulls will return to the harbor. I'll finally be able to hear Rokenjima's signature and Nya cries. After all, when I came to the island, they weren't there at all. Maybe because of the weather. When the seagulls cry, everything will end, basically. Done and done, all over in the end. Man, what a relief. Exactly what is it that you're misunderstanding? What do you mean, what? I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten and the pieces on the board will be left where they lie. There will be no advancing, no retreating, no taking or being taken. No victory, no defeat, not even a tie. Just abandoned. Doesn't that mean it's over? Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn will not come. So there will be no victory, nor defeat, nor tie. In the past, I could not allow you to do that to me. That was because I had the goal of victory against you. However, I have lost interest in that, so there's no longer any point in me making any further moves. What do you mean my turn won't come? I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and I'd be able to escape Rokenjima, but for some reason the meaning of Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it was starting to bother me. Just what had she been saying, and why the bad mood? Suddenly I heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Ange? Oh, Rika. What she means is something like this. Putting the lid back on this game, leaving the pieces as they are, without ending, the game will be locked away for all eternity. The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beato. So Beato abandoning the game would mean... Get it? Suddenly, in another place, there was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More importantly was the meaning of the words she said. The game being abandoned means... Huh? That's all there is to it. No match can reach a conclusion without two opposing sides. It means that you'll never be able to win and escape this world for all eternity. In the end, it's kind of like taking the key to the cage that you're locked in, fastening it to the collar of a pigeon or something and letting it fly, I guess. This isn't funny, Beato. We didn't come all the way here to watch a boring game like this. Just wrapping it up here? You have to be kidding me. I'm with Lambda. I came here to make Battler win and make you thrash about in defeat. I still haven't achieved that goal. I couldn't bear for the game to be abandoned here, for you to just run away on me. I acknowledge that the way the curtain has fallen on this game has made for a disappointing end for you ladies. However, I, the host of this tea party, am after all fickle. Once the fun is gone, I know no way of entertaining. I believe that to be what makes me the witch I am in the first place. There should be no problems with this. True. I won't go against your creed. I won't stand for this. Don't you dare. How much do you think I've supported you? All that preparation and you want me to pack it all in now? I don't think so. I am saying that I am tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less. That's not happening. You're gonna continue this game. You want to win against Battler, right? You want to win and make him submit, right? You're almost there. Isn't she? Don't turn to me for agreement. That said, I do have an opinion too, if you'll let me say it. What? You brought this fight to my door. I'm prepared to settle this fight one way or the other. Sorry, 1 second. I don't know, again, I say this every time. I must have a talent for the second I start streaming. Just getting a bunch of, like, messages. To be like, hey, like, you wanna do something? It's like, I don't know. It's just fucking annoying. It pisses me off. Okay. I'm just putting my shit on D&D. I don't give a fuck. I'll probably have to cut out this section here. 1 second, I have to just reply to this. Okay. You brought this fight to my door. I'm prepared to settle this fight one way or the other. I've come close to surrendering many times, but I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match undecided. As long as I'm here, showing the will to fight, don't you go running away, Beatrice. I agree. Getting Battler involved and then leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just beyond irresponsible. Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was criticizing Beato for being irresponsible. Oh. Seems that the greatest reason I am being called irresponsible is that Battler will be stuck as an opponent. In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent as I shall? That way there will be nothing to criticize me for. If I step down, will I be able to leave Rokenjima? Of course not. Just be covered in dust and let it pile up to your shoulders. Stop being so stupid. Just how irresponsible are you? You've killed all this many people. On top of that, using your witch's power, you've done it over and over, in gruesome ways. There's no way I can allow you to escape without taking responsibility. Responsibility? Huh. What is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility? Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting until he beats you. So you two fight until you're defeated. If you don't want that to happen, then try and defeat him. I won't let you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair. Lock him up forevermore and never let him return. I won't let you. Gretel. To be perfectly honest, I don't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me, but in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this crazy game world no matter what. So I also responded to that. Beato, face this way. I'm here, across from you in the rival seat. Get it? As long as I continue to sit here, I won't permit you to escape. So don't run away. Fight. You started this fight, damn it. All the crap you've pulled again and again and again, the total shit show you've turned this whole thing into, and now after all this time you think I can let you end it because you're tired of it? I'm your opponent. As long as I'm here, there's no way I'm letting you escape. Are you listening, you goddamn witch of irresponsibility? Jesus Christ. Why don't you say something? After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell, but for a while she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this. So you ladies say that, since Battler will not quit as my opponent, you cannot accept my abandonment of this game? In that case, I shall ask, whether the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place. Qualified? Probably has something to do with that test or whatever just now. What are you planning to do? You aren't gonna... I will now question you to determine whether or not you are qualified to be my opponent. Listen now, Battler. If those qualifications are acknowledged, I will stay in my seat and continue the game, and I shall promise to fight for all eternity until the outcome is decided. Okay, this is interesting. To the notebook we go. Interesting. I was ready for that from the beginning. However, if you are not qualified, you will disappear. If the opponent disappears, there is no game. I can leave this place openly. Are you ladies satisfied? I will not permit interruptions. Go ahead. Do as you like. Battler, you make sure you answer well. The very reason I'm here is because I'm qualified, right? There's nothing to be scared of. You couldn't be. Gretel suddenly grew pale. I thought her to be calm, the calm, collected type, so her expression suddenly surprised me. I just added words there for no reason. I don't know, shoot me in the head. Well then, Battler, I shall have you repeat in red. You're giving me a repetition request? Damn you, stealing my signature move. Why is he able to repeat in red all of a sudden? I'm gonna put this, like, I don't get... Why is Battler able to repeat in red all of a sudden? Damn you, stealing my signature move, but can I do the red truth too? How? Just will it to be so and you can do it. It's easy. My name is Ushiromiya Battler. Whoa, pretty cool. Stop it. I know what you're after, but don't do it. He's... When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant. Shut up. You leave your seat for a while. You two ladies. If you're going to interfere, I will not hold back. We won't get in the way. She's going to try and prove this. I think it's going to be what I said, that he's not Battler. Go ahead, do as you like. Burn, this is bad. She's trying to erase him. She's trying to erase Battler. She's going to try and prove like a contradiction? What is she scheming here? Okay, so I'm going to put this in the notes. I am Ushiromiya Battler. I think that's what it was, right? That's what he said, right? Or my name is Ushiro. He said my name is. Here, edit that. It's weird that he didn't say I am and he said my name is, but... Well, then I shall question your qualifications. Interesting. Attack and defense reverse from a normal game. It's a very precious experience coming at the very, very end. Ready? First listen carefully. I will speak with Red first. Okay. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. And I opened this game in order to fight Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandson, Ushiromiya Battler. Okay. I know that, so what? Repetition requested. Ushiromiya Battler's mother is Ushiromiya Asumu. What? Why is my mom's name popping up all of a sudden? I do not require chatter, just repeat it in red. Beato urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I've done absolutely nothing wrong that I'd hate to be confronted with, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. We're gonna get some like weird shit going on where we're gonna find out that my guy's like not actually Battler because the real Battler got like... Oh my god, wait. Can I call my shot right now? Call my shot right now. Is there a chance that when I was talking about 18 people on the island not matching up, is it possible that my guy isn't Battler? That maybe something happened to the actual Battler, and that my dude has, like, replaced him, and has subsumed his identity, as I said, but I just didn't think it was gonna be the main character? Because she's gonna set up all of this, and then she's gonna say something like... She's gonna hit us with a bombshell, like... What could she do? There'd have to be some kind of, like, bombshell she could hit us with. I feel like that has to be, right? Because she's gonna set up, she's gonna go through the whole thing. My name's Ushiromiya Battler, this is what I set up the game for, blah blah. She's gonna have to prove that I'm not Battler. That has to be her line of attack. It doesn't make any sense if it's not anything else. I just don't understand by what way she would be able to... We don't know what Asumu looks like, but Ange looks similar to Battler. But Ange's mom isn't Asumu. The only thing I've been questioning in this game is things like... The thing is, we don't know what Asumu looks like, but we know that Asumu is not Ange's mom, and Ange looks similar to Battler, so the only thing I was thinking is, like, is it possible that this isn't, like, the actual Battler? I guess you could just... I said this earlier at some point in the game, I guess I could do, like, the meme that's like, oh, he's wearing contacts or something, but, like, is she gonna... She has to just, like, try to prove that I'm not, like, who I say I am. There's nothing she could demand for me to repeat that would cause me any trouble, so why something like this? Sure, I'll repeat it. Okay. Ushiromiya. See, the fact that he's even wording it like this, not saying like my mom, but saying... Because these are all statements that are... Okay. The register is convenient. No need to bother myself with bringing a copy of a family register. I do not require chatter. I will continue. Your name is Ushiromiya Battler. Sure. My name is Ushiromiya Battler. We already had that. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu. From that Ushiromiya battler was born. Okay. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that Ushiromiya battler was born. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that you were born. He can't say it. Now I'm gonna put it in quotations. Quotations. Battler can't state that he was born from Asumu. All of a sudden my throat closed. I was suddenly assaulted by a shortness of breath that felt as if I had been choked. What's going on? One more time. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born. Damn it. What the hell? Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, I suddenly stopped being able to get the red to work. Do you decline to repeat it? I'm not declining. It's not working for some reason. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born. Why? Damn it, why can't I use the red? What the hell? Shh. So he's not who he says he is. My mom is Ushiromiya Asumu. Why can't I say that back in red? What's going on? This is... If you try to forcefully speak red that cannot be spoken, you will choke. There is no need to strain yourself. Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue. Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim a theory for the opponent to deny. They are then burdened with the responsibility. Yeah, you still gotta break the other one, by the way. They are still then burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they do not, then it is a victory. Then let me begin. Due to the previous repetition request and the refusal to repeat. Okay, so we're gonna... Due to the previous repetition request and the refusal to repeat, I proclaim that you are not qualified to be my opponent. After all, she's gonna say you are not battler. Beatrice opened this game in order to fight with why is this in quotations? Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya battler. Are we gonna find out this is like some fuckery that are we gonna find out some fuckery that he's like taken the name of a sibling that's dead? This gave you the responsibility, and she already knew where he was going with it, or where she was going with it too, is what's interesting. This gave you the responsibility as my opponent to declare in red that you are Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya battler. You declined to repeat that. This means you lose your qualifications. Okay. Deny something about that in red, quickly. Sure. I am Ushiromiya battler. Given that I'm able to repeat that in red, that should mean that I'm your opponent. It may be a fact that you have the name Ushiromiya battler. However, you're not the one I speak. Yeah. People's names are not exclusive. It is possible for multiple humans to have the name Ushiromiya battler. When it comes down to is this... Okay. When it comes down to is this... You are a different person with the same first and last name as Ushiromiya Asumu's son, Ushiromiya battler. What? Don't be so stupid. I'm mom's kid. Ushiromiya Asumu's kid. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that... Shit. Why? Why can't I say that I was born from my mom? How could something so stupid be true? No need to suffer. I will not toy with you. This is checkmate. And she just said it right there. You are not Ushiromiya Asumu's son. What? You're kidding me. Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushiromiya battler? Wait a second. I am Ushiromiya battler. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born, and I'm mom and dad's son. No. There is no way that you are the Ushiromiya battler with qualifications as my opponent, and as proof. Proof? You do not know of that sin 6 years ago. Beatrice says, Battler not knowing the sin of 6 years ago proves that he is not the Battler she seeks to fight. This is a mindfuck right now. No, if you were the true Ushiromiya Battler, you would not commit a sin, but consequently a sin did occur. A span of 6 years became a blank space. And a man who knew nothing of that time appeared on Rokenjima calling himself Ushiromiya Battler. The truth of it all goes like this. "6 years ago," I'm gonna quote this, "the true Ushiromiya Battler, qualified to be my opponent, was already dead. You were involved in a plot by Rudolph." Oh my god. You were involved in a plot by Rudolph having something to do with distribution of the inheritance, a body double set up in Ushiromiya Battler's place. What the fuck am I being hit with right now? I've never heard something so stupid. That's just absurd. But Battler, get a hold of yourself. Well, if he can't counter back, there's nothing more to do. Battler did not possess the qualifications. That's how it is. Are you okay with that, Burn? If you accept that, you'll lose too, you know? And you'll win. Why are you taking Battler's side? Huh. How disappointing, Battler. It really is disappointing that you didn't have the qualifications to be Beatrice's opponent. I was careless myself. I can't believe I bet on an unqualified piece. You defeated me utterly, Beatrice. There is no victory or defeat. The opponent will simply disappear. Perhaps I should say that he was never there in the first place. But then who am I? Am I not Mom and Dad's kid? Who am I? What am I? If I'm not Mom's kid, then what, are you saying I'm some total stranger's kid with no relation to them at all? If that is the case, it would mean that you do not share Kinzo's blood. Either way, you are not qualified to compete in this game. Absurd. Absurd. Well, you should try and prove that he's Rudolph's kid first. Enough. I was slightly aware that you might not be Ushiromiya Battler in the first place, so I had to question you. I had to ask about something the real Battler would have known. What a shame. I even bet on that 1 in a quadrillion chance of a miracle, hey, the chapel door, that you might really be Ushiromiya Battler. However, it looks like you're a different person with the same first and last name after all. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. Maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was becoming clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler behind. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he would never be given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Beato spoke something, and Lambda Delta ran up to Battler yelling something very quickly, but it already seemed far away and it didn't reach his ears. Then he, not knowing who he was, erased himself. What the fuck? Again, apologies if you hear my mic trigger. Again, I don't know what the fuck my roommates are doing at 11:30 that I hear fucking banging in the kitchen upstairs, but... Battler! Now the opponent has disappeared. Well then, if you would excuse me. And ladies, you should prepare for your journey. No more festivities are prepared for in my territory. It was good seeing you. Goodbye. It's weird that Lambda Delta was saying that to Beatrice earlier about her, like, giving her power. If Beatrice just, like, shit talks her like that and says, okay, fuck off. Without saying anything more, Beato clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared. Are you alright with this? Battler disappeared, you know. Someone who hates losing as much as you do is okay with this? Weren't you betting on my defeat? Then you should be over the moon. Congrats, Lambda. Well then, let's meet again in some other world, okay? That said, there are endless fragment worlds out there. The probability of us having some connection again somewhere is probably truly less than 1 in a quadrillion. Alright, it was fun. Bye-bye. Wait up, Burn. Huh. Chasing after Burn Castle, who had disappeared first, Lady Lambda Delta disappeared as well. Then after everyone had disappeared, there was no one left in the study. It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the beginning. No one was here in the first place. The silent study told of that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. Huh. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beato questioned herself. The fact is, from the very beginning, magic should only have been used within Mariage Sorcière. Yes, I thought that too, when Ange happened. The Witches' Alliance began with you and me, just 2 people. Okay, so this is... Mariage Sorcière began only with Beatrice and Maria. It was just so much fun. That's why we wanted to add other people close to us into that circle, and in that way we wish for the Witches' Alliance to grow forever larger, so everyone could have fun using magic together and all become happy. Sorry, one second, I'm reading something. In the end, you and I were the only ones able to understand magic. We're the only 2 witches in this world, brought together by a miracle. As long as I have you, Beato, I don't need anyone else anymore. Nor I. As long as you are here, I no longer need anyone else. In the very first moment that Mariage Sorcière was formed, it was already complete. That is so. That is truly so. It was a Witches' Alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What was I trying to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion. It's alright. Let's just forget everything, okay? Our little 2-person Mariage Sorcière will accept each other, and no one will be able to hurt us. So we won't be hurt anymore. We won't cry. I'm gonna put in the notes here that let's forget everything. Okay, Beato, we are eternal. Maria. Jesus. Is that it? The world 12 years later, Journey's Endpoint. Well, maybe not. Guess we did still have to find out what Ange was gonna find on Rock and Jimmy. This is probably the end, though. Amakusa, could you turn that off? Whoops, my bad. You don't like Mzaki? I'm just not in the mood. Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea and blotted out by the ocean's gray. See it? Over there's where the harbor was at the time. The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall how it looked 12 years ago. I'd believe that my memories of back then would come floating back to my mind, but no memories were coming back to me at all. After the incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. Probably that's understandable. I had to tell myself to stop myself from feeling somehow sad and hurt. But I at least remember one thing. You could say that it would probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but at least this one thing I do remember. The Torii? Cries. Oh, of the seagulls. I do remember those. I almost never went out to the ocean when I was young, so to me everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokenjima and my family getting together. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family, However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that was happiness at all. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of flaring tempers and fuses about to blow. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings. Rokonjima, is it? The beginning of everything and the last stop for all journeys. Amakusa tried too hard in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings. The boat slowly rounded the island. As the angle changed, I hoped that my memories of the island's silhouette at the time might come back just a little. But in the end, even as the inlet was completely hidden by the cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything. Captain, that thing you mentioned, about the other harbor, please tell me about it. They say Rokonjima's only got one harbor, but that's only its outward appearance. An extra hidden harbor on the back of the island. That's Rokonjima all over. Okay. There's actually 2 harbors on Rokonjima, one at the back that no one knows about, apparently. It's a second face which no one knows about. Rokonjima is an island in the possession of the Ushiromiya family, but it has another face, as an island owned by Kinzo, apparently. Or personally. 1 island, 2 harbors, 2 mansions, is it? He sure spent a lot so he could keep a mistress. Who knew about this other harbor? Not many. Kinzo, Genji, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the oldest servants. Okay. Those who knew, in brackets, Kinzo, Genji, the boatman, Nanjo, Kumasawa. Naming them off like this makes it sound like there were a bunch of them, but I tell you now, it was only a very small number who knew. Please tell me about that other mansion. All I was told is there's a mansion called Kuwadorian. Wasn't allowed to leave the boat, so I never once saw the place though. So it was far away enough that you couldn't see it from the harbor. Beats me. But it was a hidden mansion after all. Probably was built where you can't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuwadorian was that island's biggest secret. There's a theory that Beatrice was being made to live in Kuwadorian, or else was being confined there. What do you think, Captain? I carried over sundries meant for Kuwadorian too. Oftentimes that included stuff only women would use, and fancy stuff at that. No doubt in my mind that theory's true. Does that mean you never saw this Beatrice woman directly, Captain? Never. Came and went for close to 20 years and never saw her once. 20 years? Whew, that's at least. Plus 20 onto her age. Well, that shoots down my hopes for a mademoiselle. But one day, bang, all trips to and from Kuwadorian stop. That was about 30 years ago. So around 1968. So, around 1968, all trips carrying sundries and other things for a woman to Kuwadorian stopped. Bang? You mean suddenly? We'd come by the back on a specified schedule to carry food and trash one way or the other. When I say the back, I mean the harbor on the Kuwadorian side. I get it. So one day I get a sudden message from Genji, and he tells me until you hear differently, we don't need you to go to the back anymore. And did you hear differently? Not in particular. Cut a long story short, one day suddenly I was told they didn't need regular service at the back anymore and not to bother taking food there either. Thought I'd been given the boot at first, but it wasn't long before I realized, and I kinda got the picture from the reaction of the servants who knew of Kuwadorian as well. Beatrice died and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for. That's what I think. I've never been told to take another boat to the back since, but after that Genji came to see me face to face and got really pushy, demanding me to take everything about the back with me to my grave. So if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 whole years, why was Aunt Ava there? On that day 12 years ago, Ushiromiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the regular mansion. Yes, I think I have this in my notes already, but I'll put it down. We recall how Ava was in Kuwadorian in the timeline where she was the sole survivor. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years? I saw that on the talk shows. Even I can't make heads or tails of that. Not once did I show Ava to the back. I don't have the first damn clue how she knew about Kuwadorian or how she got there. I wonder if it was possible to go to the back where Kuwadorian is by land. If, as we heard, the forest was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person be able to push through it. So what about by sea? Maybe there was a motorboat or something. You kidding? That 2-nighter typhoon was awful. No way you could have used a boat. What if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kuwadorian? It would have been a pain to have to charter a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's house, right? A tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island like Rokonjima? Well, I'd like to laugh at the thought, but this is a guy so rich he made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. Guess I can't deny the possibility. What do you think, Captain? I'm a man of the sea, no good asking me about holes. But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on Iwo Jima. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if that Kinzo could dig at least 2. This really is a strange island. Even now, not one of us really knows a thing about it. The boat reached the shore. It would be a short walk to reach the mansion. I'll wait here. The mansion's that way. The path from back then's probably still there, but I'll bet it's covered with plants. Make sure you don't get yourself lost. Right off we go then. Thanks, Amakusa, but you wait here too. I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm just delivering something. You'll be in trouble for them if you're with me. What the fuck are they doing upstairs, man? Holy fuck, it's annoying. It's like someone's just stomping over and over. You'll just be trouble for them if you're with me. I imagine your toxic is strong. Be trouble for them. Toxin? I'll be back soon. Our main goal today is Kuwadorian. After I deliver this, I'll come right back. Angie put on her knapsack and grabbed the flowers she was planning to offer. Take the hint, youngin'. Go on, gal. Your family's waiting for you. I'd never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. The vegetation certainly was incredible, and you would lose track on the path if you were careless enough to let your attention drift. But the road that was left was much better than I'd imagined. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into what chapter is this? 18. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Other people may not be able to, but I can feel the presence, like an aura, of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Massive, oddly shaped rocks scattered here and there, overgrown trees and ivy, the voices of birds and bugs. I can feel it. I can feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That's what's written on it. Oh, right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city, but address-wise, even Rokunjima is a rightful part of Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my mistaken impression, I climbed over the fence. When I made it up the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. Isn't this where she had her magic memory place? It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forests and rocky crags spread out below me. But somehow I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond the hill had probably been caused by landslides from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs, and though it would be easy to tumble down, it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. It seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border, between 1986 and 1998, that day and today, and this world and the other. This is the journey's final destination, it seems. As a strong wind blew Mammon and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop. I can't make out a thing from here. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer. Where are you? We can't. We won't be able to come back. We won't be able to come back. Huh? He's right. This is 1998, and I'm the Ushiromiya Ange who's been left all alone. At first, it was a journey to die. Sorry, I'm trying to fucking get this off my screen on my side monitor because it's pissing me the fuck off. And it's driving me fucking mad. Okay, perfect. No more interruptions, hopefully now. God, my neck is fucking sore. At first it was a journey to die. Okay, and of course I'm not tabbed in again, but not anymore. It had become a journey to accomplish something. Yeah. So I'm sorry, you two. As I was back then, on that day I would have gone down this cliff without any hesitation. Come on, this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushiromiya Ange. Sorry. This place is just as good, because you can feel the wind of that day. Was the wind really like this? Yeah, they will come at any moment. Everyone. Sakutara said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria. It's me. It's Angie. I've come back. When I started my final journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, its goal had been abstract and I hadn't understood. But now I have no doubt. This journey was induced by all kinds of thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to end things. For me, Ushiromiya Ange. And a journey to end things as the final witch of Marriage Sorcière. I came here as the final daughter of the Ushiromiya family and as the final witch. Ow, I fucking punched my pop filter again. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, sorry. Let me greet Maria first. A strong gust of wind from behind urged me on. That gust took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me, and though I couldn't see it from where I stood, I believed that it would fly me to the mansion on that day, where everyone was, to where Maria was. And so, even though my body was on the top of the hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rokenjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I can tell. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives and all the servants. And Maria, too. I could even comprehend Maria as a witch. It was vast, more vast than any space I had imagined up until now. Maria, can you hear me? Listen. Angie shouted to the Maria of that day, that she had been through a long journey, and that she had learned just how much she had wounded Maria on that day when she was young. Having understood magic, I now understand everything about the world Maria wanted to show me. It is so warm and overflowing with kindness and happiness, and she had wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I had trampled it. So now I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely a very humble thing that exists all around us, but it isn't something that just anyone can see with their eyes. Magic is... I can say it clearly. Without love, it cannot be seen. I'm sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Witches' Alliance, but after all this time I now understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after that day I wounded you, Marriage Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. I'm gonna put that down, the thing about love. Back in those days, even magic that allowed you to vent your anger by cursing people was probably important to you. Your environment was unhappy enough for you to be allowed that. But now those unhappy days are over, so let's return your Witches' Alliance. Back to the original gentle Marriage Sorcière. The grimoire was in my hands without me realizing it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. It had been a kind world at first. What to do to create magic so that candy rains from the sky. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's dinner became cream croquettes. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's weather is good when you go out and you have a fun day. New magic of happiness was created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and the days and months began to flash by like memories. The pages with drawings that were colorful gradually changed into pages colored only with black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. What to do to create magic so that the class bully catches a cold. What to do to create magic so that you know who in class gets seriously injured and dies. What to do to create magic so that a bus with all the bullies on it falls off a cliff. Malicious magics were created one after another, filling the pages and her heart. It was because I hurt you, One-chan, that Marriage Sorcière ended up like this. You aren't a black evil witch. You were a white, pure, innocent, kind witch. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I still feel like my brain does not comprehend how Angie had anything to do with Marriage Sorcière breaking apart, given because it was like across time. Like somehow Angie in the future, because she was still at St. Lucia Academy. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Somehow the Angie of the future that was at St. Lucia Academy learned that magic and was invited to the Alliance. And then because she forsake it, it somehow broke the Alliance in the past for Maria. Because she was interacting with Maria through her diary. I don't know, I still don't really get that part, but maybe I have the timeline backwards in my head, but I'll return you to how you were, originally when you were scattering magic to make people happy across the entire world. I'll turn you back into that, Maria. That's the reason I came here. I was guided by fate. One-chan, can you hear me? Show yourself before me. That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then the wind gradually ceased and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I heard those footsteps and was surprised at that miracle. Without a doubt, those footsteps were Maria's. Maria. Kasumi. Looks like I finally found you, Ange? Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people, who didn't resemble Maria in the slightest, were standing there surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria too. Because of these guys' talks and that magic got interrupted. Angie clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way. Oh? Are those flowers for your deceased family? How admirable. You're going to throw them, right? That's alright, we'll wait that long. Before what? Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits had their hands unnaturally stuck into their pockets made me realize they were obviously in possession of handguns. It's a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family, but if I die, all that wealth will roll right into the Sumadera family coffers. Unlike me, they probably have a great deal of interest in it. Of course, the Ushiromiya group has a stake in this too. It seems that if the massive amount of stock I own suddenly go to the Sumaderas, it'll be pretty bad for the Ushiromiya group as well, until they've apparently gotten themselves embroiled in a secret feud over me. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regretful mistake. How long have you been waiting here in ambush? Since early morning, and I was getting thoroughly tired of waiting for you. There are no cafes or powder rooms here, you see. No toilets either, so I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree. Ugh. One who, in spite of herself, is a lady with half Sumaderan blood flowing through her veins will not use such filthy words. You really are Sumadera Kiri's child, aren't you? Not a trace of grace. She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat in it. My words are filthy, but her spit's not to be outdone. Every time you talk about me, it's always with reference to Mom. Am I really that much like my mother? Yes, you are. That impertinent gaze, your mouth and nose are the same too. Unrestrained and irresponsible, she thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumadera family and selfishly flew out of that house. My entire life has been wiping up the message she left behind. I guess that makes your life one giant pile of shit. I was slapped on the cheek, my ear took a heavy hit, and for an instant my head rang. She pulled me around by the hair and threw me onto the ground, and without a moment's pause she kicked the ground, covering me in sand. Yes, you truly have become so very like Nesan. That gaze like you're somehow making fun of me. It's all coming back, all of it. You are pitiful. I imagine that since you were young you were always compared against Mom and looked down upon, and for the entire rest of your life you'll never be released from that misery. A little brat like you couldn't possibly understand. Your mother, you see, is a loser who threw away everything and ran away from the Sumadera family. Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser? Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Can't really do anything about what happened before I was born. When is your life going to begin? It's never gonna happen. You'll continue to be sneered at by my dead mother forever and ever for all eternity until you die. In fact, why don't you die? Why are you alive? You insolent little pissant. Men, make her some tea. Leave it to us. You big-mouthed shitty brat. Let us teach you a little I love Charlie XCX, brat. Good one. The black suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the collar and dragged me down. Do as you like until I finish this smoke. Teach my darling niece a little of her place. Sumadera Kasumi. She was a pitiable person to think of it. To the outside world, the women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in position to support and defer to the men of the prominent positions. But in actuality, strong leadership was demanded of them so that they could manage all the people under them. The role demanded of them was that of a female commander. Taking charge of the Sumadera family with all its proud history required an extraordinary level of commanding presence. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally this would have been demanded of Kiri. Kiri had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, in fact, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kiri, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kiri was suddenly disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera family perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was a family which had already collapsed, a family not in their league. And to become not even a legal wife, but a lover to the second son of that family, normally no one would be shown mercy for something so dishonorable, not even a daughter of the main family. They would wrap her in a mat, stand on a pole at the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell into the left. But Kiri's punishment was nothing but disinheritance, an unbelievably lenient decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving preferential treatment from a section of the Ushiromiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kiri took advantage of the Ushiromiya family's financial support to leave the Sumadera family open. Kasumi watched it happen in shock. No. She even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she learned that the heavy responsibilities Kiri had borne would be passed on to her, and then for the first time she realized that she had been outwitted. Because of your mother, my life was turned into a mess. No, you could even say she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and cast down into a hellish life. Isn't that just what you get for thinking you can breeze through life? Ugh. Cough, cough. This girl doesn't know when to shut up. Or, The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over. But I was quickly grabbed by the collar and made to stand up again. As she continued to cold-heartedly look down upon Ange, Kasumi blew out the smoke. The hard days after Kiri left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be simply a rich young lady, unrestrained and unaffected. Only Kiri, the older sister, had been strictly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly, everything was turned over to such a degree that her life tumbled and crashed down. My life, lifestyle, way of living, everything was stolen from me. Do you know how much I was maligned based on my sister's dishonor by those relatives who didn't know the details? I detested her. I detested your mother enough to make me spit blood. Glad to hear it. I hope it continues for many years to come. A kick landed in Angie's side as she lay prostrated on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar, getting kicked every time she spoke up. I saw Nei-san at an Ushiromiya group party once. She was with her husband, looking very happy, and laughing. She pushed everything onto me, and found happiness, only for herself. So what? How's taking it out on me gonna make you happy? Is taking it out on me gonna turn back time and change history for you or something? You said something a short while ago. When is my life going to begin? No matter how much I despise you or take it out on you, I cannot turn back time. So am I doomed to keep on hating Nei-san like this for the rest of my life even though she's dead? Not if I can help it. How long must I be tormented by Nei-san's ghost? And so I thought, if I could pull this off, I'd be able to forget all of my hatred and start over. Angie was about to respond to this when another bitter comment, but stopped, because she would be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say any more, it wasn't difficult to imagine what she meant. Kasumi was thinking of bringing an end to her hatred of Kiri by taking revenge against her daughter, Angie. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people. Come on, stand up. If you like this island that much, I'll bury you here deep. You don't want to die at your age, right? Don't you want to say sorry my mother caused you so much trouble or something? You wish. As she Ryu, Angie, no, you mustn't provoke these guys. You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time. They do say, you should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage. What about Amakusa? If Amakusa comes, I know he'll... It's no good, I can't see him. You idiot, Angie. Why did you come without Amakusa? I don't need you to tell me that, Mammon. I'm already right in the middle of regretting it. I walked a long way to get here. The forest was very thick. There's no way that the disturbance here will reach the boat. As Kasumi took her sweet time smoking that single cigarette down to the filter, I was continuously laid into by the black suits however they deemed fit. I don't know if my glasses are making me tired, or if they're drying my eyes out or something, taking them off. The moment I grabbed my head to protect it, the top of my head was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head filled with stars. Why is it not... Why did I get kicked to... I don't understand this computer sometimes, man. I don't get it. How is it possible that I just get kicked into the fucking... Like... Oh, I'm gonna cry. The feeling of stars flickering in a world twisted with gray was the one I knew well. My life was very similar to the one of that Sumadera Kasumi led, because I was tormented constantly with all kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training to make me a worthy successor to the Ushiromiya family. Yes. Having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. Okay, great. I just saw that I started dropping frames. Love that. Okay, at least it's not very much. It stopped. Oh my god, I hate that I have to... When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the lecturer always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor to the Ushiromiya family or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiromiya family and how important it was. By the time her rant reached that point, I would forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, actually, it was the same way for Aunt Ava too. After all, sometimes she would ask herself, what was I saying again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like, the fact that I'm angry must mean that you did something wrong. So whatever wrong thing you did is the problem, and it isn't important that I can't remember what it was anymore. There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she would continue punishing me. Yes. Aunt Ava's punishments weren't something. They would continue until I learned something or acknowledged my mistake or apologized. They would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So even this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. I opened my eyes and, oh look, there's Aunt Ava. Right next to Kasumi, who was smoking her cigarette, I could see Aunt Ava, the two of them looking almost as though they were, laughing at me together? When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be worthy of sympathy. The responsibilities and pressures of members of the Ushiromiya family, which she had so often mentioned to me, were all things that she herself had suffered, because people cannot voice insults they have never been subjected to themselves. It's probably the same way for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the glorious Ushiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So just as Aunt Ava acted towards me, and just as Sumadera Kasumi is acting right now, Aunt Rosa must have also been the same. People push the suffering they've been made to bear onto other people, otherwise they can never escape from it. So on in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of suffering and sadness never ends. That's the reason Maria's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she did not have to bear the suffering from Aunt Rosa. That pain was probably pushed onto her, its weight probably tormented her, but One-chan did not carry that burden on her own shoulders. She exercised it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure that even if Maria had children in the future, she would never have pushed the suffering forced down through the generations onto them. The chain of suffering and sadness, which had been inherited by and forced upon each generation for who knows how long, was by Maria's magic broken. What is it? Do you have something to complain to me about? In the past, I would have snapped back and cancelled out her hatred with hatred of my own. No, I cancelled out nothing. The weight of that which had been forced onto her bears down hard on my shoulders as well. After all, even now I hate her. So, now that I knew of magic, I looked at the human called Ushiromiya Ava again. What I could see through to was a sad form of a human, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing except howling with a sad voice, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. It turns out Ushiromiya Ava was also a person deserving of compassion. She had needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood days, and she too, as the only survivor of the Rokenjima incident, who was faced with the inquisitive eyes of all of society, who was publicly slandered, who had salt continually rubbed into her wounds, had needed someone's compassion. In order to let her forget her pain and sorrow for at least a moment, the Black Witch, the very same that possessed Aunt Rosa, taught her magic. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria, when she was mourning for Sakutaro after he was torn apart. That same magic, that witch had surely dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I was wrong to hate Ushiromiya Ava. Perhaps I alone was supposed to have become her ally, the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be the way I acted towards her was as if she had come back by herself after killing all my family? Can't believe it. Aunt Ava, who throughout my life has never been more than an object of and synonym for hatred, is turning into a human who I can understand. And so, I looked right next to Aunt Ava, at the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Hey, it's Ova! Aunt Ava was crying. It was only natural. Not only did she have no one who would understand her pain or having lost her husband and son all at once, but even I, her only relative, insulted her, saying, "Give me back my mom and dad." I can make the excuse that it was the mercilessness of youth, but to her at the time, that was probably cruel enough to sever her heart's last thread. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truths of her late husband's business and character, and even those about her beloved son, were denied. She no longer had anything left. She could no longer do anything but cry and howl. Or she could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness for just a few moments. Because only while howling could she feel the slightest bit of release. And so the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. The black magic probably did release her from that suffering for just a short time. However, it would never lift the weight from her shoulders. The contrary, would force that weight on further victims, filling the world with the weight of hatred. If Aunt Ava was to have a true witch nearby, one who knew of white magic, wasn't that supposed to be me? I had learned the magic to create happiness from Maria. If I could have saved her with that magic, might we not have built up a future with a completely different relationship? All this time I've hated Aunt Ava, so I never noticed the Black Witch beside her. Without love it couldn't be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate. Oh, what's this? You can see me? Yeah, I can. The one I should have hated wasn't Aunt Ava, it was you. Hey, you're pretty good. To think that a lowly human could see a witch like me. And so? Are you trying to say something with that glare? Do you hate me? Hate? Yeah, I do. But that's not quite it. I just find you a little sad. Sad? What are you saying? Come on, you can't get mad. Or you can get mad. Why don't you just hate me with all your strength forever? I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred. I'll break the hatred. I'll accept Aunt Ava's suffering, exorcise it, and throw it away. What kind of epiphany do you think you've had? Is your head alright? I mean, why don't you just give up and die forever? You guys, kick her more and more, okay? Not her face, though. It wouldn't do any good kicking her pitiful face only to make it better. Hey, interesting. I'm gonna put some notes here about this. Angie posits that all along this hatred was caused by the Black Witch who gave all these people the power of black magic. This would be like Maria, Ava, mainly. And that if someone could have been the counterbalance to show what magic was truly meant to be for, maybe that person could have offset the pain and suffering. Okay, I'm getting fucking pissed off because I don't even know why that's activating. The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the Black Witch. Dear me. Still nothing to you, is it? You keep staring right at me. You hate me. I'll bet you do. I hate you too. Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. She had a life just as unfair as mine forced upon her, and the pain of that never heals. The sad lion continues to howl, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out. Hey, Sumadera Kasumi, take a look. That over there is what you used to be. Doesn't that make you feel so much better? You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side, you know that? Isn't it delightful? Now the shoe is on the other foot. Yes, it truly does feel delightful. How can you make that kind of face, Angie? I'm gonna get a drink real quick, because I have a funny feeling this is gonna be going quite a bit longer. I don't know. It's the end, and I know the chapters always get long at the end, but holy fuck, this is long. At least this chapter, we're getting somewhere, okay? Maybe I'm just an Angie sim. One sec, I'm gonna grab a drink. It'll be like a minute, not even. Oh, In hindsight, I really should have split this up into 2 streams, but I mean, we're in for the long haul now. We're not leaving till we're done. Oh, it truly does feel delightful. How can you make that kind of face, Angie? Go on and cry. You want to, right? Ha 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 ha. Yes, of course she wants to cry. Go on, make her cry. You were made to cry back then, weren't you? So make her cry too. Oh, got my neck. And Angie, it's alright, okay? Why not cry forever? Cry, Angie. I want to see your crying face. Cry and try saying, I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi. Yes, make her say those words. Those words hurt, right? Being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault hurt a lot, didn't it? Make her go through the same thing. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. That's the way. Be more honest with yourself. Why not spit out your emotions more and more and more forever? The Black Witch stirred Kasumi up, and Kasumi began to give herself over to the dark emotions. She was doing nothing more than turning her deep sadness into cheap booze and forcing it down. Trying to forget for just a brief moment. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad, and I couldn't forgive the Black Witch for taking advantage of Kasumi's sadness. I can, FDB. I'd gone limp on the ground, which seemed to have sapped the black suits of their enthusiasm for kicking. Or maybe the kickers have finally got tired too. Kasumi hadn't ordered them to stop, but at some point the violence had halted. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they were burning me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch into doing that in order to relieve her own pain. Sumadera Kasumi, you aren't done. You've got much more trampling to do. Can you forgive what happened to your entire life with just this little bit of violence? I can't forgive what happened. It'll take a lot more than this for me to forgive that. Right? There's no way you can forgive. Do it more. More of the flames of hatred. Nothing can warm you except the flames of hate. You're freezing up in the snowfields of anger and sadness, and the only flame that can warm you up is hatred. Come on, say it. Scream it. Why don't you burn yourself to ashes with a roar of hate forever? Ushiromiya Ange! Loathing you is what allows me to draw breath. Okay. Sumadera Kasumi, that bouquet of flowers. These flowers are for your dead family, right, Angie? The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly and used her chin to signal Kasumi to pick them up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them in front of me, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred and a frantic quality that simple hatred couldn't explain. It was as if trampling them over and over again was the only way to prevent the sadness inside of her from reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling was downright sad. Oh, this isn't enough to get to you. Then what about this? Sumadera Kasumi, use this one. No, not that. I'm gonna take the hair. Oh, the object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked. What's this? Giggle. Sorry, I'm responding to my girlfriend real quick. Why not read it and laugh forever? You might split your sides laughing. Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively. Give it back. That's One-chan's. Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I curled up on the ground. See how important this book is to Angie? Mock the things that are important to her. That works better than punching or kicking for a girl like her. You know that better than anyone, right? Kasumi's face twisted for an instant as though remembering something painful, but that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed towards me. Wow, what a freaky book. Did you write this? Stop it. Give it back. Look at that face. Mock it more. Mock it more. Teach her the pain of having your dignity trampled. That's the only way to soften your own pain. What's with this embarrassing book? I know some people develop a little interest in make-believe fortune-telling when they're young girls, but isn't this taking it a bit too far? Oh god, it says magic. You're one of those, aren't you? You know that thing in cartoons where they say some blabbity-blibbity-woo spell and transform into a witch? You're one of those people who like doing that, aren't you? This is painful. Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. The laughter wouldn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that laughter was ridiculing Maria. I don't hate Kasumi. For exploiting Kasumi's unhealing anger and sadness, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Sumidera Kasumi, Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I forgot to put Rose on the list. Okay. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch. Oh my god, this is priceless. Magic for making candy rain from the sky, it says. Let's see. Dissolve sugar in cold water purified by the sun. Dip the magic wand in and say the incantation. What the hell? Cringe. The black suits also... I don't know because I skipped it by accident. The black suits also rolled around guffawing. Did I miss any lines there? What the hell? Cringe. Nope, I had it. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. Then, after glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page, ripped it out. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it out, crumpled it up, and threw it away. That's so mean. That was Maria's magic. Oh, really? How sad. It was one of the magics to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it with paint, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy rain from the sky, but after repeating that every day, one time when she got back from school, she found several pieces of candy scattered around that place. How happy must that miracle have made Maria? What good care she must have taken of those candies, savoring them during her nights all alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from her loneliness. That magic which One-chan had created was torn out, thrown away, and disappeared. The entire miracle of happiness created by that magic she tore out and threw away. Oh, this one's another classic. Magic to make dinner be cream croquettes. Huh. What's this next one? Magic to make bell peppers taste nice? Okay, well that bell peppers already do, so you don't need any magic for that. This is amazing. Ridiculous. Tear that too. Why not tear it more and more forever? With a cruel-hearted loud laugh, the Black Witch made her tear out Maria's magic one after another. She sneered at those happy magics, ripped them out, and threw them away. Stop it, stop it. Don't defile Lady Maria's magic. Don't defile it with your filthy toxin. Maman cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi. Who cares? Why don't you just be defiled forever? Magical miracles, magic to bring happiness? Doesn't exist. There's no such thing. Pain and suffering, you see, can only be healed by pushing them onto someone else. Now you were what they call a magic friend, right? Sumidera Kasumi, open up to her page. What's this? Magic friends, it says. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Ah, oh, what a creepy name. It says they can fly at awesome speeds and finish off the enemy for you. Huh. Angie, if you can use that kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now? Stupid. The pages that wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory were also heartlessly torn away. The pages themselves were just paper. They weren't Mammon's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from the heat and pain. Are you okay, Mammon? Hang in there. I can handle it. It's not me, but Angie who's in pain. However, Mammon's expression was twisted in unbearable pain and humiliation. Stop it, Black Witch. Why are you doing something like this? Why can't you use magic for happiness? Oh, you're a magic friend too, right? I'll defile you too. Sumidera Kasumi, look for this guy's page too. What's this one? What's with this crappy scribble of a lion? Sakutaro? What a weird name. My best friend, it says. Really? This is your friend? Your close friend? The lion is. It is it? Ha! It really is a crappy scribble. So this butt-ugly lion is you. To think she had something like this as a friend. That Ushiromiya Maria kid's mind is so unbelievably wretched, my sides are hurting. What a moron. Why not give up and die? You, don't make fun of Maria. Stop it. Don't rip it. No way. There was a shrill tearing sound, and the page was filthily ripped out. A picture of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half. What a shitty drawing. You all laughed too. Obeying the pair, the black suits laughed crudely and heartlessly trampled all over the paper that had been torn and thrown away. Sakutaro, be strong. I'm not sad, I just can't stand it. Marie is being made fun of. And I can't do anything about it. I can't stand it. The humans who can't see us, it's as though we don't exist. We can only interact with humans that need us. That's why we're furniture. As Sakutaro and Mammon supported each other, they slumped down sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Only those who can see the world of magic can understand how wonderful it is. It can't be explained to humans who can't understand, and so it is mocked. If only you could show it. But you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the anti-magic toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used. I really don't get it. From this delusional diary, I've got to assume that something's wrong with your head. It really is interesting to take a peek into your happy-go-lucky little mind, you creepy child. You and Maria, and that stuffed animal and the furniture over there too. I could laugh. You don't have any friends, do you? You're always all alone and stuffed animals are your friends, right? What a pitiable child. Don't worry, I understand. I know what it's like to live that way, so I'll be the one to recognize you for what you are. You really are a pitiful little child. So to you, she looks like a pitiful child? I'm sure she does. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary and grimoire, all 100 would probably get the same impression. I used to be one of them. But you know, in spite of all that, Maria still called this a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness. Such a stubborn child you are. Alright, fine. This is the last one. I'll tear apart the source of the absolutely ridiculous magic that you and Maria believed in. Sumidera Kasumi, read this page. What is this colorful page? Let's see. Magic to always be friends with Mama who I love. Huh. Apparently is the core magic to the core of Maria's magic is a page which is about magic to be forever friends with Rosa. No, not that page. Oh, this magic is really simple. I think even I could do it without any practice at all. Even I can remember an incantation this short. Shall I give it a go? Giggle giggle. It really is a short incantation, isn't it? Alright, give it a try. Let's all burst it out. With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi puckered their lips in the most exaggerated way they could, and said it aloud. Ooh, ooh. Oh my god, it all makes sense. That's why she was always ooh-oohing. That's so terrible. The black suit stared blankly, asking what that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling. That's supposed to be the incantation. You kidding me? Come on, why don't you guys try it too? Ooh, ooh, ooh. The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh, ooh. That was the incantation from the magic that would let her always be friends with the mama she loved. Aww, that's so sad. What is this stupidity? If you could make family relationships better just by saying ooh ooh, we would have world peace forever. A stupid moaning voice. If you do this over and over again, people are gonna think you're a poor kid with mental problems. Are you retarded? Stop, at least don't mock that magic. One day when Maria and Aunt Rosa had gone on a picnic together, it was written that this was one of the 5 happiest days of her life. And One was singing her mama a song that she had just learned from her. One was happy to see that her mama was enjoying it very much, but partway through she forgot the lyrics. But her mama was enjoying it so much, so she tried to sing until the very end, with ooh ooh ooh. She sung it with fake lyrics, but mama was very pleased. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she had spent in fun and happiness with her mama. Of course, even though Aunt Rosa thought it funny at first, eventually she tired of hearing it, and later on she started to scold One whenever she said it. But to One-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she could never forget. So among the magic that Maria created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page, too. Stop! Don't tear it. At least spare that page. No way. With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased. Is this your magic of happiness? Hilarious, hilarious. Why would you ever think that magic could make people happy? Magic, listen now, is made of anger and hatred. Happiness is what you call the feelings of release you get only when you've pushed all of that hatred you bear onto someone else. The happiness you're all talking about is a phantom that doesn't show up outside picture books. As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it. Can't stand it? Well, can't stand it. You white witches of happiness. If you can't stand it that much, why don't you show us? Show us your magic. If it exists, then you must have to use it and show us, right? Or then you just have to use it and show us, right? A witch that can't use magic isn't a witch. So we are the real witches. You're just brats trying to escape reality with a dream of magic. Then, if I can show you magic, will you believe in One-chan's magic? Huh? Yeah, oh yes, I'll believe. If you can use magic and show me, that is. Go on then, do it, you shit for brains little brat. Silently, slowly, I stood up. The sensation of this small world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly insignificant. Ooh, looks like you've still got enough energy to stand up, Miss Great Witch. Now that you've stood up, what are you gonna show us? Go on, show us your magic. Magic exists. What? What's this kid coming out with now? Did you guys hear that? Quiet. Huh, isn't that interesting? You people have always declined to show this power of miracles because of the anti-magic toxin. Disciple of the White Witch Maria, try showing me magic. Do you have any clue how many humans have believed in that miracle and been betrayed? Every one of them believed. Every one of them believed, was betrayed, and despaired. Sorry, I think every one of them believed. Every one of them was betrayed and despaired. And they all learned that true magic can only be gained by the power of black witches like me. Taking your hatred out on someone else is nothing more than a crime. That isn't magic. I'll show you what real magic is. You. The black witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more. Show me then. So, what kind of magic are you going to show me? Magic to make candy rain from the sky? Or else... Oh, I didn't... Or else magic to make cookies multiply. The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose. What is this all of a sudden? Come arise, the seven sisters of purgatory. What? There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical power I'd had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria and Beatrice. The 7 sisters of purgatory right here. Ange, you said it once. Because I lacked magical power and resolve, I couldn't use you or your sisters. This isn't some cheap emotion like wanting to get back at my bullying classmates. In order to protect Maria's Mariage Sorciere's world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic. It's impossible. There's just no way, not with such a massive toxin in front of us. The 7 sisters also remembered what had once happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Ange's orders, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic, and they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Ange, but Ange spoke very quietly. In that case, you all believe too. Huh? Mariage Sorciere was created to make people happy, and also to fight the Black Witch. The foolish Black Witch denies the world created by one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria. In order to show her that miracle, and in order to protect that world, believe in magic, in witches, right now in the miracle. Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, and one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Ange. You're going to show us magic, right? Then show us if you would. Use magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get one chance. Show us before I count to 3, alright? If you can't, then you had best prepare yourself, okay? Shoot me. What's with this kid? She's fucking crazy. The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Ange's composure. Ha! Are you serious? This girl's living in Cloud Cuckoo Land. In that case, get yourself shot. Why don't you just die forever? Ange, it's impossible. You can't block bullets with magic. No. There's nothing to be afraid of. To my magic, to the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, bullets are like nothing. Angie. Mammon was flustered by Angie's absolute trust. She would have loved to live up to that trust if only she could, on that day as well. But she had been unable to do anything, and she had hurt Angie. You little shit. You can use magic, huh? Then goddamn show us already. What's the holdup? Show us some magic right now. Come on, no need to hold back. Shazow! Blast me with some magic, I dare ya. Hee 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 hee. The black suits jeered at her, but Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence. Why not just shoot and kill her forever? She's even telling you to shoot her. The kid's already lost her mind from fear. Bye-bye, Angie. Go and play witches as much as you want in heaven. Shoot her. You sure? Shoot. Die, Angie. Magic it up, Brad, if you can. The black suit cocked the gun, and sneering, he pulled the trigger. Is it just not gonna fire? Gunshot rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered, and chunks of flesh flew. What are you doing, Mammon? You would let this boorish pebble of a bullet reach Angie? Lucifer had lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swing had sliced in two. And in the chest of the black suit who had apparently fired the gun, there was a hole as big as a fist. Every once in a while, it's alright for me to go first, right? Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood, and she wore a cold smile. Then slowly the pitiful prey she had brought down fell over. You pierced a human! Idiot. Do you still not believe in our master's magical power? Are you kidding me? You manifested in front of this many humans? What the? Kasumi and the rest were thrown into confusion. He certainly seemed to have fired the gun, however, it hadn't hit Angie. And why was the person who fired it instead? This is magic. Great job, Leviathan. I am most honored. You foolish humans who dare oppose our master. Now is the time of judgment. Prostrate yourselves. How? You shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of humans. They shouldn't be able to see magic. They shouldn't be able to be touched by magic. How? Because this is true magic. What are you people doing? Okay, that's actually an important line here. I hate to cut in the middle of it, but like to say that Ova says how you shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of humans. They shouldn't be able to see magic. They shouldn't be able to be touched by magic. How? ... Question mark. Exclamation marks. Kind of confirming something there. What are you people doing? Kill her! Kill her! One of the black suits who had finally come to his senses pulled his gun, aimed. You think I'd overlook the disrespect of pointing a gun at our master? Die. Those words were his funeral. The man had already been stuck through the chest by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. I thought your magic was about creating happiness, not killing people. What's going on here? The sound of the second person falling brought it home to the black suits that their lives were unmistakably in peril. Oh, what? Help! Almost paralyzed with fright, the man turned on his heels in an attempt to escape from that place, and in that instant, the stake of sloth. Be thankful this is the only recompense for your violence against our master. Die. A hole as big as a walnut opened in his right eye and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power. Oh, who's there? Where are you? The black suits panicked, pointing their guns in every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. They only knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where. Idiots! The enemy's right in front of you. The witch's furniture is after you. What they could not see. I'm eating a little bit. Because they couldn't believe in magic they could not see. Just as the black witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of the black suit. But the black suit couldn't see that at all. Giggle, you think humans can see our forms, perceive us? You stupid humans. Time to pay your foolish compensation for forgetting your awe of magic. Hee, what is this? What's going on? You can't see because you have no love. Impossible. There's so many humans here. The anti-magic toxin is everywhere. How can you manifest your magic? What are you? A witch. And unlike you, a real one. God damn you, you bitch. As though announcing his candidacy for the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Ange and pulled the... Ange glared at him coldly and simply ordered, "Fucking die!" Next, Satan. Satan the Wrathful, already right here. Slowpoke, you think a simple bullet could hit Ange or any of us now? The stake of wrath pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face. Know your foolishness and regret it in hell. Die. With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in the scattered flesh and blood, Ange quietly asked one more time. "So on, Kasumi? Do you still not feel like believing in magic? This is crazy. This can't be real. I won't accept it. There's no way magic is real. That's right. There's no way magic exists. There's no way witches exist. But magic exists. Witches exist. You. Yes, magic exists. Witches exist. And in this world filled with anger and sadness, you can make them into the key that opens the door to a world of happiness. I won't let someone like you deny that. Everyone holds the key to a world of happiness in the palm of their hand. And no one has the right to steal that away. You poor humans who can't understand this, if there has been magic in your life, it would surely have been very different and much more peaceful. Not once in your entire life were you ever able to meet it with a true witch, and for this, I pity you." Eek! Sorry, I'm eating a little bit here at the same time. I'm fucking hungry. Okay, sorry. At the same time, the two remaining black suits came for me at once and thrusted their guns against my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, high-level furniture who had now reached a level of weapons, this was completely and totally pointless. "Where are you? You don't stop attacking and this bitch is dead. Show yourself." Yeah, ha 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 ha. What's this guy on about? And his guts look so tasty too. Ange, leave the next one to me. Go ahead, kill him. I'm so very grateful. Die. The man's chest split open and his guts poured out. His terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. But for Asmodeus' form was already at his back, embracing his neck with her arm and smiling obscenely. "What a cute kid. Hey, where do you want me to pierce you?" "Ange, do you have any preference?" "Head." "Certainly, my master. Die." The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and his insides scattered. As his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In that gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other. Sumadera Kasumi, I sympathize with your pitiable life from the bottom of my heart. I can give you magic to seal up that unfillable hole in your heart, if you will believe in magic, that is. Don't be so ridiculous. I won't accept it. Eek! Kasumi slowly retreated backwards, scared out of her wits. She picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then shaking, she pointed it at Ange. "That's right, Kasumi. Shoot her with that gun. Turn your hatred into a bullet and shoot." I'll kill you. If I don't kill you, my life will go unrewarded." "Yes, kill her. Pull the trigger. Take all of the anger and pain from your shabby life until now. Use it all against her. If you don't, you won't be released from your pain and anguish." "Stop it, Aunt Kasumi. You mustn't lend an ear to that black witch." I'll kill you. Because of your mother. My entire life has been a wreck. Then maybe starting now, bit by bit, you can turn that life into something bright and peaceful with my magic. If you simply believe in magic and have a change of heart, it can open the door to a new world for you. There's no such thing. The salvation she speaks of is obviously just some fairy tale. Your life is already covered with thorns until you die. Let her hear your cries of agony. You can't regain anything that was lost, right, Sumadera Kasumi? Yes, you might not be able to regain anything, but I'm sure you can create something new. So on, Kasumi, throw that gun away. I might be able to teach you a world of happiness too. You don't know, because your mother ran away. I was forced to marry her fiancé as a substitute. You know I had a man who promised to spend his life with me. You know I was forced to break up with him. You think you understand how I felt when I was made to wed in your mother's place? And was forced to consummate the marriage with a man I'd barely even talked to? I wanted to kill her, but Nason just went and died on her own. That's why I'm gonna kill you, otherwise my thorn-covered life will never end. From Kasumi's eyes, frenzied tears dripped down. This poor woman, even she had such clear and beautiful tears. But for that reason she hadn't been able to withstand her sad pain, and had no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. I feel so sorry for you. In that case, the least I can do is to forever release you and your soul from the bonds of resentment. That might be the only bit of charity I can give you now. Die, Ushiromiya Ange. Goodbye, Aunt Kasumi. Take a long rest in a quiet world. I no longer feel any hatred, or any anger or hatred towards you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, making its way toward Ange's forehead. Mammon? Yes, Mammon the Covetous, right here. Thanks. Huh? It's because I met you and Sakutaro that I was able to understand everything. Ange. Look away, Sakutaro. Mammon, release that woman. And protect the honor of Mariage Sorcière. Yes. Prepare yourself, Sumidera Kasumi. Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning, and was already through Kasumi and out the other side. If you possess the slightest virtue, you shall have an audience again on the mountain of purgatory. Die. The upper half of Sumidera Kasumi's head shattered, her cage of flesh was broken, and she was finally released. Good fuck that bitch. Rest in piss. Ow, I keep fucking hitting my pop filter, man. I'm like an animal out here. And now, it's just you. Ow, my tummy. And now it's just you, the Black Witch. I feel bad for even seeing a resemblance to Aunt Eva in you. If my form still looks like Ushiromiya Eva, that means you still haven't been able to forgive me inside yourself. I understand, Ange. You also want to be released from your thorn-covered life more than anything. In that case, I've thought of something interesting. I'll show you magic as well. I won't be the one to kill you. With the worst smile on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to swirl around me. Then that black mist began to amass bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human. What's this supposed to be? Hehehehe. I think you know very well what. That woman you hated and despised the most. And that woman hated and despised you the most as well. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Eva's form, as she had been while alive. In her hands, she was holding a gun. Aunt Eva died. Long time no see, Ange. I've returned from hell to kill you. Cackle, cackle. Aunt Eva glared at me, laughing madly. But I'm not that surprised. Aunt Eva was that kind of person. Imagine my funeral cleared your mood up quite a bit, didn't it? It did for me too, because it meant that I never had to see your face again. But I did have just one regret. And this is it. Killing me? Was that your last request? How pitiful. Even after death, Aunt wasn't released from her suffering. It was the Black Witch's power that was the source of my magic. Anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and persist. Completely different from the escapist magic that you speak of. The magic you speak of is nothing more than stress reduction through outbursts of anger. Our magic is different. It can remake the entire world. It's of a completely different class than your ill-natured magic. In that case, I'll settle it here once and for all, which comes out on top, black or white. But by my black magic, I have performed a miracle that has allowed me to revive and point a gun at you like this even after death. With what kind of miracle will your white magic fight back? I have taken you in amongst the anti-magic toxin. You won't be able to call the Seven Sisters anymore. That miracle just now won't occur again. But it will regardless. That's the reason it's called magic. Alright. Mammon, lend me your power. But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she said, the anti-magic toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough. It's useless to call out. Never again will the Seven Sisters of Purgatory answer you. Like I said, I can call them anyway. That's what makes it magic, right? You're such a sad child, Ange. So long. The simple days we spent together were reasonably fun. This is goodbye. It must be nice for you that this was your final stop. Yeah, totally. It's very thoughtful of you. Thanks. And this is farewell. The barrel of the gun rose slowly so that you could see all the way down it, and the trigger was slowly depressed. I added the depressed part. They didn't say that, I said that. Then, there was a loud bang from the gun. Not in the sense that it was fired, it exploded. You're kidding me. In shock, inside frozen space, Ava looked at the exploded gun. When time unfroze, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once. Mammon the Covetous. Right here. You're kidding me. Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was a gun. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava? Ange! Then time unfroze. Fragments of the ruptured gun and gunpowder gas burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she rolled around covering her face. It was pitiful. Unlucky. This is game over, Aunt Ava. I signaled to Mammon to free Ava quickly from her pain as she writhed around with her burnt face. Thank you, Mammon. I'd like to apologize again now from the bottom of my heart for calling all of you powerless on that day in the classroom. You were excellent furniture for protecting witches. It is I who should be grateful. I feel truly honored to have been able to meet a good witch and a good master in the end, and to have had the opportunity to fulfill my duty as furniture. Mammon understood. This would be the final job I would ever give her. Mammon quietly walked close, then she looked down upon her. Aunt Ava, thank you for sticking with me until today. This is farewell. Have a nice dream. See you in hell. Cool. Then the light sound of her forehead being perforated rang out. I actually want to play both those lines because I think they were actually kind of, it sounded like they were kind of fire because they had English in them.
エヴァおばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream. See you hell.
Bang. Imagine she got shot after that. Or died or whatever the fuck happened. Then the light sound of her forehead being perforated rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, delirium, and white and black magic was over. It felt like it had been a long, truly long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. Okay. Now we're back in the fucking city again, which I don't really understand, but we're back, I guess. I don't really... Every time they show this scene, it always ends up being Rika. Literally, I think every single time this scene's come up with Ange, they talk about Rika. But the stars that should be sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I recognized that pearls and rubies were creating a river of white and red, I realized that it was a vast nighttime scene that was spread out below me. I was in the sky that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. Wait. Was this all within the moment that she was floating in the air? From nowhere in particular, I could hear the sound of one person clapping. A truly dull applause. I understood. It was the one who ordered me to go on this journey. Bro, I fucking knew it, I told you, bro. Every time they show this fucking scene, Rika pops up somewhere. Congratulations, Endless Witch, Ange Beatrice. At the end of your travels, you understood everything about magic. Yes, I now understand everything about magic. I am a witch, the last witch who inherited the magical world created by Mariage Sorcière. No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world to pieces. And it was through coming to know magic that I learned also how to resist it. Magic is made of love, and sadness, and anger. Okay, we're gonna write this down because this is probably like the big takeaway from this whole thing is, and I think I kind of get it, that magic has like two sides of the same coin. You have like the good side, which is like the true form of magic, and then you have the twisted form of magic. And in the games that we've been playing, it's been the twisted form of magic, which in a weird way is apparently also not actually magic, it's an illusion. Sorry, I was just fixing one of my notes here, so I'm gonna put this here. Magic is made... I'll put the quotes in after. Magic is made of love and sadness and anger. No matter how cruel a witch Beatrice might have been, I can fucking tab back into the game. Source of her magic is exactly the same. And that's why, honestly, I wish I could leave that world of hers alone. After all, in her eyes, at least, the world is complete as it is. But then you'd have to give up on your family. That's right. So although I feel bad about it, I have to fight. Because the very reason I left on this journey to become a witch was so that I could bet on the small probability that I could take my family back. Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you. As one who has traveled through billions of fragments, I can guarantee it. I understand. I don't have room for compassion. I must make my heart a demon and tear her heart to pieces. It is good that you are steady in your resolve. I was worried that as another witch like her, you might grow attached and lose your will to continue. Coming from a person like her, whose face was almost always expressionless, those words felt a bit hollow. Burncastle, the enigmatic witch who invited me on this journey. There were moments when I suspected that you might have been lying to me. Why? I am the Ange of 98, so even if I save my family, that will only bring relief to the Ange of 1986. It won't do anything for me, so I sometimes felt like I was being deceived. That is correct. I deceived you. But now I'm grateful. After all, in the end you did teach me the way to take my family back. I didn't teach you anything. If you have come to know that, it's a state of understanding that you reached on your own as a witch. That place you have reached is different from mine. I myself cannot comprehend it, but if it is as you say, then congratulations. I'm not a player in this game, but a piece. You said this to me, right? I did. Now I fully understand that role. A piece doesn't need emotions, it just has to give its all for the sake of victory. Yes, that's exactly right. A game where you each make the best possible move, right? If you allow your moves to get distorted by hesitation and indecision, your opponent will be confused as well. Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hold it against me. Ushiromiya Ange still needs her family, so I have the right to fight you so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to accept my challenge, so please don't hold it against me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessings as well. Now let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I can't hand Oni-chan over to you. And we went into the new chapter instantly without any fade into like anything or a cutaway. And this is called Ushiromiya Ange, and we got a fucking fire-ass song going on. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was the blindingly bright color of gold. The place was the beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. However, the roses were all gold. The nectar was also golden. The butterflies gathering there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Mariage Sorcière would ultimately be guided to. There all wishes come true and all magic and dreams come into being. In that garden of gold roses were two and only two witches. At my uninvited appearance, the atmosphere trembled with unrest. What was to them an ominous wind shook the gold roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattering in the wind was without a doubt something not of this world. The two who had been taking a walk through the golden roses noticed me and reacted in surprise. Ange? Yuto, it's Ange. How did you get here? Leave us alone. I no longer invite anyone here. Bito spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria. Okay, so this is where she fled to. So Beatrice is in the Golden Land with Witch Maria after abandoning the game with Battler until Ange comes in and interjects. A world where she could always be alone with friendly Maria, conversing about magic while drinking tea. Not one to hurry them, and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person knew might hurt them existed. Yet to the two of them, that was a small and complete universe. Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here. The game won't move on unless you come back. I said I was tired of it, and I'm done with it. I will not return to the game anymore. Bito is going to be here all the time with me. We'll drink tea here together and think of lots of ways to play. You can play with us too, Ange. Maria, we decided against that. As long as I have you, I am satisfied. Tell me that you two are satisfied as long as you have me. Yeah, thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Bito, so I'll be with you. Just us is enough. Maria, thank you. I am grateful. Bito held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe within their jointed arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world which a pair who needed each other could create. No matter how small it was, that world was complete. But I have to tear it apart. Sorry, but I can't let things be that way. I came to smash this golden land of Mariage Sorcière. Why would you break my world? Who has this world inconvenienced outside Maria and myself? This game that you started and then walked away from without finishing is keeping Oni-chan waiting forever. If you don't return to your seat, the match will never end. There is no longer even a single player in that game. Battler vanished and I came here and vanished as well. That game is already over. It is not over. You started that game, didn't you? Take proper responsibility and see it through to the very end. Either defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wish for, or be defeated and release everything swallowed up by your magic. Take responsibility until the very end. Don't, Ange. Beato will spend her time in this world with me, just the two of us together for eternity. And I don't need anything else either as long as I have Beato. All wishes come true here. Everything is here. This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Maria and Beatrice's thoughts and feelings. To drag Beato out of this world, I have to destroy it. Destroy this golden land, which must be the final world of peace for Beatrice. One-chan, that's wrong. The golden land is a liar. Or this golden land is a liar. It hasn't granted the one wish you truly wanted to come true. That's not true. Everything is granted here. Look, there's even a nice mama here. In before Rosa. Oh, hey guys, how's it going? Oh, hey Rosa, how's it going? Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling on Rosa. And after smiling sweetly at me, she softly became gold petals and crumbled. Anything can be created here. Even you can be, and Battler, and George, and Jessica. You can summon as many as you want, and everyone is nice. You come too, Angie, let's play together. Sorry, One-chan. And what about Sakutaro? Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, One-chan's face looked like she was choking. Stop it. Do not speak that name. Beato's expression changed as well. And she put her arm around Maria, hugging her as if to protect her. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for One-chan. Why can't I say it? It's the name of Maria's best friend. Why won't you invite that close friend to this wonderful golden land? Why in this golden land where all wishes come true is Sakutaro the only one you can't summon? That's because... It's alright, Maria. You don't have to remember Sakutaro. Sakutaro was killed by Mama. Rose come back. Hey guys, sorry, didn't mean to do it. Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, butterflies flew up throughout the garden, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals. Yes, I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal Sakutaro and tore him apart. As she screams. Maria's scream became a storm and violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold. Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart? Don't defile the sleep of a dear friend precious to both Maria and myself. In that case, why won't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic? I would have if I could, but that stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself. The magical meaning of that unique object being torn apart is, you aren't fooling anyone. Why can't you revive Sakutaro? There's only one answer. It's because you aren't a real witch. Okay, interesting. Angie claims Beatrice is not a real witch, and thus, that is why she can't revive Sakutaro. I most certainly can revive him. With my magic I can revive him as often as I want like this. It's an illusion of him, it's not the real thing. I could even bury this garden in Sakutaro's. Yeah, I'll bet you could with your magic, but One-chan definitely wouldn't be able to see Sakutaro's you create. You know why, right? I'll say it again. It's because you aren't a real witch. Stop it! Why do you keep saying such mean things, Angie? Beato can use a lot of magic. She's a very wonderful witch. Sakutaro was the one thing she couldn't revive, but she can do everything else. So I can put up with not having Sakutaro. No, One-chan, that's wrong. There's nothing a witch can't do. As soon as she couldn't do that, Beatrice was not a real witch. That's wrong. It's because Sakutaro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made by herself. And that's why she can't revive him? Made by hand herself, by the way, I fucked that up. And that's why she can't revive him? Is your magic that inconvenient? In that case, do you claim that you can revive Sakutaro? Can you do that with your magic? I can. What? Maria, I'll show you some real magic. I'll revive Sakutaro for you. Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, you know. Can you really? Yes, I can. In exchange, promise me, once I revive Sakutaro, yes, leave this golden land. I will not permit that. This world is Maria's and mine together. If Maria leaves, it will break. The minimum amount of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. If that breaks down, the world is destroyed. I mean, otherwise you're just in like some fucking solipsistic delusion, right? To drag out the witch who shut herself away in the Golden Land, I have to destroy this world. Yes, and that is the proof that you are not a witch. A real witch can create a universe alone. You don't need somebody else to make one. The Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches. The very existence of this alliance proves that you are not a witch. No, I will not give up, Maria. I hate you. Leave right now. Get out of here. Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes. How selfish can you be? Watch and learn, Beatrice. And you, Maria. This is true magic. Can you really revive Sakutaro? There's no way. This is a golden lamp for Maria and me alone. There's not a single piece of magic that an outsider like you could use here. As you are now, you couldn't even create a single butterfly. Be quiet, Beato. Don't get in Ange's way. Didn't she kind of instantly just break the alliance right there by saying that? When Maria yelled, the storm abruptly stopped and the area returned to silence. As the massive amount of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down, that scene looked so fantastical, as though a golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely if only miracle, unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato's heart raced as she watched Maria do this. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... this world would... But it's inconceivable. An absolute impossibility. That stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it is an absolutely certain impossibility. This is my golden land, a world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. Okay, I mean, I guess I'll put that down. This is my golden land. Land where no magic other than mine can certainly not exist. Is that what it said exactly? A world where magic that isn't mine. Fuck, I almost had it. Whatever, it's close enough to the message. Go right ahead. I defy you. I defy you to do it? Ushiromiya Ange, when you say like I implore you to do it? At Beato's scream, the world lost its sound. Slowly recited the incantation for true magic. Try to remember. Maria's close friend Sakutaro. Try to remember what form you had. Try to remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were. 1 second, I'm reading something, holy fuck. Huh? Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Aw, the plushie's back. Utaro. Sakutaro. Then she threw her arms around him and me both. It's alright. Sakutaro won't disappear. Who are you? Actually, wait, it's the plushie. I'll give it the plushie voice until they show him. Oh, you, Maria, I'm back. Sakutaro. Sakutaro. Wow. Sakutaro. I missed you so much. It was unmistakably that lion, that Sakutaro stuffed animal. Maria had forgotten its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. But the instant she hugged the stuffed animal, everything came back to her vividly. Okay, well, see, we lost the plushy voice for like 1 second. Are you? Maria, I'm back. Sakutaro, is your body alright? You weren't hurting anywhere? Even though something so horrible was done to you, you're alright everywhere? Are you? Angie revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine. I'm so glad. Welcome back, Sakutaro. I'll always be with you from now on, Maria. Together forever. So don't let go of me, okay? Yeah, I won't let go. Never ever. Then, still hugging Sakutaro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. Thank you, Angie. Your magic is amazing. Why? Why were you able to revive Sakutaro? Even Byato couldn't do it. Impossible. Impossible. How? How can a human other than me use magic in my Golden Land? This is completely impossible. What are you so flustered about, Beatrice? This is magic, right? It cannot possibly be magic. This is my Golden Land, but where magic that isn't mine certainly can't exist. And my magic was not able to revive Sakutaro. There's no way it could. That stuffed animal was a special stuffed animal. Rosa made it for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world only one of its kind. See? It's magic, right? With this miracle that she could not possibly accept, Byato understood all of my magic, and she looked at Maria and Sakutaro innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees with her hands pressed to the ground and cried. Beatrice, this is really magic, right? It's magic, right? Beatrice! It is magic. That is true. Magic. How can Angie use a magic that even Byato can't do? How? How? Angie's awesome. Angie's an awesome witch. A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me. That's right, One-chan. I am the Witch of Resurrection, Angie. There is nothing that cannot be revived by me. Oh wow. Even Byato said that the magic of resurrection was the hardest. Angie, you're awesome. A real great witch. That moment, Maria and Sakutaro's forms flashed gold, and the two became golden flower petals and crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other place of peace. Byato, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Goodbye, Maria, and be happy forever. It's alright. I'm sure you exist in One-chan's world as well, but that doesn't refer to you. I am happy for you, Maria, as your close friend. I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. On Byato's face was a mixture of what possibly every expression a human could muster. That expression, it was joy, it was anger, and it was sadness. That is the basis of magic, isn't it? Without love, without sadness, without anger, magic cannot be seen. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually caused greater and greater fissures and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to, nor for Beatrice. The Golden Land began to crumble away. The earth gave way like a floor falling through darkness, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet black darkness. I might have said darkness twice there. Then she was mercilessly slammed against a jet black floor. It was a small, nondescript, and very dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there were windows, they let no light into this place. Beatrice's smoking room. Even as Byato moaned from the pain of being slammed against the cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. A seat was there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she had left it. The game board, too, was preserved in the same state in which Byato had abandoned it. That is your seat. Sit. So this is the only seat for me to sit in. Byato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly. Win or lose, that is all you are given. A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted, but the one thing I will not allow is for you to suspend the game and throw it away. Either win and survive or lose and disappear. Until one of those two things happen, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair. Isn't that your only duty as the host of a witch's game as the Golden Witch Beatrice? Laughing weakly, Byato sat down, then she rested her elbows on the table, covered her face with both hands, and managed to put together a smile with just her mouth. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Very well then. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? Spare me the pity show. Win. Use the very best moves you have. You started this game. You have a duty to make the best moves possible. Enough with all the indecisive fooling around. Just then there was a heavy sound. Byato felt a cold and pitiful sensation on her leg. She got locked down. Gotcha. I finally got you, eh, Byato? Ooh, if it isn't the great Lady Lambda Delta. To think that you were still here. Byato's foot was locked in an ice-cold steel shackle, fastening her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from the seat. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You won't be able to escape anymore, got it? I'm more persistent than I look. Surprising, huh? I'm more surprised that you weren't already aware of it. You are not permitted to leave early or suspend the game. You'll fight for all eternity in order to win, of course. You don't want to lose, right? You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you lose? Don't worry. You can win. Until you do, I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, will stick right by you and look after you for all eternity. But even if I wish to fight, I have no opponent across from me, correct? It's alright, I found Battler. When Burncastle appeared and clapped her hands, she did one of these, ready? Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll. Without the one pillar that established his soul, he had fallen into the very depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. By rights, he should have dispersed and vanished like mist. Burncastle had managed to scrape him together. It was surprising that she had managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his body had returned, his soul had not. It was blown away when his existence was denied by Beatrice. It wouldn't come back easily. Battler won't run from this fight either. Not until he beats you. He won't permit such boorishness as to throw everything away and run just because the chances of winning have grown slim. Not even he himself wants that. Right, Ushiromiya Battler? Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer. Battler, get a hold of yourself. You're here, and the enemy is before your eyes. Fight! Fight to win! Battler lazily and incoherently parroted her words. He was back, but the trauma inflicted on his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he had respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was. I'm not Ushiromiya Battler. Don't talk stupid. You're Ushiromiya Battler. I can't speak. You are Ushiromiya Battler, no one else. No matter who else admits that or denies that, just make sure you believe it yourself. You are the only one who can create your own world, you know? Don't lose the world where you are Ushiromiya Battler. Then, who am I? I'm not Mom's kid. Where was I born from? Battler asked while gazing lazily up at the ceiling with eyes that still hadn't regained their sparkle. Of course she answered right away. Yes, that's true. Byato declared it with the red truth, so I'll declare it too. Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Asumu's son. In that case, he's not qualified to be the opponent in my game, is he? Repetition requested for Beatrice. Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Kinto's grandchild. Okay. As Byato wrinkled her forehead, a pained smile rose to her face. Declining to repeat, I see. Byato declared two red truths. You are not Asumu's son, and no one except Kinto's grandchild Battler is qualified to be her opponent. The following theory will see you accepted as qualified without any contradictions because he is technically still Battler, and he is Kinto's son, or grandson, but he's not. Yeah. This is my blue truth. Listen to this. The one who is qualified to be... Oh, let me put this down on the thing. I mean, it's probably not that important, I don't think, at this point, but the one who is qualified to be Byato's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya Battler. Yeah, so saying that the Asumu thing is pointless. And whether the person is Asumu's son or not is not an issue. Also, that wouldn't really matter in the scheme of things, because Asumu wasn't an Ushiromiya. In other words, you can be Kinto's grandchild even if you are not Asumu's son, as long as you are Rudolph's son. Yeah, exactly, it doesn't really matter. What a stupid word game. Blue truth, valid. Byato, your counter-argument with the red truth. If you cannot counter with the red truth, there's no problem with Battler's qualifications as an opponent. Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying to him, but even so, his spirit was starting to come back bit by bit. Then, who am I? Get a hold of yourself. You are Ushiromiya Battler. And maybe Asumu Okasan didn't give birth to you, but so what? That doesn't change the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? For example, what is Ushiromiya Ange to you? You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right? It's not about blood. It's about bonds, isn't it? Berry bonds, yes. Well, yeah, even though we don't share the same blood, Angie is... Well, no, you still do. You share half the same blood, but my little sister. Say it in red. Say that Angie is your little sister. Angie is my little sister. Ah, it worked. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair strongly from behind. So strongly that it hurt. I don't know why Asumu wasn't your birth mother, but still until today you believed that she was your mother, and you still do, right? In this world there are plenty of people without even a mother. Without even a family. Did Asumu ever let you feel lonely? Never, right? Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily. Your family bonds have gotten way too thin after leaving your family for 6 years. You have to feel those family bonds much, much more strongly. Remember, for Asumu's sake, don't lose your affection because of some stupid ravings from a witch. You're right. Mom was always on my side. Where is this place? It's dark. I want to go home. Where's all of my family? The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears formed there. Your little sister is waiting at home for you to come back. She needs you at least to come back, or she'll be all alone forever. For your little sister's sake, if nothing else, please win this witch's game. Angie. My little sister. But the thing is, I don't know anymore. Why do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Beato forever? I've had enough. In that case, hurry up and finish off this game and go home. Ushiromiya Battler, how long are you going to play around in a place like this? Your little sister is waiting for you to come home. That's right. Battler was caught up in this strange, stupid game before he even knew it. I added stupid, apparently. Not able to understand what he was fighting for, he was taken along at the witch's pace, toyed with and made to fight for a very long time. That should have been the simplest and first question. Not understanding that is why he loses his purpose for fighting. It's why my voice doesn't reach his ears. What he needs is not some vague purpose, like winning against the witch or because she's unforgivable. He needs to become aware of the purpose for which he must win. That's right. I want to go home, to Mom and Dad, and Angie. I've had enough. Enough of this place. I've had enough of witches, I've had enough of games and murders. Enough. Enough. Battler's soul is starting to come back, but it can't quite reach. You've had enough, right? Then fight so you can return to your family, destroy Beatrice, and come home. No, no more witches. Enough of Beato, enough of everything. And you two, you're probably just another one of the witch's allies. I could be betrayed again at any time. I can't trust anything. I can't trust any words that aren't read. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. She's gonna say something like, I am your sister or something, and I'm gonna be really emotional. Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind so tightly that it hurt. Aww. Yeah. Huh? Who are you? It's me, it's Angie. No one's coming back home. Not you, not Mom, not Dad. I'm so lonely. Please hurry up and come home. Angie. So you were Angie. That's right, I'm Angie. The Ushiromiya Angie of a world where no one comes home. She's like the Steins Gate Zero timeline. My entire family never came home from Rokenjima that day. The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you. Only you can finish her. Finish her. And take your family back. And then come home to me. Whew. Beato stole my family. As she says. I will not run away or hide from it. I stole Ushiromiya Angie's family away from her. Battler is my toy, his father and mother too. All of them are my toys. I won't give them back to you. You may continue to wander alone forever awaiting the return of your family that is never to be. From Angie's arms I held him, the very painful, sad and lonely days that his little sister left all alone and gone through flowed into Battler. Because he had been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all alone and had been forced to endure such pitiful and painful days. Angie, shit, what have I been doing? Thanks a bunch, Angie. Oni-chan's been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Angie was clutching his head with an incredible force so he couldn't. Sweat? A hot drop splashed from the back of Battler's neck. What they were, he discovered by holding Angie's arm as she clung to him. because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers red. Blood. Ange, are you alright? Hey! It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler couldn't tell for sure because he couldn't turn around, but the hot drops staining his entire back were surely bloody. In order to save you, Oni-chan, in order to come here, there was a single rule that I wasn't allowed to break. This was it. Letting you know who I am. Letting you find out that I was Ange. It was so hard. My Oni-chan was right before my eyes and I couldn't even tell him. If I just followed the rule, I would have been able to stay by your side forever. You and me together. Playing this game against the witch. For eternity. But that's no good. Chan, you have to go back. Back home. Your sister's waiting for you. That person isn't me. But this way, your sister will never become me. Say it. We'll find her salvation. Ange? Ange! There's so much blood. So much. He wanted to turn around, but he couldn't because of how tightly Ange was gripping his head. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out of Ange's pain of breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now. Don't worry. I'm just a piece. You know, in chess, they have this thing called a sacrifice. What? Who cares about that? Like, let's go find you some first aid quickly. Like, go for a second, Ange. A sacrifice is a thrown piece. For the sake of the strategic vision, you intentionally let a piece go in full awareness of the loss. The ultimate goal in chess is victory against the opponent, so sacrificing a few individual pieces is no problem if that can bring you victory in the end. Ange had made a level-headed decision. She'd been told over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now she needed to become a sacrificial piece. Battler had to be made aware. His purpose in playing this witch's game must not be something abstract like finishing off the witch. He needs to win the game, he needs to release himself, and he needs to bring his family back home. Why? Because he has family, a little sister waiting for him to come home, a being created to bring Ushiromiya Ange's voice to him. That is who Ange Beatrice is, who I am. I will use the piece I am as a sacrifice, to give Oni-chan the will to fight, to give him purpose. Oni-chan, my purpose is not to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushiromiya Ange's mourning and sadness. That's my unshakable purpose. Ange! Oh! The white skinny arm holding Battler was pale and transparent, almost like wax, but it was stained so cruelly with fresh blood. I'm gonna disappear now, but you fight with all you've got. And make sure you come back to me, okay? I'll be waiting. Always. I planned on helping you out a lot more than this, a whole lot more than this. But I couldn't do anything. Sorry. Don't worry about that. You taught me, didn't you? You taught me why I have to win. And that I absolutely have to win and come back to you. What have I been doing, lazing about playing in a place like this? I'm not playing around here anymore. I'm gonna come back. You better believe I'll come back. I'm definitely gonna come back. Bringing a souvenir, I promise. I don't need one. So just promise me one thing. What is it? I'll promise anything. In a second, I'm gonna take my hand away. It must have hurt, right? I held you so tightly. Sorry. I'm alright. You don't have to turn around, so before I go, show me you at your coolest. Rise from your seat, point at the witch before your eyes, and declare that the game will recommence. Ange's hand slid and disappeared behind me. The stark marks of her fingers were left behind in the blood that had been oozing from her fingernails, but I turned around right away to take care of Ange's wounds. Ange. I'm somebody screaming it, but... Ange? And you even promised that you wouldn't turn around. Ange. Where'd she... Behind my chair, as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had all been smashed, there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood had mincemeat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing, lay crumpled as though they had been thrown off, as though a human's insides had been pulverized and discarded, as though Angie, who had been standing there until just a second ago, had been crushed. Angie? Where's Angie? Where did Angie disappear to? Hey! Where did Angie disappear to? The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I did not want to accept it. I was right in front of you, watching the whole time. Watching what happened to Angie behind you. Do you know? Where did Angie go? While she still lived, pinch by pinch, massive red-hot pincers tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off of her and threw them away. I was watching. I watched as countless cruel tools red-hot from the witch's furnace approached Angie from behind, and one bit at a time pecked at her flesh, twisted it off, ripped it off in chunks, and tore her to pieces. Angie should be proud. In order to exchange her last words with her brother, she withstood the gasps of pain until the very end. She should be proud of that. Like how that happened, but rolling there on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, those pink bead hair ornaments. To be honest, I was thinking they were a bit too childish and didn't really suit her, so I remembered them well. Why has Angie been wearing these cheap hair ornaments all this time? No, this can't be. Angie, it couldn't be. That was honest, Beato. Bad I didn't see it, so you could have just said that she turned into butterflies and flew away or something. You guys also saw what that happened? You watched Angie get torn into little bits? You were watching, and yet you kept your faces that calm? Without answering, Burncastle, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice looked at me, some in pity, others in derision. She was calling herself Gretel, so after what happened with Virgilia in the last game, I was thinking up until now that she might be Beato's underling, and I was making sure not to trust her even though she was on my side. And then, just as I learned that it was actually Angie, I'm not permitted to see her face. And when I turn around, I find something like this. What does it matter? About your little sister. What did you say? You'll never return from this place in any case. Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come home has nothing to do with you. As long as you play here, the Angies of countless worlds will live in isolation, and the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon them, diluted over a period of more than a decade. However, it's of no importance, correct? It cannot be seen by you from here. You can't observe it. An unobservable truth cannot be proven except by the red. Therefore, your anxiety over Angie's future unhappiness might as well be an ungrounded fear. She might, surprisingly enough, have an easy life ahead of her, never needing to work thanks to Rudolph's inheritance, right? That was a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of the sad world that follows had poured into me in an instant. It's all because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I have to defeat her. I have to take back my family and come back to Angie, who's waiting for me as soon as humanly possible. Because even as I hang around with a witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Angie, is this... what you wanted to see? Towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoke of Angie's brutal last moments slowly. And yet with all my might I pointed. Beatrice. Resume the game. And I won't run away anymore, and I won't let you get away either. As I like it. I can no longer escape or hide. Let us settle this between us for certain. One will win, one will lose and be destroyed. No other resolution exists. I will win. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely defeat you. In this match, there will no longer be any compromise, interruptions, or losing by default. I won't run away. You won't get away. Come take me down with everything you've got. There's no need for any stupid tricks or deceptions. No need for interacting with each other weirdly or acting all friendly. You and I are enemies. I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Angie. Unwavering purpose. Absolute certain willpower. The human certain willpower becomes certain magical power. Well, they did describe it as determination, but determination and willpower are basically the same thing. That acts as a miracle and makes it a promise. Yes, this is a promised, certain miracle. Is there not even a 1 in 10 billion chance? No, it is certain that there is not even a fragment of a miracle that could make my victory happen. Before I knew it, a cold stiff chain had bound my other leg without sound, fashioning me to the chair. All that is left to me is either to be killed by Battler and be defeated, or resist that and repeatedly tie for all eternity. No, I guess that's repeatedly tie until I prepare my heart for death. Either way, I must now fight only to lose. I've already been bound in eternal chains, and Battler won't let me escape either. Should I pathetically beg for his forgiveness? Should I ask for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart? Should I disregard appearances and prostrate myself? Because of the chains, even that will not be granted me. Checkmate. The perfect endgame. However, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the Demon Lord of Gold who reigns over the Golden Land. It may be a losing battle, but still there exists an attitude befitting my stature, and I have the right to beautify my death in a manner fitting for me. And I, likewise, I will make you accept the existence of my magic and open the door to the Golden Land on this island. You shall become the guest of honor at the very first tea party. Everyone besides you has gathered already, you see. Because the arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin. Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival. Yeah, suits me. Suits me absolutely perfect. Magic and witches? What a load of bullshit. I'm done playing games with you. Here we go, Beatrice. I suggest you hold nothing back, for there will be no compromises, interruptions, or losing by default. One will win and one will be destroyed. If you have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me. Kill me. However, I will not go down without a fight. I can resist repeatedly until you prepare a fitting end for me. Are you capable of doing that? Yes, I'm sure you can. I know you can. Now come kill me. Am I making you uncomfortable? Then let's go with something more familiar. Like hell I'll be killed. Even if I can't win, I can frustrate the hell out of you by not giving you the victory, right? It's a good look on your face. Okay. Try and kill me. Just try and kill me, Ushiromiya Battler. Roar! She screams at the end and I got shot in the head. Please kill me. Oh my god. Please kill me quickly. If you won't do that, I'll go back and read that another time. Holy fuck. Wow.